Three new websites are created every second, 175 every minute, and on an average, 2,59,200 new websites are created every single day. I have an interesting question for you. What separates Spotify, Instagram, and WhatsApp from these websites like MySpace, Friendster, and Google Wave? To begin with, I'm pretty sure that you haven't heard of these websites before. That's because these websites were shut down due to their disastrous interfaces, poor user adoption, and even terrible user experiences. But then, how did websites like Spotify, Instagram, and WhatsApp survive? You might ask. Well, that's web development. These successful websites, unlike the failed websites, didn't just throw in a bunch of features and hope for the best. Instead, they focused on understanding user behavior and solving real-world problems such as simple interfaces, faster load times, and personalized content. These applications have now become common household names, all because of web developers. That's how important and relevant web development is. It has the power to either make or break your business. Now you might be wondering, how can I become a web developer? Stick around until the end of this video and you'll be ready to start applying for junior web development positions. Before that, if you want such free courses, make sure to hit the like button and subscribe to Intellipaat's YouTube channel to never miss out on any updates from us. That being said, let's go through the concepts that we will be covering in this video. We'll start things off with the difference between web and app development. Then we'll understand how you can become a full-stack web developer. From there, we'll start with HTML basics, such as basic HTML structure within websites, tags, attributes, nesting, inserting images, videos, and maps. We'll also configure VS Code and build a simple HTML project for a deeper understanding. Following HTML, we'll cover CSS, we'll understand how to design and style landing pages, how selectors, properties, and values work. We'll also integrate Tailwind CSS, which will be closely followed by another CSS project, which will be completely styled using vanilla CSS. Next, we'll start with JavaScript. We'll understand the variables, data types, type conversion, operators, arrays, and loops. Next, we'll dissect the document object model and understand how to create a website similar to Netflix. Finally, we'll wrap up the session with a podcast with an industry expert where you'll understand how to get hired as a full-stack developer. So, let's get started.
So let's quickly take an introduction to who a web developer actually is. So you might have heard of web developers, you might know web developers, and of course there's a lot of them in today's world. So a web developer is basically an IT professional who has the ability to create web applications, which can be hosted on the internet or on a server architecture, which basically means that you can have applications which can be used anywhere across the world. So web developer works completely to provide a very clean code for the website and the web applications. See, as learners, as beginners, as intermediate users, you might have come across code sometimes which is actually easy, but it's very difficult to understand. That's bad code. When we mean clean code, it has to be very readable, it has to be understandable, it has to come with supporting documentation, comments, and everything more. Now, they are also responsible for building the entire framework of a website and a web application as well. So when you think about all the things that happen in the back end, well, these guys are responsible for that as well. So we have an entire career path when we talk about web developers. It's called as full stack web development, where it consists of front end, back end, functionality development, and so much more as well. And of course, all of this includes, working on the logic of the application, the actual, probably the heart of the application, be it a website, be it a web application. So logic is pretty important there, right? And these guys are known to work on the logic part of it as well. Now, coming to who a software developer is. Well, as you might already guess, a software developer is a person who's involved with creating new softwares. So he's a professional who knows all of the tools, the requirements, the client side aspects, the methodologies, and everything that's involved, to go from scratch to a ready software that solves a particular problem. So a software developer will work very closely with most of the people in the company, be it a business analyst, be it all of the designers, to make the application look good, the user interface, the user experience to be beautiful, and of course the clients, because at the end of the day you have to satisfy their requirements. Now a software developer is also responsible for creating be it applications on the mobile and the desktop platform as well. So it's not only that they write applications, give you software on which works only on a PC or a laptop. No, they are responsible for working on mobile development as well. Well, now, as I mentioned, for the web developer as well, even a software developer should have the ability, in fact, to provide great documentation for all of the code that they write. Because at the end of the day, if they're writing the software or a piece of program for a client who might not know the technicalities of it, it is the job of the software developer to basically make it easier in terms of understandability as well. Well, now, if they have written their own software, it means that there might be applications where, things might not work as expected, or there might be certain weaknesses in the applications. And of course, it is their job to find these weaknesses, to test them continuously, test for vulnerability, and of course, fix them before delivering it to the client as well. Now, with this, we can quickly jump on to the comparison between web development and software development. And of course, the first point in our comparison is the ability. So when we talk about ability, we talk about the skills that's required and whatever is required to basically build applications in both of these domains. In terms of a web developer will have all the skills to build websites and web applications, and not much apart from that. But then when you're talking about a software developer will have the ability to do some sort of web development as well. Because at the end of the day, if it's a software or an application which is scaled across the web, then pretty much, it forms to be a tiny aspect of a web application itself. So a software developer gets a slight advantage here because he or she has the complete ability to build any kind of software, that's required based on the requirement of the client. Now, the second point we have to talk about is the architecture. So what we mean by architecture is basically that whenever web developers work or whenever they're set out to solve a problem, everything that they work basically most of the time is client server architectures, because there's a server which hosts all of the applications or all of the content that they require, be it web applications, be it websites and whatnot, and they develop code such that they bring the client server architecture together and eventually drive a product out of it. Now, when we're talking about software developers basically provide solutions to clients as usual by basically working on client-based systems only. Because at the end of the day, your client might already have a server architecture which just requires a client unit to work with, right? So in that particular case, they'll require only a client-based system which will sit fine with their already existing protocols or already existing architecture and work fine there as well. So this is a simple difference in the architecture of how web developers go on to do their jobs and software developers at the same time. Now, the third point we need to check out is the development platform. Because when you talk about web developers, since they're writing websites and web applications, the most important concern here is that all of their applications and websites need to work fine whenever you talk about any browser. It's not like their application works fine, let's say on Google Chrome, but fails to work on Mozilla Firefox. No, that shouldn't happen. So these guys have the ability, these guys work with the entirety of the mindset where they make sure that their applications work flawlessly in all of the browsers that there are. And when we talk about software developers, software developers have a similar requirement, but here it's not web browsers particularly, but it's different operating systems. So just like how web developers want to make the products work across all of these web browsers, software developers are concerned with making their products, their applications, their softwares work fine in multiple operating systems as well, be it Linux, be it Windows, be it Mac OS, and more. Coming to the fourth point, it's again a very important one, which is easier to learn as a beginner or an intermediate user. Well, it is in my opinion that web development is easier to get started with because you have a very structured form of learning in which all of the tools and the techniques can be mastered very easily, and in fact they are not complicated to learn if you pick up a structured program that will teach you for this. Now, with respect to software development involves a lot of different methodologies. When you're building a software software. So it involves a lot of operations alongside software development, bringing together a lot of teams and working hand in hand with the client as well. So it requires a lot of understanding in terms of methodologies, tools, and even philosophies, of course, because there are some philosophies that suggest what a good software is and what sets it apart from a bad one or a mediocre one as well. So in that point of view, for beginners to get started with all of these in terms of software development might be a little overwhelming. Coming to point number 5, it's the average salary of these developers. Both of these developers, be it web developers and software developers, they're paid really well. But when you talk about web developers, they have a starting salary which is slightly less than that of a software developer, just because of the complexity that's involved. Web developers, they get paid around $80,000 annually in the United States and somewhere around 7 lakhs per annum, in India. When you talk about software developers, these guys have an average salary of somewhere around $115,000 to $120,000 in the USA and somewhere around 10 to 12 lakhs per annum in India. So with these wonderful numbers, we can move on to the 6th point, which is the programming languages. Because as web developers, pretty much, they mostly work with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and all these flavors of JavaScript, frameworks based of JavaScript, be it React, Node.js, and many other tools as well. In the case of software developers, again, they have to have a lot of proficiency in the languages that they're going to write the applications in, be it C++, be it Java. Python is a beautiful language for software developers, C#, and even they'll require some framework knowledge as the .NET framework and how all the tools integrate into a framework and how eventually they can drive a software based on the programming language and these development frameworks as well. So all in all, in this point, I think the software developers will have to put a lot more work into understanding these softwares and frameworks rather than web developers, because at the end of the day, it's not simple to be a web developer and it's not a simple task to be a software developer. But if you are getting started from scratch, I think a web developer's aspect to it is a bit advantageous. But of course, it depends on your interests. If you are interested towards a software development career, then you will find a lot of resources in our Intellipaat website itself that can get you started with these. Now, coming to the 7th point, it's about hosting applications. As the name suggests, in web development, the final products or the end result has to be hosted on the internet so that it can be accessible from anywhere across the world, right? So this part of development, which involves hosting everything on the internet, makes use of a server architecture. The data is all stored in a server and clients just get connected to that server and, use it in the finest situation possible. Now, when we talk about software development, it might or might not involve deploying it on the web or deploying it anywhere, in fact, because at the end of the day, it's based on the client requirement. It might just be that the client wants it in such a way that they want it to talk to their servers and not be hosted on the web. So that part of it, which involves writing programs to make sure that the clients can access to the softwares and the tools, techniques that's already available in that server, well, that takes some skill as well. Now with this, we come to point number 8. Point number 8 involves career domains. You might have heard of web development branches. There's full stack development, there's front end development, back end development, merge stack, mean stack, and so much more, right? So do not get convoluted by these names. In fact, pretty simple as the name suggests. The front end developer will have the ability to create the user interfaces, make it look nice. So whatever you see on a website is what a front end developer does. Now when you take about back end development is providing functionality, ensuring storage, making sure that your front end has some data to show. Well, all the data comes from the back end development, and full stack development can be considered as a loosely bound front end and back end development together, followed by other abilities as well. Of course, we have complete in-depth videos on full stack development and front end and back end development on the channel as well, so make sure to check it out. Now, coming to a software development career path. Well, a software development career path may depend on what you want out of the career as well, because at the end of the day, you might be into application programming, or you might want to build a software which goes towards the domain of data analysis, be it software testing, or you might have interests in terms of database management as well. So it depends on where you want to go, where you see yourself right now, and what you're inclined to do as well. Now, coming to the ninth point, it's community support. Both web development and software development have amazing communities. Most of the tools are in fact open source, so you can find a lot of documentation on the web itself. Now, with web development, it's rapidly growing. You might have seen the popularity of the job openings, in fact, for React.js, Node.js, and it seems to be taking over the web development industry. Well, of course, these tools have proven that they can provide a very good results, very efficient results without doing much. Well, that's one of the reasons why web development is considered to be growing at a rapid pace. And if there's a business anywhere in the world, well, they have a requirement of at least having a website or having a presence on the internet, right? And this calls for web development. Coming to software development is very, very vital. It is one of the most important things that can be placed in any organization. And of course, as the name suggests, it's software development. It's an ever-growing field. It's had the title of being ever-growing probably for 30-40 years now, and ever since the term was coined way back, it's still holding true to what it means when they say it's ever growing. Now, with this, the question that you must ask yourself is, which is the right path for you? Well, this completely depends on what you want to do, as I've suggested in the previous points. Web development and software development, in fact, can go hand in hand to create applications and products. So the question you need to ask yourself is, which are you inclined to do? What's your career path? What's your career goal? And what seems more attractive to you and fun to you? Both of these domains, web development and software development, are really fun to work with, and as I've mentioned, they have a beautiful community as well. So what's your answer to this question? Which path is the right one for you? Do head to the comment section and let us know.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
So, full stack web developer is someone who can build both front end, what users sees and interact with, and back end, the logic, database, and server side functions of a website or web application. In simple terms, we can say that they handle everything from designing a web page to making sure that it works smoothly behind the scenes. So, full stack web development refers to the process of developing both the client side and server side of a web application. It includes working with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for the front end, and back end technologies like Node.js, Python, or Java, handling databases like MySQL or MongoDB, and finally deploying the application to make it accessible online. Now, in this video, we will go through 5 important steps that will help you become a full stack web developer from scratch. So, let's get started. So as you can see here on the screen that web development consists of 2 parts, that is front-end development and back-end development. Front-end, which includes everything on the screen and whatever you interact with. Back-end consists of everything behind the scene, and they both together make full stack development. So step 1 is, imagine you visit an online store. The very first thing you see is the home page, product listing, and search bar. The buttons that allow you to add items in your cart. All of this is a part of a front end, the user-facing side of the website that focuses on design and user experience. To build a front end, we use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. HTML, which basically structures the page, defines how the headers, paragraph, list, and content will look like. It serves as the skeleton of any website. Now, have you ever noticed how buttons change color when you hover or images zoom in? And that's where CSS or cascading style sheet comes in. They add animation and interactive effects to make browsing smooth and engaging. Plus, it ensures that sites work perfectly on mobile by adjusting layout for different screens. So now in HTML, you can learn basic HTML structure, HTML tags, form structure, selector, and semantic HTML. In CSS, you can go by box modeling, padding, properties, flex, and CSS selector. CSS makes it visually appealing by adding colors and styling, dynamic effects, and all the animation and transition which you see on the screen is because of that CSS only. So when it comes to CSS framework, you have two popular choices, which is Bootstrap and Tailwind. If you want a quick pre-style design, go for Bootstrap, which is great for beginner with ready-made components. But if you need flexibility and customization, Tailwind CSS is better, lightweight, and lets you style with the utility classes. And then comes the JavaScript, a scripting language that brings your e-commerce site to a life. While HTML structures the page and CSS makes it look good, JavaScript makes it interactive, allowing you to add items to your cart instantly, filter products smoothly, and get live searches suggestion as you type. It also handles all the math behind the scene, calculating discounts, taxes, and the tools in real time at checkouts. It is basically brain behind the action. So in JavaScript, go on by studying loops, promises, callbacks, asynchronous and synchronous programming, operators, and DOM manipulations. Now that we have covered the basics of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, it's important to learn a framework or library to build modern dynamic website efficiently. Basic web development alone isn't enough to create fast, interactive, and user-friendly application. And developers rely on framework and libraries like React, Angular, or Vue.js. These tools help in building smooth and responsive user interfaces, ensuring a seamless shopping experience for users. They make development faster by providing structured component and optimizing performance, making them essential for any aspiring web developer. And if you're new to this, I would recommend start with React.js. It's beginner friendly, has a huge community, and is widely used in the industry. React's components-based approach makes it easier to build and manage UI element, and its virtual DOM ensure better performance. The entire learning process can take around 2.5 to 3 months, and you can refer to resources like W3 School, MD, and Web Docs, or YouTube tutorials for the guidance. Big tech companies like Google, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, and Netflix, along with countless startups and digital agencies, are always on lookout for the skilled front-end developers. And if you are keeping up with the latest trend, you are already ahead of the game. JavaScript framework like React, Vue, and AngularJS are everywhere, so mastering them is must. So in React.js, you can go on by studying props, state, hooks, and React.js components. Now, learning the entire front end will take some time, but once you have got a good grasp, it's time for us to move on to our next step, which is implementation. There's no point in jumping straight to backend development without practicing what you have learned. So focus on building small projects using your front-end skill. You can create clones of e-commerce site like Amazon or Flipkart, build a portfolio website, or even develop a basic e-commerce platform to apply your knowledge. Now, once you feel confident in front-end development, it's time for the third step, which is back-end development. The backend handles everything behind the scenes, from processing user data to managing databases and ensuring everything runs smoothly. Without it, a website is just a collection of static pages. Now, let's say a customer clicks the Add to Cart button. How does the website know that which product they selected or update the cart and process the payment? That's where backend comes in. The backend is the logic behind the website, handling user authentication, order processing, and database interaction. It ensures that when a user logs in, they see their order history, or when they buy a product, the stock updates automatically. We have popular backend technologies like Node.js with Express.js for JavaScript developer, Django or Flask for those who love Python, and Spring Boot for Java developers. On the server side, we have languages like JavaScript, Node.js, Python, Java, PHP, Ruby, and C# to handle databases, authentication, and business logic. And if you're a beginner, I would recommend starting with Node.js since it uses JavaScript, making the transition from front-end to back-end is much smoother. Start with basics of Node.js, understanding the event-driven architecture and asynchronous programming. Then move on to NPM, which is also known as Node Package Manager for managing dependencies, and Express.js is a popular framework for building APIs. Learn about routing, middleware, and database integration with MongoDB or MySQL. Security is crucial, so focus on authentication using JWT or Auth. Also explore file handling, WebSockets for real-time communication, and deployment on platforms like AWS. So these frameworks help developer build API that allow front-end and back-end to communicate. So now that we have learned the framework and languages for backend development, it's the time to move to our fourth step, which is integrating backend with a database. So every time a new user signs up, an order is placed, right? Or an item is added to the cart. The information needs to be stored somewhere, and that's where database comes in. Databases are used to store product details, user account, order history, and payment record. And we have two main type of databases, which is SQL, also known as relational, or NoSQL, which is also known as non-relational database. In SQL, we have MySQL, PostgreSQL, SQLite, and Oracle database to store data in structured table. These are great when you need to maintain relationship between data, like keeping track of user and their order in an e-commerce site. Then comes NoSQL, also known as non-relational database. We have MongoDB and CouchDB, which are more flexible and better suited for handling large amount of unstructured data such as user activity, logs, or real-time analytics. So when you should learn what? If you're building application with complex relationship like banking system or e-commerce, start by SQL. But if you're working on scalable data heavy application like social media or IoT system, NoSQL is way to go. Apart from these traditional databases, cloud-based database management system like Firebase, AWS, DynamoDB, and Azure CosmoDB provide scalable and hassle-free solution. These platforms handle hosting, scaling, and security, making them perfect for modern applications that need real-time updates, global accessibility, and minimal maintenance. So if you're working with structured data relationship, go for SQL. But if your focus is on scalability and high performance, NoSQL or cloud-based databases are the way to go. Okay, so after these 4 steps, we have covered 90% of full stack knowledge. Now we move to step 5, which is deployment and hosting. Once our website is built, we need to make it accessible to user. This is where deployment comes in. It ensures that our site is live, scalable, and secure, allowing people to visit it anytime. But before deployment, it's crucial to use version control system like Git and GitHub. These tools help track changes, collaborate with others, and revert to previous version if needed, making deployment smoother and more organized. For hosting the front end, platform like Vercel and Netlify make deployment super simple. The backend can be hosted on AWS, Azure, or DigitalOcean depending on project's need. For databases, cloud-based solutions like MongoDB, Atlas, or Firebase help manage data efficiently. But deployment isn't just about making a website live. It's also about handling traffic and securities. So tools like Docker and Kubernetes ensure your website can scale smoothly and handle thousands of users without crashing. So apart from these 5 steps, I need you all to focus on some additional skills that will make you well-rounded full-stack developers. APIs or application programming interfaces are crucial because they allow different software systems to communicate with each other, whether it's fetching data from third-party service or connecting your front-end to your backend. When working with APIs, you will come across REST API and SOAP API, 2 major protocols. REST is lightweighted and widely used for web services, while SOAP is more structured and secure, often used in enterprise application. Understanding networking is also important since web applications rely on servers and data transfer. Knowing how requests and responses work, how DNS resolves domain name, and how load balancing help manage traffic will give you a strong technical edge. Then there is this Linux, a skill many developers overlook, but one that plays a big role in managing server, handling command line operation efficiently. Being comfortable with Linux command can make debugging and server management much easier. Finally, there comes the data structures and algorithm. Are fundamental to writing efficient code. They help optimize performance, improve problem solving, and prepare you for technical interviews. Concepts like arrays, linked list, recursion, and sorting algorithm are heavily tested in coding interviews, so having a good understanding of DSA will open up a better job opportunities. By mastering these additional skills, you will not only build functional website but also create optimized, scalable, and secure application, making you a strong, confident full-stack developer. Plus, the roadmap for the same is attached in the link given below in the description.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
So now, first of all, let me just give you let me just take any example over here. Okay, let's say, Flipkart.com. Okay, let's say this is a website. Okay, let's say this is a website. So, when I talk about the website, what things comes into your mind? So, e-commerce, maybe, right? E-commerce websites, Flipkart, Myntra, Amazon, Netflix, yeah. So, when we talk about, let's say, let's just take the example of the e-commerce sites. Okay, let's just take the example of the e-commerce site. So, why you have this specific, what you say, the niche where we can just think of these three websites, which is your Flipkart, Amazon, and Myntra, more user friendly, easy to buy, right? So, there are like, you can say the tons of reasons you have to use this three website in more particular, right? So, let me just open other two as well. Yeah. So here you can see I have this three website. Let's say this is my Amazon. I'm just showing you three of the websites side by side. Okay. What are the similarities you can see over here? Okay. See the things which is common over here is this top menu bar and the search field for all three of these. See, most of them like Amazon has in center, Flipkart has some more in left, and Myntra has somewhat in right. Apart from that, this particular field you can see the carousel. You can in the web development terms we call this moving images as a carousel. Okay, the carousel. So the carousel is you can see this carousel of image carousel is similar for all three of them, right? Here you can find the buttons instead of that small dots. Again, here also we have this, I guess the buttons we have over here. Okay, here we don't even have the buttons, right? We don't have the buttons, but this image keeps on moving, right? This image keeps on moving. And for this one, so you can see the three websites that you have mentioned over here has almost same kind of feel, you can say, right? Can we say it three of them has the same kind of feel, the using feel, right? So this is something a very good example of a good UI design, right? But now what is there in this for the developers, right? Because we are not the designers, we are here for the development part, right? We are here for the development part. Now you can see the clean UI which has been maintained over here, how we can manage all this UI, right? How we can manage this UI. You can see here again, everything is so perfectly arranged over here, right? Everything is so perfectly arranged over here. You can see but most of the things remain same. The product, the way the product are been displayed over here, right? If we will go over here also, see this particular part. So now what is the role of HTML over here is to create all of these particular things. So let's say I have this images, I have this images with me, but I should know how to put this image, right? I should know how to put this image correctly, right? I should know how to create this particular header, or if I am able to see this particular text, or on hover I'm just able to see this particular menu. Again, this particular menu is also similar for all these. Okay, so let me just click on this login. If I'll just show you that particular menu. Okay, see the hover menu you can see over here. I guess that we have an Amazon as well. Okay. In the main page we don't have, but maybe I guess in the inside page we have the same kind of feel again. So you can see we are very used to using the similar kind of things in our day-to-day life, right? In our day-to-day life. So if I talk about the this OTT platforms such as Netflix. So Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hotstar, they also follow some similar kind of theme, right? Similar kind of theme. The user experience is almost similar for all of these things. But now as a developer, what we need to figure out, like let's say when we talk about the OTT platform, and when I ask you which one is the best, if I just keep the content aside, what will be the name? Netflix, right? Okay, so we prefer either the Prime or Netflix, maybe. So why we prefer all these things over some different? Let's say nobody said that they like Woot or maybe Hotstar. Okay, why? Because the optimization that is done on Netflix, the recommendation way, like let's say I have watched some thriller on Netflix. The next what do you say? The suggestion coming up from the Netflix will be thriller, right? So all of these things comes under the development. All of these things comes under development. Let's say if I go to the YouTube and if I'm listening the similar kind of song, let's say I'm listening to the Arjit Singh on a loop, the next song suggestion will be also from the Arjit Singh. Yes. So let's say in the YouTube, let's say our internet is low. So the minimum time for loading, the minimum time for loading while watching the video will be provided by your YouTube, right? Will be provided by your YouTube. Like is that ever happened, like your internet is very slow, you're not able to load your Netflix, but you will be able to watch video on 144p on YouTube, yes or no? Yes, with the minimum loading time, right? With the minimum loading time. So that is the magic. That is the magic which is created by the developers, right? So we are here to learn that itself. How we will be optimizing our applications, how we will be creating the beautiful UI by using some, let's say, the framework or maybe the vanilla CSS, right? So when we talk about the web development, what is the thing that comes into your mind? Web development, I'm talking about. Okay, guys, I'm talking about the web development. So when we talk about the web development, the two things that comes into my mind, the two things that comes into my mind is the front end and back end, which is front end and back end, or you can say the UI and back end, right? So when we talk about this UI and back end, or you can say the front end and back end, so what is first of all, what is front end? Okay, so front end is nothing but what you can see on website. Yes, I can say this, like, right, front end is nothing but what you can see on the website, right? Now, what is the backend? What is the backend? The brain of the website, right? The brain of the website. Let's say you're logging into something, right? You're logging into the something. So let's say you're logging into the Flipkart, okay? Logging into the Flipkart. Let me here, if I'll just log in either with my mail or my email address, right? Sorry, my mobile number or Java or C++ programming. Okay, when we talk about the web development, mostly we go with the JavaScript. Yes, JavaScript. Java or C sharp is a little bit more complex when it comes to the web development. Okay, all right. Okay, so now if I now you guys tell me if I'll just enter my email address and mobile number, and this will here is the button to request the OTP. Okay, so the requesting the OTP, getting this particular data, getting my mail address from here, or getting my uh, what you say, my email address from here, and sending the OTP onto my email address, that is my backend functionality, right? That is one function which is written at the backend, right? So the things which you are not able to see, what you are able to see is here I have this login form, I have one place to write my mobile number, and a button to request the OTP. That's it. That's it. So this particular part is developed by my front end developer, and how this particular number is going at the back end and how it is generating the OTP, and that OTP is coming into my mobile or email, right? And when I enter that particular OTP over here, and then it is redirecting me to the home page, that is that is my back end magic, right? That is my back end magic. But whatever the things you are seeing over here at the front end, whenever you are opening any beautiful website, all of these things are the magic of my front end developers, right? So you can create any kind of website, or anything that you can possibly imagine with your front end, right? With your front end. Now, again, what is the role of HTML over here, right? Here we are not here to talk about like what is front end development, what is back end development. Here we are today to learn the HTML, right? We are here today to learn the HTML. So now what is the HTML? So if I'll just show you, what if I'll tell you that I'll just show you what is HTML for this particular website. So if you talk about this web development, let's say, let me just compare it with a human. Okay, let me just compare it with the human. So let's say you have a bones inside yourself, right? We have bones inside it. Like not only you, I also have bones. Let's say we all have bones inside it, right? All have bones inside it. So your bones are your HTML basically. The bones for the website are your HTML, how it is going to structure, right? So that is your HTML. The skin on top, or maybe the clothes on top, right? Those are your CSS. How beautiful you are looking with your clothes. That's your CSS. And the brain, how my body is functioning. That is my JavaScript, right? So that is my JavaScript. So whatever you are seeing from the front, whatever you are seeing from the front, the skin, the clothes, everything is my front end. What is the process, the neural network going on in my brain is my back end, right? So again, let's connect it with the websites, right? So whatever you are seeing over here is your front end. We can develop it using your HTML. So whatever you are seeing over here, anything you will be able to create it. So if I'll just show you the code, if I'll just show you the code for this particular flipkart.com, right? Now, if I'll just show you the code for my flipkart.com, if you guys want to see this particular part, you just have to press Control Shift and I on any website, okay? On any website. Here, if you will just scroll, if you can see this, here you can see HTML, language is equal to English. I don't know what is this return over here. No need to understand that. As of now, no need to understand that. Now, here I have something called as head. Again, I have like so many things. Here, one more thing which is familiar to me, I can see this is CSS. Somewhere here also this is CSS is written, right? So I can see in this links text, there is some style sheet, which is my CSS. Okay. Right now, today we are not going to cover CSS. Maybe in future we will. Right. Now, after all of these things, after all of these, my body is starting from here. You guys can see as I'm moving down, this body. Okay. As I'm moving down this particular thing, so what you can do with just the HTML, you guys can write all of these text. You guys can write all of this text, but arranging it in a proper format or making it more presentable, that is the part of your CSS. Okay. That is a part of your CSS. That is just, you just have to just think of it as like a styling. Okay. Styling of your website. You just have to just think of it as like a styling. Okay. Styling of your website. Fine. Now you guys can see if I'm just moving my cursor down to all of these particular div, footer and everything, I'm able to see it is selecting different components of my website. Yes or no? You guys can see over here. Yes. So this part comes under your HTML. So all of these code which is written over here, right now you don't need to understand this, but I'm just showing you where your CSS is working, right? Where your CSS is working. And when we talk about your HTML is working. And when we talk about the CSS, here you can see the CSS. So let's say I don't like this blue color of Flipkart. Okay, I don't like this blue color of Flipkart. What I can do is I can change it from here. If I don't like it, can see the difference. Can see the difference, guys. Yes or no? Wow, nice, right? So I can do anything in this particular console. If I want to make it transparent, I can do it transparent. I can do anything. I don't like the color, I can change it. I don't like the text, I can change it. But obviously this is only happening in my system, right? This is only happening in my system. If you will open flipkart.com, it will not be in purple color. Okay, it will be in blue color itself. Fine. So this is just you guys can see now the magic of your CSS. Magic of your CSS. You can change the color, you can change with the font, you can change with the text, everything you will be able to do using your CSS. Now, let's say I want to change the text inside this particular button. Let's say I want to change it to my name. So simply, right now, I'm not teaching you this. Okay, I'm not teaching you this. I'm just showing you what can be done using your HTML and CSS. Okay, let's say I want to just give it to my name. Done. You guys can see over here, I changed the text of this particular button over here from login to RIA. So now you guys know the difference between HTML and CSS. The colors what I'm playing with is my CSS. The text and the data, whatever you are seeing onto the screen is my HTML. The structure you are seeing onto the screen is my HTML. Fine. I guess now you guys are clear with what actually we are going to do and how powerful this is. What is framework? So framework is nothing but something more powerful than the HTML. Now, one issue with the HTML. So one issue with the HTML is whenever I'm trying to perform anything over to the website, it will change this particular path. Okay, it will change this particular path. It will reload the whole thing, and that makes little bit our user interaction. It takes little more time to load. It gives lots of request and response at the back end, right? So that's why we don't generally create any website only with using the HTML, but HTML is very important to learn when we talk about what do you say, when we talk about the frameworks. Let's say I'm using React or maybe Angular, right? At that particular time, inside that particular frameworks also we will be writing HTML code only, right? So that is basically your frameworks. Inside the frameworks also we will be writing HTML code. So to start with the web development, HTML is very necessary. Even though you want to learn the frameworks, like then you will ask me, like, let's say, if my HTML is not that powerful, it is not that sufficient to create a website, right? So though it is more sufficient, but it is not, you cannot say that like it is a good practice to create a website with only HTML, right? So then why we are learning this? Because we need HTML to implement any kind of framework. So when we will create this particular HTML code, at that time also you won't be able to see the exact HTML code that you have written. Though few things will remain same, but you will see few additional things over there as well. Few additional things over there as well. That includes all of these things, right? And some of the things, because when we are running this particular code onto any kind of web browser, it is manipulating with that code in that particular language. So there is, let's say, to run our HTML and JavaScript code, we have something called as V8 engine. Okay, so this V8 engine, what it does is, first of all, it converts the whole code into its own language, right? Obviously it is going to turn into zeros and one first, right? We all know that the computer knows only the language of zeros and one. Yes or no, guys? Yes, right. So this V8 engine, first of all, obviously the code is going to convert it into the binary, and then it will transform it into its own language of its what do you say, its HTML and CSS separately. Fine. So that's why there are like few other things which will be added into the code when you are going to inspect that particular code. Fine. So here, the main focus when we talk about the framework will be going to be Angular and React, right? If you have enrolled for the Angular, then Angular and React. If you guys have enrolled for the React, then React. And if you guys have enrolled for the both, then both will be covered, right? So for both of them, we will be needing the HTML, at least the basics of the HTML, the understanding of the HTML. We should at least know how to write the code in HTML. Now, I'm into the full stack. Yes, both of these particular part are under the full stack. Okay. So full stack is a vast thing. Okay, vast thing. The specifically what will be your tech stack? Let's say my tech stack is Mon stack, right? Mon stack. I'll just mention it over here. Mon stack. So this means I'm using MongoDB as my database, Express as my connectivity, Node.js as my backend, and React as my front end, right? So this is my tech stack that I am working with, right? So there can be different tech stack as well. We have Django over there, we have PHP, we have Spring Boot, right? So we have lots of different things and lots of different combinations in it, right? But main two tech stack which is mostly in demand are Mon and Mean both teaching. So in Mon and Mean, the only difference is React and Angular. Okay, React and Angular. So both of these tech stack are widely popular in the market right now. Okay, if you are into the React development, if you just complete your which is demanded, mostly React. Okay, then if we talk about some big companies, they are using Angular. Okay, they are still using Angular because they have been using Angular since a long time. So now they cannot make they cannot directly make the switch to React. Fine. Okay, now I want to create this particular website, but I need to write code somewhere, right? I need to write code somewhere. So you guys can write your HTML code inside your notepad as well. We don't need any IDE to write. IDE means integrated development environment, a place where we actually write the codes, right? So I guess in SQL also you might be writing code somewhere. We have lots of different IDEs to run this particular code. Okay, we have lots of IDEs to run this particular code. We can write it in the notepad and then run it. But why we don't do it? If I can write the code in the notepad and I can run it, then why I'm not doing it? Why I'm not doing it? I have to make my code organized a bit. Yes or no, guys? Notepad will not give me any kind of suggestion while writing the code, right? Though I'm just mentioning this because you guys need to know that to write the HTML code, we don't need any kind of IDE. We can directly do it in the notepad, right? So the IDE which we are going to use for the HTML code will be going to be our most famous, which one? VS Code. So Visual Studio Code we are going to use. So I want everybody to download the VS Code in their system. Let me just click on the download directly and download it according to your system. If you guys are using Mac, you guys can use the Mac version over here. If you guys are using Windows, you guys can use this particular version over here. Okay. Now, I want you guys to open your VS Code. So I'll just open my VS Code as well. So I guess you guys will be having the welcome screen on your end. Okay. Before moving inside it, we will create a folder. You can directly create a folder from here as well, but let's create one folder outside and then we will move to the VS Code. Okay. So I have created one folder onto my desktop as HTML. I want you guys to do the same. Wherever you want to create a folder, you just create a folder with the name HTML. Just move inside that particular folder. Okay. So now what you have to do is you just have to open a CMD over here. You guys can do it from the Windows as well. Okay. I want you to open the CMD, right? And I want you to open a VS Code in this particular folder. Okay, I want you to open this folder with the VS Code. Okay, so you can just write code and space and dot. Once you will hit enter, you guys will able to see my VS Code has been opened, right? So either you can do this or what you can do is you can first go to your VS Code, click on files, click on files. You guys can create an, what do you say? You can just go to the open folder and you guys can go to the desktop or where you have created a folder and select whatever the folder you want to open, right? And then you can just click on select folder. That folder will be opened in the VS Code. Fine. So two ways to open your folder in the VS Code. First, you navigate to that particular folder, open terminal over there and write code dot. So I guess your VS Code will be looking little different from mine, right? But I have made so many optimization in this VS Code. You guys can do that too. You guys can install the extension over here. Here you will be seeing this extension tab. Okay, you guys can just move over here, hover over here. Extension will be shown over here, or you can just press Control Shift X if you haven't changed your shortcuts. Fine. So if you'll open your extensions, here you will be getting so many themes, so many icons. So here right now I'm using this theme which says 27.7. Okay, 27.7. This is a very beautiful theme, blue color theme. Okay, I like to work with the dark mode because I code late in the night. So this is more friendly to use. Okay, it has so many color combinations. You guys can also download this. How you will downloading? You will search over here for extension 2077. Okay, you guys can just install over here and then you can just click on the set color theme. Okay, set color theme. You will also get the same theme. Fine, fine. Then you can just play around with the, what do you say, the ID, right? You can just can change the extension so that you can do it in your free time. Okay, that I'm not showing you. Okay, fine. Now I want everybody to go into this extension over here. And one thing that we will be needing it, where it is, hover over here at the side, over here at the side, here you will get the Explorer search button, or maybe this icons also will be different for you. Okay, the icons also will be different for you. I guess the second or third option will be that. Second or third option will be extension. You guys can see this extensions, right? Just press, otherwise just press Control Shift X. You will be seeing the extension. Here you will have the search window. Here you will have the search window. to run your like we can directly run our what do you say our HTML application, but the best way is to download one extension that will help you that let's say whenever we are uh, installing or whenever we are creating a HTML file, so that we don't have to again and again save and close and again open, right? So we have to go back in the folder where we have created and open it again. So instead of doing this long process, there is one extension for it. You just have to search for go live. Okay, go live. Or okay, just wait. It is not go live, it is live serve. Okay, it's live server. Okay, live server, something like this will be there. Okay, so now after installing it, you will be able to see the go live button at the end, right? Go live button at the end. Here you will be able to see it. Okay, it is enabled, it is installed, and it will work. Okay, so now our setup is done. I'll come back to the Explorer. I want everybody to click on the first option, that is your Explorer. So now here we are going to create a simple HTML file. How we will do it? Just click on this particular button, the first button which says new file. Okay, new file. So just click on that button here, give any name to your HTML file. So probably you can use index.html. You can just give it as an index or day one. So I'm using day one. Okay, now what you have to day dot, okay, day one dot, okay, fine. Now after that, how we will be saving this HTML file? So HTML file can be saved in a two extensions. Yes, .html, and what is the other one? .htm, but we don't prefer using .htm. We use .html. Just like when we save any text file, we have the extension as .txt, right? When we save any ppt, then we have extension as .pptx. Just like that, while saving the HTML file, while creating a browser file, we have the extension as .html. Okay, .html. So if you will just write day1.html or index.html, whatever you like, just write .html and just click on enter. It will create a HTML file for you. Okay, so see, search option will able to search anything over your whole project or particular file. Okay, source control, skip it as of now. Run and debug, skip it as of now, no needed. Code GPT, that is my extension that is I have downloaded. You want to customize this, you will be able to customize it from here. Okay, you will be able to customize it from here. If you will just right click on this blank space, you will be able to customize this. Okay, you will be able to keep the things that you need at a time, and you will be able to remove it. Okay, if you will just right click, you will be able to get this particular option to customize. So if I'll just remove this search, I can remove the search like this. Okay, my search is gone, you can see. Fine, so that's how you can customize your view. Okay, apart from that, from the files, just like the files we have in all kinds of what do you say are let's say the text editors or a paint application or any kind of application. Okay, the file menu does the same thing for everywhere. Okay, everywhere. Open any file, create any file, right? Create a new folder, open new folder, open recents, right? See, you can see the open recents. I have like lots of recents for Java, you can see for Selenium, you can see for YouTube and everything, like lots of things I have over here. You can just go ahead and you can create a duplicate workspace, right? You can save your workspace, add a folder to your workspace, everything you will be able to do it from here. Close the editor, close the footer, close the window, right? You will be able to do it. I just want you guys to explore a bit on this. I'll just give you the simple overview. Edit option again does the same thing for every kind of applications: undo, redo, copy, paste, all those things, right? View, here view is something important that you should know for running, for extensions. Then the appearance, editor layout, you can see, you can split, you can run two editors at the same time, you can do all of these things. Okay, word wrap, what does this word wrap do? Let's say we have a long line of code, we are not able to see it, we have to scroll right continuously. If we will just press on this word wrap, it will fit in our single screen. We don't have to scroll anywhere. Okay, we don't have to scroll anywhere. Fine. Again, after that, go, this you are not going to use. Now run, again it will run your application. Simple, that's it, nothing much. Then there is a terminal, and then there is a help. Terminal we will be using not as of now, not here Right now we are not going to use in HTML, but when we will be coming to JavaScript, at that time we will be using it. Okay, so I guess I have given a short overview for the ID, right? And clicking on this go live button will open your HTML file into your browser. Fine. So now let's say I have just created this HTML file. Let's open it with the browser. Okay, let's open it with the browser. You guys don't need to do it, but let me do it. Okay, let me do it. So I haven't written any single line of code in this. I haven't written any single line of code in this, but you can see still I can run this particular file over to my browser, right? So now let's try to write something. Let's say hello Ria, and let me just save it. One more thing, guys. One more thing. I want you to enable your autosave from here. Okay. So make sure you are enabling it, because in while creating any website, what happens is whenever you will be saving the code, then and then only you will be able to see the changes. So you guys can see like whenever we will be writing a code for web development, right? Especially for the web development, like we will be making small changes and we will be trying to see at the browser. Okay. We will try to see at the browser. Let's say I have given a little bit of extra space. I'm trying to see now it is looking good or not, right? But I'm not saving the file, so I'm not able to see the what do you say, the output. But so at that time autosave is very important. Autosave is very important, okay, for web development especially. Now you guys can see I haven't write any single line of code. I have just written the simple English, and I'm able to see that particular code, whatever I have written over here in my browser, right? But I cannot manipulate this particular thing anywhere. Like if I want to take it in the center, I cannot do it. I cannot do it. Like, do you think that I'll be able to take it in the center if I'll just give some extra space over here? Let me give this. Okay. Now I guess this is at the almost middle at my browser. Okay. It is almost at the middle of my, what do you say, the code editor. Let me go here. I'll refresh this. Do you think that like this is going anywhere? No, right? No, because this is not an HTML code. This is not an HTML code. If I write the HTML code, even though if I cannot apply the CSS to this particular thing, because this is not my HTML code. Now, for what is this HTML code? Like, I'm able to create this particular thing onto my website. But then what is HTML code? If I'm able to apply all of these things over here, but my HTML will allow me to integrate the CSS into it, right? It will allow me to create some different types of, what do you say, the components in it. Now, what is component? What is component? A small part of the website. Okay. A small part of the website. Yes, we need to use a tags. Okay. We need to use the tags. Right. We will understand what are tags and everything. Okay. Don't worry about it. I'll explain you everything in a very detailed format. Right. Now, here I can run a simple English, whatever I'll write, I will be able to see it onto my browser. But we are going to see the same thing with the HTML, right? With the HTML, so that we can manipulate it the way we like. Okay. Now let's try to create a simple HTML structure. Now, again, using a benefit of using the code ID. Okay. So here, either you guys can just if you have a boilerplate. Okay, what is boilerplate now? Okay, what is boilerplate? Boilerplate is a simple template. Okay, simple template. You can edit anything. Let's say I'm just writing my name and I want to get the sample template of something. I'll be able to integrate it in VS Code, but I'm not going to show you over here. If you want, you guys can ask for a one-on-one session, or you can just Google it from yourself. Okay, you will get it. That is very easy to add the boilerplate templates. So you can create a template for anything in your VS Code, and by writing that particular command, you will be able to get that particular template. But inbuilt template for HTML, inbuilt template for HTML, and the command for HTML will be an exclamation mark. If you will just write the exclamation mark, and hit enter, you will be able to see you have a small piece of code. You have a small piece of code with, I guess, around 11 lines. Okay, now let's try to run this. Okay, this is empty. Okay, this is empty as of now. But I'll show you one thing. Okay. Now, first, let me show you without running it. Okay, let me show you without running in. What is the data over here? Okay, file name, fine. Right. Now I'll run this once again. Okay. Change document. So here, this is happening because this particular title thingy. Okay. So now I want you guys to run your HTML file. This is a blank HTML file. This is a blank HTML file you can see over here that we have just created. So now this structure is your HTML. Okay. So now let me also do one more thing. Let me just remove all of these. Okay. I'll go back again. I'll just reload this. Okay. Again, you can see everything is gone. Now let me just show you by inspecting this. Okay. I haven't written any code, right? I haven't written any code. But still you can see over here, I have HTML tag in it, right? I have the head over here, right? I have the head over here. Yes, I haven't written anything. I have just created .html file. I have removed what I have written. Right? Still, you can see HTML code in the console, right? In the inspect elements, you can see the HTML code over here. Though HTML code does not have many components in it, but still I'm able to see HTML and head in it, right? And you can see in the CSS part as well, in the styling part as well. Here I have few things which says head none, root 16 rem with 10 pixel, right? I haven't given any of these. But still I'm able to see it, right? See, without even writing the HTML code, I'll be able to see the HTML templates over here. This is because of my V8 engine. It is converting whatever the things which is running onto my browser, into the HTML code, because it only understands the HTML. Fine. So you can see how important this particular thing is. All the frameworks, whatever you are seeing in the JS frameworks, right? The JavaScript frameworks are based on the HTML. So it is a root for learning your web development. Fine. Now, coming back to my VS code, I'm just pressing Control Z. I have this particular boilerplate code with me. Okay, the inbuilt boilerplate code with me. Let me just try to explain you each line of these. Okay, so first thing which we have is doc type HTML. This is something, I guess, in HTML5 update we got this. Okay, so doc type HTML means we are writing it just shows that this is the HTML documentation. Now, this line 1 only means that we are writing this particular document is HTML. This document will be containing the HTML code that we are specifying. You can skip this particular part as well, but it is recommended to write. Fine. Now, next part. So while creating the HTML file, three more important thing which we have is, first of all, my HTML tag. Okay. Then my head, and then my body tag. Okay, my body tag. So this is the most important thing. If you want to include, you can include footer as well. These things are the most important thing. You can exclude the footer from here. You can just this three are the most important thing for HTML. Okay, while creating one HTML file. So this HTML, inside this particular HTML tag, now what is tag? Whatever you are writing inside this particular angular braces, and completing this angular braces like this. Okay, so this is the starting and this is the ending. So whatever you will write over here are known as tags. Okay, tags. So HTML includes lots of tags. Okay, now this HTML, the starting and ending point, it will be decided by this HTML tag. Okay, so from HTML, wherever you are writing this HTML and wherever you are writing /HTML, it means that now your HTML code is ending for this particular file. Fine. So you will be enclosing all the code between these two. Okay, so HTML will be this particular two tags will be enclosing all of your HTML code. All right. Okay, so between these two HTML tags, right, the HTML opening and closing tag. So we will call this as an opening tag, and we will call this with the slash in front as a closing tag, right? So between these two tags, we will be having all our HTML code in it, right? So now talking about the another important tag, which is your head tag. Now, just like your head, okay, whatever the things your head contains, your brain, right? All the links, everything, whatever the external sources, yes, the face, obviously. So I'm just talking about the head. I'm not talking about the whole space. I'm just talking about the head tag. Head. Head contains all the memory, right? All the external connections, right? Everything. So similarly, just like that, here also we will be having all those things which is we are not going to show it onto the page. So what I mean when I say it, we are not going to show it in the page. So this white screen you are seeing over here, the white screen you are seeing over here, this is your body, and the rest of the part means the top part, this particular part is your head. Okay, is your head. So now whatever the things you want to showcase in this white space will be inside your body, and the external things will be inside your head tag. So what are the things that head tag will be containing? So over here you can see one thing, that is your title. So what is this title? Title will set the page title. Over here you will be able to change the name. Over here you will be able to change the name. Instead of this day1h.html, I can use this title tag. So I'll just show you how this is going to be. I just have to, I guess, refresh this because the live server is already open. Yes, you can see over here I have this. Over here I have this. You guys just can ignore this particular thing as of now. Okay, this is just a normal text. This is not inside my HTML body. Fine. So you can see over here I have this title. So that is the magic of my title tag. Okay. So title tag also has the opening and closing. So whatever you want to write, you can write inside your title tag. Okay. So I just say first HTML. Fine. I am saying that this is my first HTML. Okay. And let me go back. I'll just refresh this. You can see over here, it has been refreshed, right? It has been loaded over here. I have this first HTML. Fine. So whatever the name you want to give to your page, or maybe the icon over here, you can see this. Let's say you are seeing over here, the title of this particular page is technical team requirement, right? Technical team weekly requirement or something. And here you can see the Excel logo, right? You can see the Excel logo. In the Zoom as well, you can see post attendance Zoom, right? This is the title of your page. And over here, the logo you are seeing is the favicon. It is called as favicon in the web development language. Okay, this is called as favicon. Okay, just like the icon, we call it as a favicon, right? So all of these things comes under your head tag, okay. Now this is clear, right? This is clear. The title is clear, the favicon is clear. Now what is this meta and name viewport and all of these which is written over here, right? So I'll tell you, wait. See the character set, this line, the fourth line over here, you are able to see. Let me just zoom it a bit so that you guys can have a better view. Yeah. So over here, you guys can see this line, fourth line. This means that whatever the language we are writing, the language which we are using is in English. Okay. UTF-8 means once your code is been corrected to the ASCII key. See, in the keyboard, whatever the keys you are seeing over here, it has different codes. Okay, different codes. So those codes are maybe in the hexadecimal form or something like that. Okay, that you don't need to go into technicalities. It has different ASCII values. Okay, so you just have to understand that it like this. Let's say you are pressing H over here. So it has some different value at the background. Okay, it has some different value at the background. So we are understanding this H because this is English, right? But the computer does not know English. It does not know English. So it is converted into such a way that what it understands. Okay, so for the different keys in our keyboard, whatever the keys you are seeing, each has its own ASCII value. Fine. If you want to see what will be the ASCII value, so you can just go to the Google. So A to Z ASCII value. Okay, you will get the table. See, this is a numeric values. This is a numeric values. Okay. So over here, you will get the ASCII value table. So you guys can refer to this particular ASCII value table. You have the in hexadecimal as well. Okay, let me try to open this if I can. Okay, here you guys can see every value. If I'm pressing A, it is 65 in binary. Okay, it is going in the binary at the back end, and 65 in the binary. That means A. Fine. So that is how this has been working. So now, as we are using the English keyboard, we have to mention UTF-8. Okay, UTF-8. This is the code for your English language. You can again skip this particular part. Our HTML is smart enough to understand this particular thing, but it is a good practice to mention all of these things. Now, again, here I have this meta tag. Okay, so you cannot see any closing to this meta tag, right? So just now I have said that we have the closing tags for every tag, right? But I cannot see the closing for this meta tag. So there are two types of tags in HTML. There are two types of tags in HTML. One is uh, with the opening and closing tag, and another one is self-closing tag. Self-closing tag, okay, which means they don't need they don't need a closing tag along with them. Okay, so over here, if I'll just open this particular title, I need to close this title. Okay, but there are few tags which we don't need to close. One of them is a meta tag. Okay, meta tag. So now, what is meta description or metadata? Data about data. Yes, the very famous, what do you say, the definition for metadata, data about data, right? So let's say my HTML page is some data. You agree on this? Yes, it represents some data, right? So whatever I'm writing in this particular website, I can create a metadata of that particular website. Let's say I'm creating an e-commerce website, so I'll just mention some keywords which can help me rank on the YouTube, right? Because see, the main motive of any business creating their website is to rank on the YouTube, right? Whenever I'm searching the Flipkart website is coming first, right? So the main motive of creating any kind of website is to rank on the Google, right? So this metadata, the meta description, you can say, will contain the description about what is the data which is present inside your website. You guys can give the big companies or the, what do you say, when you work with the actual projects, you give this metadata to help Google crawl. Okay, now what is crawling? Crawling is something when your Google is going through your whole file line by line. Okay, it goes into the line by line. So as much relevant data you are putting into your website is been gone through by Google. Fine. Now again the another meta tag which says name viewport with device width and initial scale 1.0. What does this mean? This is a viewpoint. First of all, let me just talk about the viewpoint. Okay, what is viewpoint? Viewpoint is from where you are viewing the port. Okay, viewport is nothing but from where you are viewing this particular website. So here, by using this viewport, okay, by using this viewport, you guys can make your website responsive. Now again, what does it means by the responsive website? Responsive website means with the change of the screen size, I'll be able to fit my content accordingly. So let me just give you one example of the same thing. I'll just go over here, Flipkart. Now this is my website. Just look carefully how this is looking. Okay, how this is looking. I have this big header over here. I have big header over here with the 3 buttons. I have this particular images over here for everything. And I have something like this, looking like this web page, right? Now let me just inspect it. Now let me just inspect it. Okay, now after inspecting, I can see still it is looking almost similar. The only difference is my what do you say, this particular thing is little smaller. The fonts are little smaller, right? So you can see that if I'm looking this in a tablet, if I'm looking this in a tab, this is going to look something like this. Yes or no? Yes or no? Now let me just change the device. Okay, let me just change the device. Let me just go for the iPhone SE. Okay, iPhone SE. You can see the change in the website. Can you see the change in the website? Here the search bar is gone, right? The menu, the long menu, the list of menu is now over here in this particular button, right? The long list of what do you say, the categories is now sorted into 3 only, right? Whatever the things I was seeing in the box, now it's in the vertical, right? The interface has been changed completely. You can see the products and everything is still same, but the view is changed for my whole website. So when I'm changing my size of the screen, so if you want to see it like this also, you can see, I'll just make it to the responsive. You can see now the changes will started. Okay, changes will start. See, slowly, slowly things are getting reduced. Things are getting small. See, the view is changed. At this particular part, at 703, no, before 703, it is getting changed. See, from 780, 750, I guess. See, now it is changing. Now it is changing. See, at this particular point, I'm able to figure out from what size the view is getting completely changed, right? It is converting into the mobile view, right? Yes or no? So this is responsiveness of my website. According to the screen size, my website is existing its content, right? So that is my responsiveness. Now, to create this particular responsiveness, we can use the viewpoint, okay? Viewpoint. So right now, what we are saying this, width is equal to width of the device. Initial scale is 1.0, right? So right now, the both of this particular term is from CSS. And again, if you want to skip this particular part, you can skip both of these lines. It is not going to impact your website much. All right. But still, it is recommended to write. If you want to skip, you can skip it. All right. Now, what are the other things that we will be including inside our head is, so let's say when we are connecting our JavaScript, whenever we are connecting our CSS, right? Those connections we will be making inside our head. Clear? So now coming to the body. Now, whatever you want, you will be writing inside this particular body tag. Okay. So again, body tag has opening and closing div. Okay. Sorry, opening and closing tag. Okay. So from here, the body will start, and from here, the body will end. Again, you can keep any content inside this, whatever you want to write. So let's say, hello world. Hello world, and let me just show it again. So this will look exactly like what we were writing without the what do you say, the HTML tags. This is looking exactly like how we were writing the without HTML tags. But now we will be able to style it, or we can arrange it according to our needs, right? We can use CSS on top of it, we can use JavaScript on top of it, right? So that's why we are creating this HTML structure. Now, moving ahead, first of all, let me also give you a little bit basic theory knowledge. Okay, first of all, it is very important to know the full form of HTML, because anyways, nobody is going to ask you, but still, it is good to have a understanding of it. Okay, hypertext markup language. So it is a markup language. Markup language allows you to create a structure onto your web page. Okay, apart from that, HTML consists series of tags, right, and elements. What is the difference between element and tag is? So let's say whatever you are writing between this are your tags. But whatever the content you are writing between these particular tags is your element. It is considered as a whole element. Okay, it is considered as a whole element. Now, some of the famous or the most used tags which we have in HTML, first of all, is the heading tag. Okay, now, let's start with the basics of elements. Okay, basics tags. Okay, so first of all, the very famous which we have is H1. H1. Now, H1 has the whole series of tags. The heading tag, okay, the heading tag, the very famous, the way when we want to give any headings. So let's say if you see this particular website, we can see that there are like some things which is more bold, right? You can see this is having the more width, font width, right? The weight is little more. Then here you can see this is bold, right? Here you can see this is in the what do you say, this in a heading format, right? Has a more weight than the other fonts, right? So this all just to give the heading to the page, we use this heading text. So if we have the series of heading tags starting from H1 to H6, the only difference between this uh heading tags from H1 to H6 is the size. Okay, so let's say this is my heading. Okay, this is my heading. Then let me also, Okay, this laptop does not have this feature. So you can press control and create a multiple cursors. Okay, so to remove the things from the together. So I want to remove this one, I can do it like this. Now, okay, now let's see what is the difference over here. Okay, what is the difference from H1 to H6 tag? You can see, can you see guys? Can you see? So one thing that you need to notice over here is all your H tags are in bold. Yes or no, guys? All your H tag are in your bold, right? Right. So here we can, the only difference between these is the size. So if you want to see what will be the size of each of these, then I can show you over here. I'll just inspect it once again. See, though you don't need to remember any of these, okay? You don't need to remember any of these. You don't need to remember the size and everything. See, you can see the font family is Arial. Here you can change the font as well, okay? But not able to get the other option. Fine. It's okay. Fine. So let me just show you about the H1. You guys can see over here it is giving me H1. Now here you can see H2 font size, right? This one. Then if I'll just move again, why this is not getting changed? Okay, here you guys can see it is just changing my font size. All right. So everything will remain same. Everything will remain same. You guys can change it according to your user need. Fine. Now this is one tag. This is one tag which is most widely used. Now I'll just close this. So let's say this was heading. Now we want to write a paragraph. So to write a paragraph, we have p tag. Okay, p tag, simply p. P tag. Again, p tag is not self-closing tag. We have to give starting and ending to the p tag. Okay, whatever I'll be writing over here will consider as a paragraph. Now you will be saying that, let's say I can directly write the data, which is in a normal terms. I'll be able to write a let's say I'm writing anything outside this H6 or p tag. Let's say this is my outside. Okay, this is my outside. So this is my outside is coming like this, right? This is coming like this. So I'll be able to write the data. So this is the data inside my HTML or body tag only, right? It is inside my body tag only. Then why I'll be writing this in the paragraph tag? Why I'll be writing this in the paragraph tag? So let's try to find out the difference. Okay, let's try to find out the difference. P tag. I'll go back. Can you see any difference in both of these? To style, yes, to style, that is the one thing. But again, when we talk about the crawling the website, right? Crawling the website over to my Google, these tags are really important. So the Google should know what are the things you are implementing to create a website, right? To create a website, that is more important. That is more important. Fine. So you guys can see here everything, the font size, color, everything is yes for clarity, to arranging the website better in a better format, right? So we have different types of tag. Now one more thing, if I'll just inspect it, I'll just inspect this. Let me get this tool. Now you can see I'm not able to select this, the data which I have written over here. I'm able to select this. I'm able to select this, but I'm not able to get this. So, this is one reason. See, over here I have for all of these, whatever I have written, whatever I have written, H1, H6 is coming, but this is coming just in the double inverted comma, right? This is just coming in the double inverted comma. So I don't have any, what do you say, this padding or margin. Now, what is this padding and margin? Ma'am, what you are talking about? We don't know HTML now. We are talking about padding and margin. So what is this padding and margin? See, the orange color that you are seeing, the space, You guys can see the space between all of these, right? You can see the space between all of these, right? That is your margin. And what is padding? So let's say in a one container, the space between two things in the same container is your padding. Okay. The external space, the space outside that particular container is your margin, and the space inside that particular container is your padding. Okay. So you guys can see over here. This is the space outside, and there is no padding because we haven't created a container over here. You can see this is my actual text and this is my margin to that particular text. Fine. Fine. So you can see for this particular thing, I don't have anything. I just have the text. That's it. You can see over here in the CSS part, you can see over here in the CSS part, this says everything. This shows everything. See, this is my actual content, this is my padding, and this is my margin. So this particular, the space between the P tag and the H1 tag is given by the P tag and H1 tag itself. Okay. So what do I mean by that? Let's say I'll just press enter over here. Okay, this is okay. Where is my line? I have written this in the second line, right? Okay, this is my second line. Did I get my second line? Now tell me, this particular data, this is my outside. Okay, this is my second line. I have written this in the second line, but do you see that this is coming in my second line? No, right? No. Though I have given a second line, it is not coming into my second line. So this is the reason why we need different tags over here. Okay. Why we need a different tags over here. Clear? So if I'll just create another P tag, okay. Now you are able to see the two different P tags in the different lines. Yes. So now the P tag is clear, I guess. The paragraph tag is clear. Whatever you want to write, you can write it in the paragraph tag. Let me write to, I guess in this laptop, I'm not sure this will work or not. Okay, I have just created a 200 words of paragraph over here. Okay, just to show you that we can have a paragraph like this. See, a paragraph like this. So this paragraph also ensures that, let's say, you can see the paragraph is ending somewhere that is getting again, right? It is not coming in the, what do you say, the scroll bar manner. You guys can see. So this you will be only able to do it in the VS Code. Okay, this you will be only able to do it in the VS Code. Let me show you once again. So I'll just remove all of the data from this. You just write lorem, LOREM, and if you will just press enter, it will generate around 150 words. If you want more number of words, maybe 200, 300, 500, or 1000 words, it will generate 1000 random words. Okay. So let's say 100 I'm giving over here. It is creating a 100 line paragraph, 100 words paragraph. Fine. This paragraph does not mean anything. This does not mean anything. This is just a random words. Okay. This is the random words that I'm adding. See over here, you guys can see. So see, one more thing. It is not writing everything in the same line. It is not writing everything in the same line. This is in a well formatted manner. It is taking the width of your device. So if I'll just show you this in the smaller screen, you guys can see it is not giving me the scroll bar at the bottom, right? Otherwise, it should give me the right size scroll bar, right? So this is also another advantage of using the paragraph tag. It will take the width of your device, whatever the device you are in, it will take that much width. Fine. Okay. Now moving ahead. So just like the P tag, in the same category, we have one more tag, that is your span. Okay, span tag. So this is also used to write the data. Also used to write the text. Okay. So let's say this is my span. Okay. Now I'll create one more span. Okay, just to show you guys. I'll create one more span. Okay. I have two spans over here. Let me just go over here. Can you see this is in the new line? No, right? No. This is coming in the same line. This is coming in the same line. So what is the difference between P tag and span tag? Now let me also compare it with the p tag. Okay. I just create a p tag over here. Okay. I'll create one more p tag over here with the same data. Okay. Now I have two spend tag over here. It is changing line in p tag. So why this is happening, I'll show you. So again, if I'll just inspect, if we write in a different line, spend tag will give in the same line. Yes, the spend tag will give in the same line. Why this is happening is, see, as a p tag, can you see this blue color? So how much space it is taking? How much space it is taking, the blue color line? Full line, full width, right? Full width of my screen, entire line, yes, all line. But if I'll just show it in the spend tag, can you see? Can you see over here? The only text part, right? Only text part. It does not have any padding, any margin, right? Any the space occupied by just the text, right? So it will only take the required space. So whenever you don't want to take up the full space of my web page, at that time you use the spend tag. Clear? Division. Okay. Br HR tag. Okay, HR tag. Button. Okay. Okay, now, what I have done over here? What I have done over here? How come this is in blue color? How to come this is in blue color? So this is called as comment. Okay, this is called as comment. So we have wrote this particular code over here, but this particular code won't be executed with it won't be executed in my web page. So this particular code will be ignored. Okay, this particular code will be ignored. To ignore any of your code, let's say I want to give the heading over here for just for my sake of my understanding. Okay, sake of my understanding that this paragraph tag over here. So let's say from here we are about p tag. Okay. So now I don't want to include this particular thing in my web page. This is just for my understanding, right? So what I can do is I can just press control and slash, okay, control and slash. It will create a comment. Okay, it will create a comment. Or what you can do is you guys can just open the angular bracket, exclamation mark, and two minus signs. Okay, same for the ending. Okay, so you guys can write any lines of whatever you want to write. It will get ignored. Okay, it will not get executed in your web page. Clear, everyone? So main use of this comment is, let's say we are working on a so many what do you say, the so many people on the same project. Okay, so let's say I have started creating this particular website. I have created the navigation bar. Now someone else comes, he or she should know now from this particular part the navigation bar is ending, right? From this particular part the navigation bar is starting, right? So to mention all of these kind of stuff or something which is for our reference, we you make use of this comment. Okay, now coming back to div. So what is this div? What is this div short form of? A division, right? Not about the mathematics division. A division means a partition. Okay, a partition. You can say that in a term, a simpler term, as a container. Okay, this is your container. This is again your container. In this container, you can add so many elements, and you can style your elements according to your need. Okay, so let's say again I'm writing over here, this is my div tag used as container to keep so many elements in it. Fine, 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 fine. So this is my division tag. Let's just check the difference on the division tag. So see, again in my division tag also, I cannot see any what do you say, this margin padding or anything like that. No, right? No. So this is just the division. This is just creating a separation between other tags and this own tag. Okay, you guys can add numbers of element between this, and you can style it accordingly. So when we will be creating the division tag, we will be using this particular tag in your website creation a lot, because styling a div tag is the most easiest thing. Okay, styling the div tag is the most easiest thing, because it can create a so many things inside it. We will be creating a div tag inside a div tag, right, to style a different things in it. So if I'll just show you the example of a div tag, okay, if I'll just show you the example of a div tag, again, coming back to the flipkart.com. Okay, one more thing, guys. I haven't explored this website. Okay, I haven't explored this website. I'm just talking with my experience. Okay, I'm just talking with my experience. Now, if I'll just take the example of this thing. Okay, I'll just take the example of this thing. Can you guys see div over here? Let me wrap this div. Okay, let me wrap this div. Now this is my one div. This is my one div, right? I'm opening this particular div. This div has one more div. Yes or no? Yes. This has another one more div. One. This is one div. This has one more div. This has one more div. If I'll just open this has so many at a tags. Okay, this has so many a tags. Now instead of this a tag, I can again use the div. Now again, here I have one div. Here I have one div. Just to make this partition. Just to make this partition. Now coming down. Let me just open this. I guess this is carousel, so this will just have the image. But see, again, this div has one more div. Again, this has one more div. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? If I'll just open this, it will have div inside div inside div. Okay. Just to style a separate piece of this particular website, we create so many divs inside divs just to style it in a different way. So let's say this particular div, if I talk about this particular div, the top div, okay, which contains all the categories. Over there, in the first div, I'm just saying that the background is white. Okay, I'm just saying that the background is white. In the another div, I'm just saying that make this particular list or the anchor tags in a horizontal format, right? I'm just saying that in a horizontal format, right? So all these things, the managing all the website you will be creating using div tag. So this is the importance of writing the div tag. So you will be using a lot of this div tag in your day-to-day life. Now, what was the next thing? Break line. Break line. Okay. Break line. So break line tag will allow you to change the line. So in the spam tag, we didn't have the next line, right? We didn't have the next line. So BR tag I can use. So again, the break line tag, the BR tag, the break line tag is is a self tag, okay, is a self closing tag. So it does not need a closing tag for it. Okay, it does not need a closing tag for it. So if I'll just show you over here, now you can see the spend tag has a new line. Spend tag has a new line. But one more thing, you can see there is no gap between these two spend tag, right? Right? Now coming to the HR tag. What is this HR tag? Let's say I just use it over here. Then I'll tell you. Again, the HR tag is a self-closing tag. I'll come back. Can you see this line? Can you see this beautiful line over here? BR tag, please. BR tag creates a break line. Okay. BR tag stands for break line. Break line. So here you can see I'm breaking the line. I'm breaking the line. Earlier, without the BR tag, my span was looking something like this. My span was looking something like this. My span was looking something like this. But after the use of my BR tag, you guys will see my span has a new line in it. Okay. So now horizontal line, HR tag, HR tag. What does this HR tag do? We'll create a horizontal line. Here you can see the horizontal line which we have. Fine, fine. Now coming to a button. Okay, button we will do it later. But we have few tags which will help you change the font style, which will help you change the font style. Now we have few tags with us which can change the font style. Okay, in the HTML without using CSS. What are those? We have few things which is B tag. Okay, here I'm just saying the B tag. B tag is not self-closing. So you have to, let's say I'm not taking the whole part. I'm just taking one word. Okay, so that you can see the difference. B tag, which means bold. Okay, B means bold. Now, here I have italic tag. That is my I tag. Okay, in the I tag itself, I'm keeping only one word over here. Okay, so that you guys can see. One more which we have is now. Now here you guys can see the U tag will give you the underline. U tag will give you the underline. EMP will emphasize the tags. Again, it is something like your what do you say, the bold tag. Let me just show you the EMP tag as well. So we have lots of tag like this. Okay, we have lots of tag like this. We have the strong tag as well. Okay, we have a strong tag with us now. Again, this is also giving us the bold. Okay, this is also giving us the bold. So why we use the heading tag, not the bold tag directly to make a heading is because of the font size. Okay, because of the font size. And again, the crawling part of the Google. So Google will understand that this is my heading, right? This is my heading. This means this is getting more weightage over there. Okay. So whenever we are writing any blog, if you guys are little aware about the SEO, okay, SEO. So what is happening over there? The heading plays an important role, right? The crucial role over there. So to make emphasize or to tell the Google that this is my important data, right? So we write a heading tag. Fine. The heading impacts your SEO. Okay. Heading impacts your SEO. That's why we give it in the heading tag itself. Fine. I hope we have covered most of the basic tags. Let's talk about the button now. Let's talk about the button. Let's learn how to create a button. Okay, guys. Let's learn how to create a button. So let's say I'm creating this button. Let's say click me. Fine. So in the button tag again, whatever you will be writing between this button tag, you will be getting inside the button. Okay. You will be getting inside the button. Now let's see what kind of button we are getting over here. Let me do one thing. Let me just move this particular div tag somewhere. Maybe after this particular button, because this is, and let me get my h tag HR tag over here. Okay, so now here you guys can see this button. Here you guys can see this button. You guys can see automatically if I'm hovering, there is something happening, right? Something happening. Now this is fine. Okay, can you guys see this has created me a small button over here? Yes, yes. So this is how we can create a button. Now tell me a few things that you can see in any of the website. Okay, despite of the text and images. Let me get this phone image. Let me get this phone image for you guys. Uh, mhm. So you guys can use any of the image whatever you have in your mark tag. So we are just covering the important tag that you will be using mostly while creating your websites. Okay. So I am just going inside the folder where I have created. So I'll be storing. Okay, this is my webpack file. No, I want some JPG file. Anything you can take, guys. You can take anything. Okay, whatever the image you have. I don't have any such images in my system, so I'm taking something from here. JPG, JPEG, anything will work. Again, this is the IF file. Okay, this is fine. Okay, this is fine. Okay, I'm just saving one image in the same folder where my application is. Now let's learn about the image tag. Okay, so before moving to the image tag, when we talk about the tags, okay, there are again two types of tag. Some tag which has some properties, some tag which does not have any kind of property. So whatever the tag we have covered till now, right, does not have any kind of properties except this button tag. Okay, except this button tag. But As of now, you don't need to give any kind of properties to this button tag. But what now this we talk about this when we talk about this properties, what do I mean by the properties? What do I mean by the properties? So let's say when I want to enter the image over here, right? Let's say I want to enter the image over here. You guys can see this options between this. Yes. So inside this, whatever we are writing inside this, let's say this src, the alt. What is this src? Src means source. Okay. What is the source of the image? Let's say if my source is incorrect, then what will be the alternate of that particular image? So let's say right now I'll just give the source over here. So source is the same folder. So to access in the same folder, you can just write dot slash and you will be able to access the folder. Let's say it is inside in your another folder, let's say in the same folder, but there is one folder and inside that particular folder I have image. So in that case, I'll just say dot backslash. It will take me to the folder above that. Okay, it will take me the folder above that. Let's say uh here somewhere in my desktop in any other folder I have my this let's say my image. Okay, my image is stored, so I can use dot backslash to move back. Okay, I can move back. So if I'll just say dot backslash, I can move into that particular folder, any of the file I can select. So let's say I can select image. Okay, I can select image. So let's try to see what we are getting inside the output. Right, let's say my image is not available. Let's say I have given the wrong path for my image. In that case, let's see what we are getting. In that case, what we are getting, we are not getting anything, right? We are not getting anything. But let's say here, let's say I'm saying that I have image here. Now let's see. Now what you are seeing, guys? What you are seeing, guys? Have you guys seen this icon anywhere whenever you are loading some website? Yes or no, guys? Have you encountered with this particular icon anytime? Yes, yes, this means the image is not available at this particular moment. Broken image, yes, this is the icon for the broken image. This means, let's say your images is coming from the database, okay, and in your internet is very slow. So in that particular case, we get this particular alternate text. Okay, we get this alternate text. Now again, why we need to give the alternate text? Let's say because of some reason the image is not able to get loaded, and that image contains some data. That image contains some data which is important, right? That data we can add into the alt tag. Now again, if I'm giving my alt tag and I'm giving the description about the image in the alt tag, again the Google will able to read that particular data from alt tag. Yes or no, guys? If I'm writing a data inside my alt tag, my Google will be able to understand. Yes. So what is happening over here is so when I'm giving the description for my data inside my alt tag, at that particular moment, the Google is able to understand what kind of image I'm adding to my website. Fine. So whenever we have a not working link of the image, we will be getting the whatever which is written in the alt tag. Fine. So now I have the image back here. Okay, map. I'm opening the map over here. Let's say, okay. So let me get Intellipaat over here. I have this Intellipaat location with me. Okay. Let's say I want to add this particular location onto my website. I want to add this particular location to my website. So here, let me just click on this share button. Here you can see this option for embed map. Now you guys just have to copy this. So when we talk about the map, we don't add the image of the map. We add actual map over there. Okay. So you guys just have to copy this. And if you will just paste it over here, you guys will be able to see this. Okay, you guys will be able to see this. Okay, so image tag also take the height and width. Okay, you guys can just add this height and width to your image to get the size done. Okay, so now you guys let's see the data output. Okay, I have embedded the map. Yes, and I can see over here, see, I have this Intellipaat's location over here and everything, the whole map. Okay, I can use every map feature over here. Fine. Clear? Okay, so we have embedded the map. What about the videos? What about the videos now? Let's also talk about the videos. Yes. Let me go to the youtube.com. Let me get this one. So again, for getting the videos as well, you just have to click on this share. You just have to click on this share. Now, again, here also you will go to the embed. Okay, you will go to the embed. You will get the code over here. You will copy this particular code. And paste it where you want to add your video. Okay, so when we talk about the video, we have lots of what you say this options over here. Okay, so here you can see the properties. Okay, these properties are known as attributes. Okay, these properties are known as your attributes. Now what is this attributes is how your particular tag is going to work with. Okay, so you can see the properties over here is a source and alternate tag, right? The alt means alternate. Here in the iframe we have the source. Again, the width and height is their property, right? Their attributes. Style, we have, if you want to give the border, you can give. If you want to allow the full screen, you can allow. Loading, lazy means it will take a little time to load. Fine. Reference policy you can leave as of now. Now again, in the videos as well, here you can see over here we have lots of things. Allow autoplay, right? Encrypted media, that is not something which we need. Picture in picture mode, right? Picture in picture mode is available. Allow full screen is available, right? Allow autoplay is available. So autoplay, it will like if I'll just allow autoplay, it will play whenever your website is getting loaded. Okay, it will play whenever your website is getting loaded. So if you want to keep your video on mute, if you want to keep your volume muted, everything you can manage while editing your video. Why we create iframe? We create a different frames for different types of content. Okay, so let me just show you a beautiful example for the iframe. HDFC net banking, I guess this has the iframe. Okay, this whole website is wrapped in iframe. Okay, now we are talking about the iframes, right? We are talking about the iframes. So iframe. So here you guys will able to see. Can you see this frame over here? Not the iframe, not the iframe, frame. Okay, I'm just talking about the frame. So you can see that this particular data is distributed in the different frames. This particular data is divided into different frames over here. Okay, so this is how you can create the frames also. Okay, this is how you can create the frames also. Frame also works just like the div, but over here you have to create the frame set. Fine.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.
Implement the division, right? The div tag. Then we have seen how to embed the image as well as video and your Google map to your particular web page, right? So if you want to embed any video or any Google map, okay, so what you have to do is just give me a second. I'll just hide this particular control from here. And over here, let me just go with the map. You can open the map, whatever the location you want to embed. Okay, whatever the location you want to embed, just search for that particular location. So let's say Intellipaat. So here you can see I have this particular location with me. Now here on the left hand side, you can see this share button, everyone. Everyone is able to see this share button? Yes, we will click on that share button. Then we will click on this embed a map. Okay, embed a map. Then we will copy this HTML and then we will paste this particular HTML to get something like this. To get something like this. Something like this. Okay, something like this. Now, if we talk about the video, again, go to your youtube.com. youtube.com, search for any video. Intellipaat, let's say. Now you can take any video from here. Let me just get this one. Sure, sure, sure. Now just click on the share button over here. You can see this share button. After that, just click on embed. Again, copy the HTML. Sorry. Again, click on embed, copy this particular HTML from here, and then you can just paste this inside your HTML document, right? And then you will be able to get a video output something like this. Okay. Now, div tag, if we talk about the div tag is nothing but just the division tag, okay, just to keep a partition between all of the tags. We use div tag to style in a better format, all right? So, so that we can style all the combined tags. So in the div tag, we don't usually put the text and all those things. We put different elements. So let's say my div tag can contain a p tag, my div tag can contain a spend tag, and so on, right? So just this is used just to make a styling easy. Okay, fine. I hope div tag is clear. Pariksha, div tag is clear. Yeah, fine. So now let me just show you what we are going to do today. So see, this is one simple form, right? This is one simple form. So I have tried to include most of the things, okay, most of the important fields and that we can see over here. The input, text input, email input, password input, number input, date, time, checkbox, radio button, file input, text area, and submit button. Particular form. After the form, we are going to create a table. And then we will also see how to link two pages in HTML. Okay. Maybe some other website, if you want to open that, we can also do. We can link to internal web, different pages as well. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. So let's say again, I'm going to the flipkart.com. Yes, the link tag. Now, when I'm clicking on this electronics and when I'm clicking on mobile, my page is getting changed, but still I'm on the flipkart.com, right? The data as of now is not going anywhere. Hitesh, the data as of now is not going anywhere that you will cover in the backend. Right now, we are just focused about the front end part, okay? That is your pure HTML. Data will not go anywhere. Data will not be saved anywhere, okay? So, you can see I was on login page. When I clicked on mobiles, I got redirected to this particular page, but this page is also flipkart.com. Yes or no? If I click anywhere over here, and if I, let's say, I'll just go to the clothings, this website is still the flipkart.com, yes or no? Yes. So we will see how to interlink the two web pages in HTML. So I focus on creating this particular part. Move to your VS Code. That now let me just create a file over here with the name day2.html. Fine. Now I guess everybody knows how to get the boilerplate. How we will be getting the boilerplate, the sample code for the HTML, the starting code for the HTML, guys. Exclamation. Very good. Very good. So I'll just write the exclamation, enter, and you will get this particular code over here. Okay. So now I hope everybody is done till here. Yes. So now if we talk about the form tag, okay, form. So form elements, like all the things which comes under the form, will be covered inside your form. Okay. Now you can see when I have created this particular form tag, I got action already right over here. I got action already. Now, what is this action? So let's say I want to perform any kind of action on this particular form, on submit of this particular form, or on click of this particular form. And that all those things you can add into this action, but as of now we are not focusing on the JavaScript, so I'm just skipping that particular part. Okay, now apart from that, what else you guys can give over here? You can give IDs, you can give classes, but that also we will talk when we are covering with our CSS. Okay, because as of now you don't need any IDs or classes over here. Okay, so inside the form, whatever the things you are seeing over here, comes under your except this particular input submit button. Okay, except this particular submit button, everything you can see over here is your input tag. Okay, input tag. So here we have a different types of input. Okay, different types of input. So first input that you can see over here is a text input, right? It's a text input. So you can in the type you can put anything over there. In email you can say it is a email input. So what is the difference between normal input and email input? It will automatically check whether you have added at the rate or not, right? Whether you have add .com or not, right? uh, Email. So now what is the difference between normal text input and the email input? So email input will allow you to check for at the rate. We will make form in HTML and will link it via DB via backend language. No, we are not going to do it as of now. So right now we are just going to create the front end. The data is not going anywhere. The data is not getting stored anywhere. Okay, we are just focusing on the front end, like how to create this particular structure over here. You can see the boxes over here, something, the different types of what you say, the input fields over here, radio, checkbox, time, right? So have to upload a file and all of these things that we are going to cover over here. Okay, fine. So now I was talking about email address. So normal text and email address, the difference is email address, if you will directly put that I want to add an email address, it will allow you to check for @.com and all those stuff. Okay, so that is the difference between normal text and email address. Now password. Now can anyone suggest what can be the difference between normal input tags and the password field? Password field, guys, come on. It will be hidden password. Yes, it will be hidden password over here. You can see the dots. Whatever I'm writing over here, you are not able to see it. You are not able to see it. Now, number input, it will only allow you to add normal text number. So right now we just have a body. The brain is not there. The brain is not there. Yes. Yes, HTML is just for the view. Exactly. Now, now Now, number field, you will only be allowed to add the numbers over here. Okay, you will only be allowed to add the numbers over here. Let's say I have added 10 over here. I'll be able to increase, decrease it. Okay, so that is my number input. Now, date input, you will be able to select the date. Okay, you will be able to select the date. Fine. Time, you will be able to select the time. Very common, right? Checkbox, you will be able to check this particular boxes. You can check as many checkbox you want at a time. All right, now radio button, you will only be allowed to check one, right? That is radio button. So why these fields are used? So let's say checkbox, let's say you want to enroll for some external features, right? So at that time, let's say I'm ordering from the subway. Okay, let's say I'm ordering from the subway. Over there, I have lots of options for the vegetables, right? So either I can check all the vegetables, right? Or maybe the sauces, right? Whatever they offer over there. Or I can skip few things which I don't like. Let's say, for example, I don't like olives. Okay. So I can uncheck the olives box over there. Right. So where you have an option, but you don't have a constraint to select, like you can only select one, something like that. In that particular case, you can use checkbox. Now radio button. Now, can you guys think of any example where we can use a radio button? The round button, gender, exactly. Gender, very good example. So in gender, you cannot be male and female both, right? Or maybe other, right? You cannot be male, female, or other at the same time. Either you can be male, either you can be female, or you can be other, right? So when we have a or, okay, at that time we have to select any one of it. So at that time, I'll be using the radio button. Now, file input. Let's say I want to upload my resume over to some job portal, right? I need to upload a file. So at that time, I can just click on this choose file option. It will redirected me to the documents, whatever I want to upload, I can upload it, right? I can upload it. Now text area. Let's say you want to add your address. Yes, very good, address. So you will be able to add the address. Now, text area does not have a defined, what you say, the area. Okay. Radio buttons for the gender. Yeah, this one. The radio buttons are for the gender. Let's say if you want to select for a male, female, or other, you cannot be all these three things at the same time, right? So you need to select only one over there, where you have to select only one. At the time we use the radio button. Now, text area. You can see the text area does not have a defined space. It increases and decreases according to what you have set, right? What you have set and how many lines you want to show in a one text area. Everything depends on you. Okay. So now, I hope this particular thing is clear, everyone. Like what we are going to do actually. Coding. Let's start coding our form. So, as I've mentioned that all these things will be under my input field, right? All of the things where you are taking the input will be inside my input field. So whether it will be the search box or anything, okay, where you are giving the input will be your input field. Clear? Now let's start with the text. Okay. So when we are writing this particular text, you can see on left hand side I have all the text, and on the right hand side I have this field to enter the data, right? So whatever the text over here in the form which we have is known as label. Okay, label. So this is the label for that particular input field, right? So we will create one label tag. Label, again, it will directly give you the 4. Okay, so if you want to like give this 4, you can give it, but you can skip this as well. Whatever you will write between this label tag will be displayed over here. Okay, so 4 is not that important. The 4 we use mostly in the Angular. Okay, not in React or not in HTML. Okay, that is not required over here. So here I'll just what do you say, I can just write anything whatever I want to write over here. Let's say text input. So I'm trying to create the same kind of thing. Okay. So now I had the input field over there, right? So to create a input field, we have a tag called input, right? So input over here, you will get the type, name, and ID. Okay. So I'll remove this ID because as of now, I don't need this particular ID. Now name and a text. Name, text, and one more thing that you need to know when we deal with the forms, that is value. So you can select, you can, what do you say, whatever the value the user is typing, you can just pass that particular value over here. This is the important concept when we are connecting a logic or a backend to this particular thing. Okay. Not in the front end, but in the backend when you want to add it. Now, one more thing which we have is placeholder. Now, what is this placeholder? Let's say I want to write something. I want to write something like already over here. I need something written over here. Okay, in that particular case I'll be using the placeholder. So what here, let's say we say enter text, enter text over here. Okay, now after that one more thing which we have, like we have lots of things in the input tag. Okay, but I'm just mentioning the few of the important ones. So here again, we have one thing which is called required. Okay, required. So what this will do, if you have seen that star, have you guys seen the star, for the compulsory field? Yes. So this will make sure that the user is not submitting before filling out those particular details. So that's why we can just make it directly as a required. So these are some inbuilt properties of my input tag. Okay. So in the input tag, let me just run this particular thing as well so that you guys can have a look like what we are doing actually. So you can see over here, this particular thing is written. So if I'll start writing, it will go. Okay. It will go. Mandatory field. Mandatory field is something which you need to fill it before submitting the, what do you say, the form, right? So those are your mandatory field. So required makes it as a mandatory field. Fine, Ayush? Fine. All right. Now, as I'm not using any kind of CSS, I need to change the line. So I'm using break line over here. If you guys want to skip this, you can skip this as well. But then the formatting will be like very messy. Okay. So now, after the text input, what I had was email, I guess. Let me just check. Email, right? So let's just get a label for the email. And here I'll just say email. And in the input, I'll just copy this particular part. I'll just copy this particular part, guys. And instead of this type is equal to text, I'm writing over here email. Fine. I'm writing over here as a email. Now again, I'll copy this DR. After that, we have password. So again, I'll be pasting the same thing. Sorry. Password, and inside the type, we will just change it to password. Fine. Fine, everyone. So till here, we are just changing the type. Okay. We are changing the types. Now, after password, I have number. So I'll also give the BR over here. And let me copy this. I'll just say number. Here we will have number. Okay. Fine, everyone. Any issues still here? We are not doing any complex stuff over here, right? Some pretty easy things we are doing till now. Sure.
Like yeah,
Sure. The code you are getting over here, the text you are getting over here, that is enter text, right? So that
yes
is your
ma'am, yes.
placeholder. The already return value, once you will start typing, that placeholder
Mm,
will go. Okay. So now
okay.
value is something, let's say you are typing something over here. Now this you have to pass it to backend as well, right? Yes. So though that is your value. We can store that in a value. So I have just covered that particular thing here because we are just talking about the form, right? So when
Mhm.
we talk about the form, definitely we are going to send the values to the backend, right?
Yes.
So at that particular moment, we will be needing this value. Now, name is nothing, is just like you can just give any name to your elements. Okay, you can use the name for anything. So now here, if you want to give name, you can give name. You can skip giving name as well. You can skip giving IDs as well. So it's just the extra field. That's it. It does not have any significance as of now. It's just used to identify it. Okay. This one you are saying the form.
Yes, ma'am.
So this action is nothing but you can remove this particular action as well. Okay. So let's say when you are performing some action over the form, right? Let's say you are writing onto the form. At that time, what we let's say there are some functions that you need to call, right? Let's say when I'm typing the data, I want to save that data at the same time, right? In the backend, I'm talking about the backend or in the logic. Okay. So
Okay, ma'am.
those actions or those functions which we are going to call over there, that we can add over there. So here also you can also use on submit, on click, and there are like lots of things over here you can see, on focus, on input, on load, right? So right now we are not going on to those things, but these are something which is your properties for your form. Okay. What is required doing here, ma'am? Will it show a red mark for a particular field, or do we need to code it later? No, it will not show you the red mark, but it will not allow you to submit it before adding that particular field. So see, if I'll just show you, I'll show you this particular thing. If I'll just try to submit, you can see this yellow pop up over here. Please fill out this field. Hima, can you see this? Yes. So this is what your required field is doing. If you don't have required, it will not be here. Okay. Name is optional. Yes, name is optional. What is required doing will it show? Okay, okay, fine. I have covered. Okay. Is there any issues I'm missing out over here, guys? Is there anyone is having any issues that I'm missing out over here? How to set number of characters which can be entered in the text field? That you can give the limit over there. Okay. There is something called as limit. You can give the limit over there. Okay. There you can add the range. Yes, we have can we see any default values in HTML for this? What kind of default values you're talking about? Emma, can you please tell me? It's like, can we default date, today's date? Yes, we can do it. We can do it. We can do it. Okay. We can do it. But again, for that also, you need to first fetch the date of today's, right? You first have to fetch the today's date. So that again is coming from your logic part. Okay. That again coming from your logic part. These type value are predefined values like email, password. Didn't get you, dear. Didn't get you what? But ma'am, we can directly give the value in the value attribute to the field, right? Yes, but I'm talking about the today's date. She asked me for the today's date. For that, I need to fetch the today's date first, right? So this is what you are telling. Like, let's say if I enter the value over here, this is what you are telling. This is what you are telling, the pre showing values. But see, there is no significance of doing this, right? Wherever you will go to any of your forms, you will not get this predefined values over there, right? You will just get these placeholders. If you want to add the predefined values, you can do it, but it is not recommended. You just add it to the placeholder. If you want to show the 10 over here, instead show the 10 like this. Show 10 like this, right? This is also showing 10. But again, this is not impacting your value, right? But if you have something where you need to set the default value, in that case, definitely you can use the value tag and set the default value. Okay. But otherwise, it is not recommended to add the values over there. Okay. In the values, we usually give the variables in which we are going to store this particular data. Fine. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to add the data. We will see how we can add the data. So again, I'm copying whole thing down over here. Instead of number, I'll be saying that date. Okay. Now instead of type, what I'll have over here? Any idea? Any ideas, guys? Any ideas? Date. Yes. Date. Here, I'm removing this particular placeholder field. Let's just see the output. I have MMDDYY format. Okay, you can change this format as well. Okay, but I want you guys to research on this, how we can change this particular format from MMDDYY to I want to perform it in a DDMMYY. Okay, so I want you guys to research on this particular thing, how we can change this particular format. Okay, will you guys able to do it? Yes or no, guys? Yes, will you research on the same? So I star is missing. Why you need star? I have already mentioned that. I have given the required. It will not give you the star. You have to add the star over there. Okay, red color star is what you are talking about. That is not something which you can directly get it by writing something. Okay, that you have to actually add over there. Fine. If you want to add a star over there. You have to mention it like this. Now I have the star over here, right? So you can change the color of that particular star based on your requirement. Okay, now what I want you to do is I want everyone to research on this. And change the format to DDMMYY. You got it as a DDMMYY? How you did it? So I just want you guys to change the format to DDMMYY and send it to support@Intellipaat. Okay. Or you can just send it over to the ticket. All right. All right. Okay, you by default got it as a DDMMYY. I haven't changed anything. See, I haven't changed anything. I've just said that the type as a date. So how you guys are getting it in a DDMMYY. So for the people who are getting in a DDMMYY, I want you to change it to MMDDYY. Okay. Fine. Sure. Very good. Now we have a time. Okay, time. Copying this again, pasting it again, removing the stars from both the ends. Time, type is equal to time. I have the time over here. Okay, fine. Extra space in a date. Where? This one you're talking about. Gone. Now, after time, we have checkbox. Okay. So now here we have two important things. Okay. Checkbox and radio button. So trust me, guys, beginners mostly confused on this particular thing in checkbox and radio button. Okay, so please give me your 100% focus over here. Okay, give me your 100% focus over here. I'm just copy pasting the whatever I had over here. I'm just pasting the same thing. I'm just writing checkbox over here instead of this. Now when we talk about the checkbox, now we will be talking about this ID, name and value. Okay, so now in the input field here, obviously the type is going to be the checkbox. So here you guys can see so many things, right? So many things. So I'm just checking the checkbox over here. Fine. After that, here the value will play an important role. Value will play an important role. So let's say I'm saying 1 over here. Okay. You guys can give the name if you want. Let's say name I'm giving over here as a checkbox 1. Okay. Checkbox 1. And here again, what I need to give between this input field is I have to write somewhere the option 1, right? I have to write somewhere the option 1. You can see I have this checkbox over here, but I don't have a data over here, right? I don't have a data over here. So for that, I can create a label over here. And here I can say value 1. Now I'm copying this particular thing down, pasting it over here to name 2, value 2. Okay, fine. So now, whenever I'm passing this checkbox value, whenever I'm passing this particular checkbox value, at that time I have to pass both the things together, right? Both the things together inside one particular field, right? Yes, we have to pass both the fields in a same way, right? We have to pass 2 fields in a same under the same section. Yes or no, guys? Come on. My eyes are on the chat window. Do you agree on this particular point? Whenever I'm passing these values to my backend, I have to pass this under the same section, which is my checkbox, right? So let's say I have a heading over here as a topping. So I have to pass everything in the toppings as well, right? In a one go, right? So here, the values will be different. The names will be different, right? But everything will come under single checkbox. So now coming to the this thing, the radio button, right? The radio button. Now I'll show you the difference in the radio button. Okay, I'll show you the difference between the radio button now. How we can achieve, we can only select the one thing. Okay, so here I'll just say here instead of this, and here also it will be radio. Now tell me, in the value field for the radio button, will I be having the same thing? Will I be having the same thing? Name value must be same. Name values can be different, but this name whatever I'm using over here will be same. Okay, the name over here I'm using will be same over here. Okay, the name here will be same. So here if you will change the name for both, it will not affect anything. Okay, if you want to send it in a one go, you have to uh do it like this. Okay, it will go in a same response, but over here you cannot give this different names over here. Let's try this. See, if my names are different, I'll be able to select 2 things in the radio button. So that is not something what I'm looking for, right? That is not why my radio buttons are created. So I'll just put my name as a same field. Now let's try. You can see now it is working as my radio button. Is this part clear, everyone? Do you want me to repeat this particular part? Anyone? Clear? No, right? Clear, everyone. Everyone, this is clear. Anyone who is facing any issues over here. So in radio button, if you will keep your name different, it won't impact anything. It will not impact anything. If you will keep the name same as well, it will just group the things and it will send it, right? But in the radio button, the names has to be similar. In order to select only one thing. Okay, in order to select only one thing. So that is the difference between radio button and a checkbox. So trust me, guys, when I was learning HTML, like in my let's say school days, okay, in my school days at that time, I was struggling with the radio button like anything. Okay, I always used to forget like what things need to be same and what things need to be changed. Okay, so I guess now I made myself clear, right, with the difference. And now you know we have to keep the name same. Okay, Just forget about everything. Just think on the name. The name has to be same. Fine. You can't select
Yeah.
both. You can't select both. If you have a
Yes.
10 different options with the same name,
Mhm.
you will only be able to select one from it. In
Like male,
checkbox,
female, this kind of thing.
yes, yes. And in
Yes.
the
Okay.
checkbox, if you have 10 different things and if you want to allow them to select 10 different things, you will be able to do it. So I was just looking for this. So we have now file input and text area, right? File input and the text area. Let's complete this first. Now, file input. So file input will be coming from where? It will open your desktop, what do you say, your file directories, right? So nothing is going to be changed over here. Not much things are going to be changed over here. This is just a normal thing. So I'll just get this one and I'll just say file input. Now, instead of type, yes, they are different. What different? What different? What you're talking about, Harish? Radio buttons. Okay. Okay. I did I missed any chat? But male and female are different. Yes, the male and female are different. You are only allowed to select the one option. Okay. Can you be male and female both at the same time? No, right? No. So radio buttons allow you to achieve that particular thing. You can select only one option from the given. Now, here, file input. So I have just given the input type as a file. Okay. Let's check whether this is working or do we need to add anything else. So let's say right now it is showing that no files has chosen. Let me just open it. Open the file. Over here, you will be able to see the name of the file. Now moving ahead. So you can see I can select the file. I can select the file, whatever the file I'm selecting. I'll be able to get the name over here. So let's say I'll just select any file from my Windows. You guys can see assignment file, CSV, whatever the file I have just uploaded it. So it will just look something like this. Now, after this, what we had the text area, right? So very, very simple thing. The text area, right? The text area. Text area, guys, text area. So I'll just give the label over here as a text area. Area over here instead of this. I want the text area, so I'm getting this again. Okay. So you guys can see over here, I have like lots of things going on, right? Lots of things going on. I was looking for the text area, which I was not able to found. Text area is a tag. No, 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 no. Text area is not a tag. Yes, we have text area as a tag. When this happened. But no, I'm not talking about this particular. Okay, yes, yes, yes. This text area is in a tag, right? This text area is in a tag. But no, I'm not talking about this. Okay. Here, if you will leave this type is equal to empty. Let's leave this type is equal to empty and let's see what we have. Reload. No, no, I don't have the text area, but I needed the text area over there. Okay. We can take type as a text and then can later increase. No, 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 I don't want that. I don't want that. See, I don't want that. I don't want that. See, the height and width of the text area, height and width of the text area is not defined. Okay. The text area is not defined. See, in the text area, what you can do is the size of height and width is not defined. So you will be able to play around with this. Okay. So yes, to achieve the text area, we have to use the text area over here. Okay. The text area. So this is the only thing which is different from your input. Okay. The text area is the only thing that is different from your input. So now you will be able to specify how many lines you want to showcase in that particular text area. That again, that is your homework. Okay. I want you guys to research on how to specify the numbers of lines that you want to show in the text area. So see, by default height is this much. So if you will start writing, okay, if you want to showcase the 4 lines, and if you want to showcase, let's say 25 words in this particular line, right? In this one line, if you want to showcase 25 words, okay. So I want you guys to research on the same, how you will be able to show the different height for this. Do we have a length attribute? We do have a length attribute. we don't. We have a width attribute. Okay, width we have. We don't have a length, but we have a width. And we have a height. Okay, W and H we have. Okay, so I have covered everything over here, I guess, what we were supposed to complete, right? Okay, so now you guys were saying about select tag, right? Option drop down. Yes, do you want me to show you how we can create a select? Do you want me to show you guys how we can create a drop down? Do you want me to create a drop down, guys? Okay, someone was asking for can we give rows and columns for how many lines we want? Yes, we can set that particular thing, but I want you to research on this particular thing. Okay, Shrikant, I want you to research on this particular thing, how we will be able to define the rows and columns of the text area. Fine. I want you guys to research on this. See, HTML is all about how much you are researching. Okay, how much you are researching. See, covering the HTML, all the tags and elements in HTML in what do you say, your batch sessions are not possible. Like in any kind of session are not possible. It will take months to complete all of these. Okay, because we have a lots of varieties of tags over there. Fine. And each tag comes with a lots of properties, right, that we have already seen. So I want you guys to research on the same. Now let's create a select tag. Okay, let's create a select tag. See, I actually missed this when I was creating that demo for you guys. So now let me just give the label over here. I'll just say drop down. Okay, in your language this is drop down, so drop down. After this again, in the what do you say, when we talk about the drop down, this is not an input field. Okay, this is not an input field. This is something called as a select field. Okay, select field with the options, right? So we will be creating a select over here. Select over here. Okay, you guys can inside this particular select, what you guys can do is you guys can create options. Okay, so this select will create something like this. Let me show you. Here we have, I guess, see this thing, right? This thing. So this is my select. This is my select. Now inside whatever the options I want to add, I'll be able to add it. Okay, so now I have created the drop down button. Now I have to add the options. So options will be added with the option tag, right? So here I can give the value. So let's give any value over here. Let's say 1. And here also I'm saying 1, and then I'm just copying this, or let me just control D it. Okay. Good. Fine. Fine, everyone. So select, and then inside select we have options. Options, inside that we have values, and whatever we want to show it over here. Okay, that we can do. Now I have this drop down with me. Yes or no? I'll be able to select this. Done, everyone. Drop down select tag is done. Any issues? Any issues, guys? Anyone? Now tell me, guys, if you have any doubts in this form. Any doubts in this form which we have created. Just want to confirm if name is optional. Yes, name is optional here. Name is optional in some cases. In drop down, it is optional. In radio button and checkbox, it is not. Okay. All right. Any other queries, guys? Any other queries? Any questions that is coming into your mind? All clear. Very good. Just have to create one by myself. Yes, definitely you guys have to create one by yourself. Okay, so I'll just send one document to you guys. Okay, let me just send it what we have created today itself. Okay, make this as everyone. So I'll be sending this particular thing which is having this form. Okay, so I'm just sending both the files. I missed one comment. Okay, in a drop down, if you want one option like select field, how to do that? I didn't get you, dear. Can you please unmute yourself and explain me what you want to achieve? If we have like 50 options, we will do in the same manner. Yes, if we have even 100 options, we will do in the same manner. Okay. So in a drop down, most of time we have a drop down for selecting a state, selecting country, right? So we don't have a numbers all the time, right?
Yes, correct.
Yes. And if you want to achieve this in a simpler manner, that's why we have a frameworks with us, right? So you can do that in your React code, right? We can create a separate component for it. We can design a separate component for it, and we can just run a loop over there, right? And then we can just perform it. Still, you have to give the value to the options. Yes, we have to give the value to the options, definitely. Definitely, we have to give the values to the options. Because, okay, see, you don't need to memorize all of these tags. Once you will start using them, you will get the practice of it, like what you need to use. You don't even need to know all the tags, okay? You don't need to know all the
Yes, ma'am.
tags. So people are saying MND website, definitely. Yes. So this, I guess, provides a good documentation for all the tags, I guess.
Yes. Yeah.
Let me, but I guess there was one more website, but I don't know that is still working or not. Like when I was learning, at the time I had this particular website with me, which was it has all of these in a tabular format. Okay, what this particular tag will do, the definition of the tag, and the use at the side in a tabular format. So it was very easy.
Yeah.
So yes, this is a good website, but this does not have like what do you say, the easier format to study this. If you want, I can just search for it if I can find. I don't really remember the name. HTML tags list, maybe, I guess. Okay, I guess Geeks for Geeks has something over here. Yes, you guys can find so many resources online for this, okay? But I don't recommend you guys to learn all the tags. I don't recommend you guys to learn like remember or memorize any of these, okay? Java point, tutorial point, I can see lots of resources you guys are pinging over to the chat. But still I cannot like get that accurate something over here that yes, this is something you guys can refer. See, I can just send it over in the chat. Okay, the list for the HTML tags. So you guys can have this thing. You can just refer it over here. I guess there are some of them, but I don't know it contains all. No, it does not contain all. So yeah, here that particular website, I guess, is not live now. Otherwise, it was ranking somewhere at the top only when I was studying. Okay. Okay, fine.
Okay.
So now coming back, any other issues? Any other issues? Any other issues, guys? Anything you are not able to understand? Any point of code? Any confusion in your mind? Or you were trying to perform it alongside with me and not getting the same results? So let's try to understand the link tag. So first of all, why this link tag is used? Why this link text is used? I'm just removing over here. Okay. So link tag is used to link any of the website. Okay, any of the website. Like let's say here you guys can give the URL of the website, or you can just add the, let's say earlier it was showing the relation between this particular link, right? This particular link. Let's say you are adding any kind of libraries or anything which is external. Let's say, let me just take an example over here. Okay, let me just hide it. Let's say if I want to add so let's say I have this icon library. Okay, I have this icon library with me. If I'm not downloading it, I just have to add it in my website. I can use it directly like this. See, the name of the icon, I can directly use it like this, the name of the icon, and just like this. Okay, so somewhere I have to add this particular link of this particular website, right? I have to add this particular link somewhere, right? This is just an example. Okay, this is just an example. So that you can mention the relation and the website over here. The website over here, it will create a link between it, and you will be able to use the external websites over here. Okay, the external websites over here. Fine. Now, when we talk about the link, we have something called as anchor tag. This is the most useful one. This is the most useful one. See, the anchor tag will allow you, see, almost the things are similar over here, right? Almost the things are similar over here for the link as well and for anchor as well. But you can see the link tag is a self-closing tag. It does not require any kind of closing button. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? You guys can see I haven't closed the link tag over here. But when I created, see, if I'll just again create a link tag, if I'll just write the link and hit enter, You guys can see it is just giving me the one tag. It is just giving me the one tag. It is not closing the link. But when I'm creating the A tag, you guys can see it is creating the closing as well. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? So to link two website, we are not going to use the link tag. When we are going to link our CSS, when we are going to link our JS, at that time, we are going to use this link tag. But what about when we need to link two particular pages together? Two particular pages together. So let's say I want to link my page, my day one to this particular part. And here I'm just saying day one. Okay. Now let me just go back to my website over here. You can see this day one is in the blue color. You guys can see it's in a dark purplish color somewhere, right? Are you guys able to see it or not? Yes. Let me just click it. You guys can see. You guys can see. Now I am at my first.html. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? So that's how we can create different pages and link it together. So not only the different pages, you can add any of the website. So let me just get this particular website. Let me just get this particular website inside. Instead of href, I'll just try to paste this one. Now let me just try to get it. Okay, you can see now it is taking me to React icons, right? It is taking me to React icons. Now you guys can notice when I'm clicking this particular link, it is opening into the same tab. Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? But that's not something I want. Let's say that's not something I want. So over there, what I can say that I want you guys to open. I want any of the website to open in a new tab, right? I want any of the website to shoot in the new tab, right? So how we can achieve that? You guys can see over here, we have something called as target. Can you guys see this target? Yes or no, guys? Yes. So I'll just check this target. You guys can see here we have the option for the blank, parent, self, loop. But I'm not going to, I'll just keep it as a blank over here. Okay. Blank over here. Now let me see the difference. Let me see the difference, whether we got any difference or not. Now you can see we are opening this in the new tab. My previous tab is still open. When I'm clicking on this particular link, it is opening into the new tab. Clear, guys? Clear? Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Clear? Clear with the link? Fine. Ma'am, not able to see the link in my page. What is the issue, dear? What is the issue? Have you created a tag or a link tag? Can you please paste a little bit of code of your whatever you have written, Hitesh? Dear, you have to give a text over here, whatever the text you have to show to the particular website. Okay, it will not show you anything. It will not show you anything. You have to give the text over here to click on, right? You have to give the text to click on. Okay, now try to give the text over there. Now tell me whether it is working or not. For everyone, is this code working, guys? Yes or no? Yes. Except blank, everything is opening in the same window. So what we do is when we need to open a new tab, at that time only we give the target. Otherwise, you can remove the target over there. Okay. What is the difference between link and a tag? Okay, that's what I have mentioned already, but let me just cover it once again. So if I just try to get the link over here, I get something called as relation, and I get href. Okay, I get href. So you can see my a tag is a closing tag. A tag has a closing tag as well, but link tag is something which does not have a closing tag, right? Which does not have a closing tag. So we use this link tag when we don't need to show anything onto the website, but we need to make some connections. Okay, we need to make some connection. Let's say I'm using the JS and I need to make a I need to use that particular JS file in this particular project. So over there, here I'll just give the link to my JS file and it will be working in this particular HTML document. Clear? Now, what we are going to study over here is now tables, right? Tables. So we have seen like lots of different tables everywhere, right? On the website, like let's say a pricing table, maybe a sheet of a data of some persons working in the company or something like that, right? So we have like seen lots of tables on the website in our day-to-day life, right? So let's try to create a simple table over here. So again, to create a table, we have something called as table tag. Okay, so you guys can use this table tag. Now, table, we have two things that comes into the mind. What are those two things, guys? Come on. When I talk about the table, yes, rows and columns. Exactly. We have something called as rows and columns. So to create a table row, we have something called as tr, right? Tr, inside the tr you will be able to write data about the row, right? Whatever the data about the row. So one row can contain as many columns as we want. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? We can get as many columns as we want. So to create a column inside a row, we can use th tag like this. You can write anything over here. So let's say name 1, and I'm just popping this for 3 times, and I'm just, let's say, using name 2, and so on. You can use any data. Okay, now we can, if you want to add like other rows, you guys can just copy this particular thing, paste it few times, and you will be able to see over here we have created a, I'll close this, let me refresh this once, and I'm not able to see my table. Why? My table is inside my body. Everything is perfect, but still I have to reload it once again. No, this is not working. Okay, let me just kill the live serve and I'll just reload it again. Okay, no worries. Okay, okay. I guess by mistake I have written this in my day1.html. So I'll just get this particular thing out of this and I'll add it to the day2. Over here, you guys can see the table structure, guys. Yes or no? You guys can see this table structure? Now, one thing you can see over here, everything is in the bold, right? I haven't given the bold. But one thing that you have to make sure is your TH, please show the code once. Okay, yes, I'm showing the code. Okay, I'm going back over here. See, over here, what is happening is, let me just zoom out a bit so that you guys can have a look at the same time. And let me also make it little clear. Okay. Yeah, fine. So now you guys can see I have written everything in a TH. So TH is for my table head. Okay, table head. So all of these are not my head, right? All of these are not my head. Only these three are my head, right? Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Only these three are my head. The first line can be my head. Not everything can be head, right? So instead of using all TH, what I can do is I can use TD over here. Fine, TD for all of these. So I'll do one thing. I'll just create a multiple cursor over here. For all of these, I'll select it at once and I'll just edit at the same time. D. Fine. So now let's see the difference. Okay. Table data. Yes, TD means table data. So here we have the table data, which with us. So now you guys can see the difference between table head and table data, right? So I guess we are clear with how we can create the table rows, table columns, right? Yes. So we have few more things with us. Okay, when we talk about the table, such as caption, column group. Okay, so let's say you want to group few columns. Okay, let's say you want to group few columns. So in that case, you can use the group column. Okay, so all of these things are not that much. What do you say? We are going to use, right? It is not like widely used in everyday's life. So whenever you want to, let's say, want to perform all of these operations, you guys can research about few of these tags. Okay, so see, in each of the domain we have like huge variety of tags with us. Okay, so whenever you want to use, you can just research about it and then you can implement the same. Okay, so we have table head, table row, and table data that we have already talked, like that we have already covered. Apart from this, we have caption, column group. Okay, why we need column group? Let's say I want to create a column over here with the two lines in it. Okay, with the two lines in it. So I want to group that particular column. Right? So at that time I can group that particular column. So now inside the column group, I have to specify the column as well. Okay, so over there I have the column tag as well. So now I have something called as T head for the header of my table, okay, for the header of my table. So let's try to implement the header of the table. Okay, let me because maybe you will be using this. So let's say t head name of emp. Now you can see over here I have this heading for my table. Okay, so that is my t head. Okay, then one more thing I have. Let's say this comes under my t head, or you guys can just keep this as like this also. So let's say I'm not giving this my heading. I'm just using this for my this one, and here I'm just saying that this is my t body. So you guys can use it like this as well, like this. So you guys cannot see any difference as of now over here, but you can just manage the data like this. Okay, let's say we have a more than one column for your more than one row for your heading. So you guys can group it in a way, right? So that's why I have mentioned that apart from all of these things, we are not going to use much of my much of the things in my table class. Okay, so few more things which may you guys want to include are your borders, right? Because without the border, the table is not looking like the table. Yes or no, guys? So table border and everything we will be covering with the CSS part. Okay, CSS part. So in the list, we have two types of list. That is your ordered list and unordered list. So now can anyone tell me the difference between ordered list and the unordered list, guys? Guys, difference between ordered list and unordered list. Yes, ordered list is organized with the numbers or alphabets. Yes. Bullet points and number wise. Yes, sequence. Very good, very good. Orders come in the alphabetical or ascending order. Order list is a is sorted. No, I wouldn't say that the order list is sorted. It just gives you the sequence. Okay, the numbers at the point. See, you can see this. The whole code is in the ordered form. I have the numbers over here, right? I have the numbers over here. Order list is in a. So order list is nothing but it will give you the number with your whatever the text you are adding. Okay, whatever the text you are getting, it will give you the bullet point numbers. Okay, bullet point numbers. So in unordered list we have bullet points, and over here we have, instead of bullet points, we have numbers 1 2 3 4 5 6, just like that. Okay, so how we will be creating this list? So let's say first we will start with the unordered list. Okay, so let's say unordered list. So you will just use ul tag. Now inside this unordered list, to add the data, what tag we use? That is list tag only, li tag. Between these, you can write any data. So let's say hi. Now let me just copy this again down. My name is Ria. Fine. Fine. So this is my unordered list. So let me just show you the output. Okay. Let me just show you the output. You guys can see I have this bullet points, the pointers over here. Pointer over here. Yes or no, guys? Are you able to implement the same?
Yes, ma'am, can do.
Yes, very good. Very good. So you can just change this bullet points as well. Okay, bullet points, whatever you are seeing over here, this thing. Okay, this thing. Over here, you guys can just mention whatever the type of bullet point you want to add. Okay, so I guess we have that in HTML only. Okay, over here we had to add, I guess. Here I guess I had the list tag list style or maybe type.
In the list, I guess we can use type and then select square.
Over here, right? Over here we
Yes,
have the
yes,
type.
yes.
I guess. Yes. So I guess here we can use let's say I want to add the square. So or maybe just let's just keep it a circle. Okay. But I'm not getting the auto suggestion. That is the issue over here. Let me just check. Okay, yes, see. Over here, I have this hollow circle with me. So you can just try with the different types. We have square with us. We have Roman with us, lower alpha with us. Okay. But all of those are in the Roman alpha and everything is in your ordered list. And over here, we have circle, we have square. So let me just show you one for square as well. Square. Okay, you guys can just play around with this. You guys can see that I have this square over here with me. So in the ordered list, all the things will going to remain same. So instead of UL, I'll be using OL. Okay, OL means ordered list. So now let me just copy this particular data from here to here, and instead here I'll just try to use some different thing. Let's say the upper Roman. I guess upper Roman with hyphen will work. Okay, upper Roman over here, and here I guess let's say lower alpha. Lower alpha. Okay. Now here you guys, I guess the type is not working, right? The type is not working. Now this is working. Capital A for my this, B for this, and let's try with the Roman as well. Let me just copy this, paste it over here, and capital I for Roman. Capital I, let me just paste it once again, and let's try with a small I as well. Okay, so that we can see the varieties which we have. Okay, yes, this is working. Fine, great. Thank you. So fine. So you guys can see we can change this particular, we can play around with this bullet points. Okay, over here also we can use different varieties. Let's say capital A, small alphabets, then the capital Romans, the small Romans, and every such things, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
So now let me show you how it will look with the styling. Okay, so this will be, I guess, the normal code for some landing page, right? I have created one nav bar over here, right? The nav bar over here with the links over like this, right? And then I have created some landing page, right? And some images. So I guess some landing page would look like this. Yes or no, guys? The code for some landing page will look something like this based on a different product. Obviously it will vary, but I'm just talking about in general, right? In general, some landing page will look like this. So now let me show you after styling how it will look. Though I haven't done much styling on this, I haven't given much styling on this, but can you guys see now? I have one whole page with the get started button in the center of the screen, right? In the center of the screen, you can see. Then I have all this content in the center. Yes or no? And at the end, again, I have a beautiful footer. Over here in the footer also, you can add other things if you want, right? So let me show you one more thing. I guess on Netlify, I have few things that I can show you. Like what kind of websites you can achieve using your this. Let me just pause the share for a while. Okay. So this is something which I have created. Okay. Let me show you that. So this is a normal website, your portfolio website, you can say. Here you guys can see this nav bar, the background, interactive background, right? And then you have a button to download your resume. If you hover that particular button, you can see the color is getting changed, right? So all of these things you can achieve using your CSS. Here you can see, look at these cards, right? So this website is obviously made using Tailwind, but you guys can achieve all of these in your HTML as well. See the tilt, the background, the You see the background shadows, right? Then again, the form, the buttons, the footer, right? So you guys can create something like this using your HTML. Box shadow, yes, box shadow. This is a box shadow, not here though, here we have the box shadow. Fine. So there are like lots of things that I want you guys to explore from your end, because see, like in CSS, if you will start moving into the things, right, there are like lots of things, and anyways you are not going to write all of these things. So this animation you see over here, the bouncing animation, this is made using vanilla CSS. This is made using vanilla CSS. So I have only used CSS in this particular part. Rest of the things, rest of the whatever you are seeing over here is made using Tailwind. Fine. So there are like other websites as well. I can see, I guess. Let me check. Okay, I guess the darker version for the same website. So the little darker version for the same website, which you guys, I just have shown you. And some things are a little different, right? So here you can see, ma'am is Tailwind, a framework of CSS. Like I'm talking about the Tailwind only. Tailwind, what is Tailwind? I'm not aware about what is Tailwind. Okay, I never used it. So you can see all these things you can achieve using some frameworks, right? So again, this particular thing is achieved using your CSS, vanilla CSS, and rest of the things are made using your Tailwind. So I'm just showing you the normal overview of how your website, like what kind of designs you can create, right? So here, when we talk about the landing page, this is something you can expect, right? This is something you can expect. Yes or no? Maybe with some background color as well, right? And like whatever the way you want to structure this particular website, you can do it using your CSS. So we are going to complete the styling for this particular website. Now what I'll do is I'll just share the code for this particular website which I have created, the HTML code. Okay, let me just go to my desktop. And inside my HTML, there is CSS folder, and over there I have index.html. So I want everyone to download this particular file. I want you guys to download this particular file. Okay, we are going to style it and change it to this particular website, whatever the website you are seeing right now. Let me know once you have downloaded and once you have opened this particular file in your VS Code. Okay, let me know once it is done. Done. What about others? Done, everyone. Okay, so if you guys have downloaded and open in this in your end, now what I want you to do is just try to run this, try to open this in a live server. Tell me how this is looking. Images are missing. Okay, you guys can add images according to your need. Okay, you have to add your images over there. Or do you want me to share the images as well? Do you want me to share the images as well, or you guys will be able to manage that? Please share the images. Okay, you don't want to do any hard work. Okay, fine. Don't worry, I'll be sharing the images as well. Just place this images in the same folder. Okay, place this images in the same folder. So let me know once you guys have opened the images in the same folder, and your output would look something like what it is looking for me. Okay, it should look something like this for everyone. Let me know once you guys are done. Okay, then we can start styling. Fine. So let me do one thing. I'll just delete this particular style sheet. Okay, this is the code for whatever the style I have given. We will be making changes as well if you want to. All right. So let me just remove this as of now. I have deleted that style sheet. Now we are going to recreate that particular style sheet. Okay. So let me create one more file. So wherever you have created your index.html, like whatever the file I have shared you, in that same folder, I want you to create style.css. Style.css. Okay, style.css. Now let me know once that is done. Done. Very good. So now, first of all, whenever we are styling, the basic rule when we are styling any website, right, to make our margin and padding as 0 for the whole page, right? So that we are going to do. Now, when I need to select my whole page, what I'll be doing? I'll be using the star selector, right? The star selector. So the star will allow me to select the whole page. Now, once my whole page is selected, I can give the margin as 0 and my padding as 0. So initially, I'll set these two things up, right? Now, talking about the body. So in a body, I need a certain types of font to be used, okay? Certain types of font to be used. So for that, I have something called as font family. Okay, something called as font family. So let's say I select my whole body tag because I want only single font throughout my website, or whenever I need to change the font, I can change in that particular tag, right? So here, let's say I have a body. Now, what style name I have? I have a font family over here. You guys can see I have like lots of font families opened over here. So let me just go ahead with any of these. Okay, any of these. So what is this? There are like lots of fonts name over here, right? So first of all, it will consider this the first font. If it is not available, first this two will be considered. First two will be considered. If it is not available, then it will go to the second ones. Okay, and so on. So that's how we add the font. So at the end, we either use serif or sans serif. So because those two fonts are available all the times. Okay, those two fonts will be available all the times. So at the end, you put serif or sans serif so that you will get your font. Okay, that is the default font basically. Fine. So what we have, the new style we got is today is font family. So here, if you want to give any other fonts, okay. So let's say I have a website called as, let me just drag this here, and I have a website called as Google Fonts, okay, Google Fonts. So from here, you can add any font to your website, whatever kind of fonts you want. See, let's say you want to use this particular font, okay. Let's say you want to use this particular font. I'll open that particular font. Here you can see I have this light 300 and all these things predefined, okay. So I can click on this get font. Now from here, either you can embed this in your code. So let's say I use this embed code. Now from here, you guys can just select all these and add that particular font to your website. Ma'am, what is difference between 0 and 0 pixel? It's same. It's same. 0 and 0 pixel is same. And to use this particular font, I have to create a class over here. Okay, like this. See, so from here, you can use any kind of fonts you want. See, if you are using React, in that case, you can import it like this. Or if you are just using HTML, you guys can just directly get it. Okay, so I want you guys to embed the fonts, the Google font in your websites. Okay, not right now, but when you are free. When you are free after the session, you can try this. Okay, to connect this particular font, let's say I want to add this particular font to my website. What I'll do, I'll just copy this. I'll copy this. I'll paste it in my HTML file. I'll paste this in my HTML file. See, everything is written over here. I'm with the code in a HTML file. Fine. Now, CSS class. CSS class is already given. I have to copy two of these class and it is done. And it is done. Fine. So that is how you can use the fonts from external libraries as well. So we have this Google font, this is very famous one. Okay. So you will get all kinds of font combinations and everything over here. See, like lots of fonts we have over here. So I'll just give this particular link in the chat for you guys to refer it later. Okay. Now, moving back to our website, what we are trying to do. Okay, we have already given the font family, right? Here you can use any font family, whatever you want. Okay. Now, one more thing I have to give over here is line height. Okay, line height. I'll explain you what is this line height. Okay. So whenever I'm specifying the line height, it will take the what do you say, it will specify the height of your particular, like whatever the line you are in. Okay, it will specify that. So let me just, if I just show you the side by side also, you won't notice that much difference over here. But this is something which we what do you say, you see I have removed it, but you cannot see any difference, right? So this is one more your HTML, your CSS style, which we specify when we are creating a website. Okay. So that's why I'm giving it to the whole body. If you want to skip, you can skip it as of now because you cannot see any kind of difference. Okay. Now, color, the text color, whatever the color you want to give to your text. So let's say color, and whatever the text color you want to use, you can use it. So suggest me any of the colors, guys. Whatever the color you want me to keep my text of. Any color, guys. Any color, hexacode, anything. Orange. Okay, orange. Orange. Okay, let me do one more thing. I guess I haven't linked this, right? Now you see the difference in the font. Now you see the difference in the font. Yes. So let me just also try to show you the line height. Got it? Now you are able to see the difference. Yes. So this is your line height. Fine. So text done, font family done. Now let's talk about, let's start with the nav bar first. Okay, let's start with the nav bar first. So, okay, let me go back to my this particular screen, and let me do one more thing over here like this. Okay. See, the nav bar is inside my header. The nav bar is inside my header, yes or no? So the header is also a predefined tag. Okay, header is predefined tag, nav is predefined tag. Okay. So in my header, let's say, first of all, I want, what are the things which are required in my header? A background, yes or no? A background? Guys, come on. Why you guys are not responding? Are you busy coding? Logo we didn't add it. Logo we didn't add. It's okay. If you want to add logo, you can just add image over here. You can add one more li and add image over here. Okay. That way you will get your logo. Now, a background. Right. So for that, I'll be targeting my whole header tag. Now let's say background, and let me get this background, let's say, maybe. Okay. Way too bright, I guess. And let me make it little less harsh to the eyes. Okay. A background done. Now let me also give a padding over here. Okay. Let me also give the padding over here. Padding, let's say 1 rem will be working, I guess. We will change it later if we need. Okay. So you guys can see when I give the padding, I already got those dots, which was earlier it was not there. Earlier it was not there, right? Dots earlier it was not there. If I remove this, right? Dots were not there. But when these dots are having a space, when I'm saying the padding as 1 rem, it is getting a space to show up, right? It is getting a space to show up. Fine. Everyone done till here? Ma'am, please resize the image also. Okay. Let me target here. Image tag over here. Fine. Resized. Image resized, guys. Let me make it to 300 for both, so that we will see the image like properly. Fine. You can keep it according to your needs. Okay. Hitesh done. All images are resized in the same size. See? Display is flex. Very good. Very good. I need all of these things. I need all of these things in a one line. Yes or no? I need all of these things in a one line. I don't want this as a list, right? I don't want this as a list. Yes. So for that, what I have is, what I have is, I have this nav. Inside that I have UL, right? Inside that I have UL. So how I can target that? So I'll just directly write that nav over here. Nav UL. Okay. And inside this nav UL, what I want, first of all, I'll make my display as flex. Done. Display is flex. Not looking good, right? Not looking good. Not looking good at all. Now I want all of these content in the center. So whenever I'm saying my display as a flex, so flex comes with the property for justify content. Okay, justify content. You can justify content center and first baseline and everything. Okay, flex and so on. So let me just take the center over here. Everything is in center. Everything is in center. Fine. So now let me do one more thing. Let me increase this padding. Okay, no, it will be increasing that padding, right? Now, okay. So I guess this is done over here. This is done. And one more thing, I need to remove this dots, right? I need to remove this dots. So when we are creating any list, okay, so any list, so at that time, yes, someone has already written in the chat, list style type. There is one thing which is list style type, okay. So we have seen few list styles, right? We have seen few list styles, right? We have seen few list styles. So over here, you will have a little more varieties if you want to just explore. You can see, if I'll just make a semicolon over here, you can see decimal ending 0, and like lots of other things. You guys can explore this. As of now, I don't want any thing, so I'm just taking it none. Okay. So you can use list style type as well, or you can just use list style as well. Okay. So both will work. Fine. All right. So now what I want it to do is, first of all, I have to give some margin over here, right? So let me just try to give margin over here and let's see what is happening. Okay. No, it is not working, right? I want, what does flex does? Okay. See, if I remove this flex, you tell me what it will do. Okay. Raj, tell me what is my flex over here. Can you see the difference? Yes. So flex is something, when you make your display as flex, it will not let the whole width, what do you say? It will not cover the whole width. Okay. It will cover the only width where my text is, how much the space my content required. Okay. How much the space my content required. So now what I want is, so I tried giving margin over here. It was not working, right? I tried giving margin over here. It was not working for me. See? I'll give margin again over here and one REM if I mention over here. What is happening? What is happening? Is it taking margin for single blocks? No, right? No, because I'm targeting the whole UI, whole UL. So for that, what I have to do is, now I have to target my LI. So how I'll target? So I'll say nav LI, and inside this, I'll just say margin 1 REM. ULLI margin left. Okay, okay. And this will be LI. Still no changes over here. Why? You want me to check with ULLI? This is how you are telling? No, and you are saying padding, not margin. No, but I want it to have a margin over here. Okay, let me see over here what is happening. See, I did padding, it worked. Okay. Padding work for me. Yes, margin left or right will work. But I want the whole margin. I just don't want the right or left margin. I want the whole margin over here. Why my plus button is not coming over here? Ma'am, margin work too. Yes, for you guys it is working. For me, why it is not working? That's what I'm concerned. Because margin should work, right? Yes, worked. Okay. So I have given the space. I guess that's why it was not working. Yeah, space was the issue. Fine. So you can see now it is looking perfect. I can reduce the padding from here if I want, or let me make it to 0.5. Maybe 0.2. Better, right? Better. So now, you guys can see I have the underline over here. I have the underline with me, right? I have the underline with me. So for that, the underline is coming inside which tag? The underline is coming inside which tag? Let me close all this, okay? Whatever we don't need. See, one more thing you can do is, if you just want to change your view, this is also how you can work, okay? This is also how you can work. Like, I basically like to work like this if I'm writing a CSS. So I'll keep my HTML code over here. Okay, so now what I want, I want the lines from my A tag to be gone. Okay, lines from my A tag to be gone. Yes, very good. I guess you guys have already explored few of the things in CSS, right? So let's say I'll just say nav A, and I'll just mention over here text decoration. As again, you guys can choose, like you can see we have dotted lines, overline, wavy, and so on. But right now we want it to be none. You can see the lines are gone. Now let me do one more thing. Let's say I want my fonts to be little bold. So I'll just say font weight. And you guys can see I have the bold option over here. You guys can check that out also. Fine. So font weight, my fonts are bold now. If I want to give, I can give any colors as well. So do you guys want me to give any color over here? Maybe white, I guess. White will look good. Little uh darker blue and little bit like here. No, not visible. Better, right? Better, better. Now tell me what we have to do. Do we need to change anything in my heading? Do I need to change anything else? Do you feel like we need to change anything? Everyone done till here? Anyone who is still doing need me to wait? Anyone? Color change not work? Can you send me the code, Hitesh? Please share the code. Sure, sure. Color black. Your color black will create what do you say, a black color for this your fonts. It is not working for you. It is not working for you, Hitesh. Not working. Can you see black color over here in a box while you were writing? Can you see the black color in the box? Yes, refresh the page once. And one more thing. You are writing it inside the ULLI. You need to write it inside a A tag. This is a A tag text. This is a A tag text. So, do you guys want me to share the CSS code, whatever I have written till now? Do you guys want me to share this file? Can someone ask anything on the Q&A section so that you guys can copy? Like if I share it over here, you guys won't be able to copy it. I have shared it though in the chat as well. Can you ask something in a Q&A so that I can paste it over there? So from there you can copy paste it. So I guess everybody will be seeing something like this. Something like this. Everything in orange and purple. Right. I want this particular button at the center, right? I want the button at the center, and maybe all the contents of this particular website in the center, right? Right. So let's see how we can achieve this. So see, I've already given few class names over here, right? Few class names over here. What is the class name that you guys can see over here? Can anyone tell me? Hero, right? Hero. So let me just start with the hero itself. So let's say hero like this. And now few things that I need to change. Okay, let's say in the previous one we didn't had the background image, right? We didn't had the background image. So let's say we get the background image. How about we get the background image? So let's say background images. Let me just directly go to the image. Let me get some decent background image, maybe this one, right? So let me just copy the link. Okay, I'm copying the link. I'm showing you with the link. Okay, copy image address. Copy image address. Going back, I'm just setting the background image for this hero section. Okay. For hero section. So I'm not setting the whole website's background, but I'm setting the background for the hero section. So how you can do it? How you can do it using CSS? So we have already seen like how we can add the background and then we can move to with the Z index, but we directly have something called as background image, right? Where we used to give our URL, right? And inside this URL, let me just paste this particular thing. Let's see whether this is working or not. Okay. Working. So this one was my what do you say, my hero section. So it applied the background image till my hero section only, right? It worked till hero section only. Now you can see this image is getting repeated. The image is getting repeated. What was the thing for that? What was the thing we used to do? Okay, very big link. Fine. Okay. What was the thing we used to do to make our image not to repeat? Anyone? Yesterday we have covered. Write the complete thing, Tarun. Write the complete thing. What I need to say over here. If I'll just write over here, no repeat, it will work. Give me the complete thing. Name of the style and the property of the style. Both the things. What I need to use? Background, repeat, no repeat, right? Now it's no repeat. So now it is not covering the whole thing. Now let's say I want to make it cover whole thing. In that case, what I'll be doing? In that case, what I'll be doing? Come on, guys. What is the name of the property and what is the name of the style? Right now, my background, if I say no repeat, it is only here, right? It is only here. Now I want to make it the whole background, to stretch it to the whole width, right? In that case, what I can do? Background image cover. Okay. Okay. So it will be background image cover. Background image cover, you're saying? Or background size cover? Image cover, not working. Size cover. Yes, it will be size cover. Okay. It will be size cover. Fine. Now let's see what we have. Done. Done. So now let's say after this, I also want to give some padding. So let me just go ahead with some padding. So let's say 5 rem, or I'm just taking the random values. Okay, you can just take anything, whatever you want. Fine. Looking better. Looking better, guys. Let me also give 1 rem from this particular side. Yep. Now better, right? Now better, much better. Yes or no? And let's say I want to move this text to the center. Let's say I want to move this particular text to the center. For that, what I have? For that, what I have something called as text align. Okay, text align, and then you can just say center. So wherever, like, see, now my text is at the center. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? So this is something which we have added today, right? Added today. Now let's also try to change the color of the text because the color over here, orange and orange, is mixing together, right? So let's say color. And let's take anything from here, maybe brown. Brown, maybe. It will look good, I guess. Better, right? Better. Yes or no? Everyone, till here, everything is done. Guys, any issues? Anyone? Any issues, guys? Any issues? Anyone? Could you please share this CSS for this particular portion? So need the image. You can take any random image. See, if I'll just try to share this, it will not get shared because this URL is very big. This URL is very big. You can take any random image from the Google. Just copy the image address and just paste it. It will work the same. If you want the rest of the things, I can send it this particular part if you want. I'll just paste it over the chat. Everyone done till here? Shall I move forward? Okay, okay. Let me do one thing. Let me try text shadow in H1. Okay. Let's say text shadow, I guess we have here. Okay. So have you given any color to the text shadow? Have you given any color? So let me go ahead with the 2 pixels over here and then, okay, so you have to give the color over there, right? You have to give the color over there. Let's say red. make it to the black or something which is very obvious and easy to see. Apart from that, I also have to give directions for the shadow. Yep. Now we have it. So this is how you apply the text shadow. See, this is how you apply the text shadow. So we don't use it like this though. We give it in like multiple directions like this. Like this. See, now it is blended, right? Now I'll just make my black to be more transparent. Better? Better? It is looking better? Yes or no? Text shadow. Ritesh, I'll share you the code. You guys can try the text shadow like this, okay? Text shadow like this. Now, guys, done? Till here, everyone done? So let me just apply the text shadow to this one only, the hero, okay? Only the hero. Because I guess I only have one H1 though. Okay, fine. So if I have one H1, then it is fine. Otherwise, I have to mention over here dot hero H1. Fine. Fine. Now let's continue. Let's continue. This is done. This is done till here. So now after that, let me just increase a font a little. Okay. So let's say font size over here, and I can use maybe large over here. Let's see. Okay, it is smaller than what we were already using. So let me go ahead with the 3 rem maybe. Yeah, better, right? This is better. This is better. And let me also give margin at the bottom, okay? So that it is little more spacious. So here you can use random. I'm using 1 rem. If you want to use in pixels as well, you can use it. See, I have just increased this particular space. Okay, I have just increased this particular space. This particular space. Yes. Okay. Now this p tag. Now this p tag. Let's move ahead with this p tag. Yes or no, guys? So how we will target that particular p tag? I can see I have like lots of p tags in here. So I cannot directly say p1, right? So I have to use my hero first, and then inside that, all the p tags inside my hero tag will be having this particular style. So starting with the font size, let me keep it as 1.5 rem or maybe 2 rem. 2 rem will be like bigger. Yeah, this is fine. This much is fine, I guess. Then maybe again the margin bottom, maybe let me just increase the size from this particular button as well. Okay, so let me just say margin bottom, and maybe again 2 rem will be fine, I guess. Better, right? Better. So now for this particular thing, for this particular here I guess we have, okay, here to create a button, I haven't used the button directly. Okay, I haven't used button directly. I have used a tag. Okay, now I'll be creating the button from this. Now I'll be creating the button from this. Okay, so let's see how we can create a button. Okay, so first of all, what I have to do is first I have to target that particular anchor link, or I guess I have only one a tag in here. Either I can use this class name, or I can, okay, we already have the class name over here. So I can use directly the class name over here, right? So maybe CTA, I have directly taken the class name from here. And let me just make this over here a bit. And here, let me make it Alt Z. Fine. So we are here. Yeah. So now what I'll be doing is, first of all, I have to make my uh, make it as a button, right? So first of all, I'll be making my display as block, inline block, display as inline block. Okay. After that, let me give any background to this particular a tag. Okay. So background color, and you can use anything over here. Let me just go with this, and maybe we can play around a bit with the colors. Okay, I have something like this now. I have something like this. So can you tell me like what are the things which is needed over here? Can you tell me something, some changes which I can make? Mhm. Can you tell me few changes? Background radius. What is background radius? Visited is not necessary at this particular point. Can we add the transparency in the background? Yes, we can. How we can do it? See, this particular bar, if you will drag it, it will make it transparent. It will make it transparent. See, you can see the changes over here. You can see the changes over here. It is transparent now. If you will have something designing in the background, you will be able to see. But right now, the background is also something more on a solid term, right? So you can just play around with this particular bar to make it transparent. Okay. If you will make it like this, it will go into the transparency. Fine. Now, I can see I'll be needing a padding over here. I can see I'll be needing a padding over here. So 1 REM is way too much. So let me go with the 0.5. Fine. So also I can do something which is I can give the border over here, right? I can give the border over here. So can we move our text in a can we move our text in a loop? I didn't get you, Divya. What you are trying to say? A loop. What is a loop?
I am trying to say that it is mentioned as welcome to our landing page. So can we blink that? Can we animate that?
Yes, we can do it. We can do it. So okay, if you want to animate this particular heading, right? So
Yeah.
there is something called as marquee tag. Okay. Uh, Let me just look up the spelling. Okay, I guess we have something for the rotating text. Okay, rotating text that is called as marquee. Okay, yes, marquee. So we can perform like lots of animations over here, but right now this one, the what I'm mentioning over here is the best one. See, we have this marquee tag in HTML. Okay, so you can mention this particular tag instead of this h1. You can mention this in a marquee tag. So let's just also try. We have some properties for that as well for the marquee tag. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me get this over here because I have this chat box as well open. So this one you are saying, right? Yes, we can use transform translate in CSS as well, but that is something which is not needed at this particular point. Okay, that is something you guys are not going to use that much. And I guess we have to give C. So we have this animation. It will be rotating. Okay, it will keep on rotating. You can change the direction of the rotation and everything. So we have like lots of things in
Yeah.
HTML. You guys have to research a bit on this. Okay, because like there are like lots of tags.
Okay.
Fine. Right now I'm removing this. I'm keeping it whatever it was. Okay. So where were we? Okay, the button, right? The button. So let's say border. Let's say 1 pixel solid white or white smoke maybe. I can see this, but this is very light. Better. Now, let's try to make it little rounded. Border radius, let's say 30%. Looking weird, right? Looking weird. So, okay, one more thing. When we are talking about the radius, right? When we are talking about the radius. So here you can see, let's say, let me make it as a 10% here, then comma, 0, 10%, comma, 0. You guys can see the edges. You guys can see the diagonal edges of this. Let me just increase the percentage over here. Can see? So you can create shapes, different shapes of button using this. Okay, so this is how it works. Fine. So if you want to keep two edges rounded, you can do it. If you want all four to be rounded, you can just remove the different parts and it will be all rounded. Fine. Fine, guys. So button, I guess. Now one more thing. The A tag, right? The A tag, the text decoration. Decoration. I don't want the underline, which so I'll be setting this as a none. Okay. Now let me do one more thing. Let's say CTA colon on hover. Okay, on hover. So I'll just say on hover, what I want is my background color should change. My background color should change to blue. Or you can use anything. Okay. See, my background color is getting changed. My background color is getting changed. Yes or no? Yes or no? You can use anything over here. Cursor to the pointer. Yes, cursor to the pointer. Let's say if I'm hovering my cursor pointer. So see, over here, the hand is coming, right? The hand is coming. So let me also here let me make my font. So see, CSS is something about you can play like the whole day. Okay. If you give me to write a vanilla CSS, I can spend the whole day doing this. Okay. I can spend the whole day doing this. Now, let's say if my here I on hover, I also want my color to get changed to white. Better, better. Let's also try to give the shadow. Better, I guess. This is better. Or if you want a more merged shadow, we can give one more direction over here. I guess this is better, right? This is better. Yes or no? Better? Button is done. Button is done, guys. Yes or no? Or do you want me to change anything? Do you want me to change anything? Or I guess you guys are enough capable of changing the l- other stuff, right? However you like. Will you guys able to do it? Yes or no? Now let's come to this particular part, the features part. Or do you want me to change anything in this? Or I can see one more thing I need to do is I can increase a little bit more padding so that when I'm on this particular screen, I'm not able to see this white line, right? That I can do. That I can do, yes or no? So let me say over here only, or maybe in my hero section only, I can just go back and change my padding to not working. This one is my hero section. Fine. Okay. Fine. Now it is looking better, right? Now it is looking better. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Box shadow not working. 1 pixel black. How come your box shadow is not working? It should work. It should work. You should be able to see a small shadow over here. See? Try to give one more 1 pixel over there. Try to give one more 1 pixel over there. Not working? Okay, let me do one thing. I'll give you this particular code. Try this. Let me know once it is working. Okay, Hitesh? Which padding did you alter just now? Okay. For that, I have altered the hero section. Hero section, this padding. This was 5 earlier. I made it to 6. I made it to 6. Okay. Done. Shall we continue, guys? Shall we move to the features section? So now we will be styling our features section, right? So in feature section, first of all, tell me like what are the changes we need to do? What are the changes we need to do? First of all, I need all the data in my center, yes or no? I need all the data in my center. I need to format this particular text, right? I have to change the styling of this particular text a bit. And then at the end, I need to add the footer, right? I need to style my footer. So let's get started with the same. As of now, I'm just let me just keep it over here. Okay, the chat window. Fine. So till here we have completed, right? Till here we have completed. Now we are here in this particular section, which is features, right? So let me directly start with the features. And let me just add with the common stylings. Okay, so what can be the common stylings? My common stylings can be padding. I can have my padding, and let me just go ahead with the 3 rem and 1 rem, the bottom. Fine. I guess this is fine. The space over here is fine. Right. Okay, better. Okay, so till here my feature section is working, right? So now after the padding, let me also make my text align as center. Align center. Fine. So it will make all of my content in the center. Fine. All of the content in the center, right? So now let me go ahead and style my headings for this. So let's see what kind of headings we have over here in the section 2. I can see H2. I can see H2 over here. I can see H3 over here. Right. So I have H2s and H3s with me. Right. So let me first start with my dot features. I just need to target my features H3. Right. So I'll be just saying that features H2. H2. Now maybe the font size. The font size. Let me just take a random size. Let me just say 2 rem. Maybe it will be enough for this one. Yes, I can see this is fine. Moving ahead, maybe the margin, because I need a little more space. Margin from the bottom, not from the top. From the top, I guess it is fine. So let me just go ahead with the 2 rem as of now. If I need to change, I'll change it later. Okay, I can see I get this particular space over here. I guess I can increase little bit more, maybe 2.5 over here. So you can play around with these numbers. Okay, you can play around with these numbers because as of now, we don't have the Figma file with us, right? Now, moving to my this thing, the feature heading 2, right? Heading 3s, I guess. So let me just copy this particular thing. I'll paste it once again over here. I'll make it thus as a heading 3, and over here instead of 2 rem, I'll just go ahead with the 1.5 rem. Fine. So okay, the space is little more. I don't need this much space. I just go ahead with 1 rem of padding over here. I guess it is looking better. But I also need to make little changes with this images, right? So let's say what we have over here for the images. Do I have any classes? I have class as a feature item, right? I have a class as a feature item, which is applicable for all of the images. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Can you guys see this? So I can directly say that feature item like this. And now I can directly change the data inside my feature item. So this feature item class is applicable for all of these, right? All of these. So I can generalize the margin. I can generalize the margin for all of them, right? So I can say the margin, maybe the margin bottom only, I guess I'll be using. Let's see if we need to make any other changes as well as in this. Let me go ahead with the 2 rem as of now. Okay, I guess this is looking better. This is looking better, right? Okay, anything else I need to make any changes? Now, let me just target the images as well. So how I'll be able to target the image? I can use this particular class, and then I can say that inside this I have image tag. So target that particular image, right? Or I can directly change it in my image tag, which I have created over here at the top, right? Here at the top. Here I have set the height and width. Fine. So over there I can do, or else I can do it inside this one. So over here, I don't need to make any other change. My height and width is already fixed. Give solid color to the background to the features. Okay, okay. If you want me to do that, I can do it. So let me just say background color. Better? Better? Or do you want me to change it to something else? I guess we can change it to something else. Something which is more on yellow. Better? Okay. Image. Now talking about the image. Can we give a gradient? Yes, we can create a gradient as well. We can create a gradient as well. Do you want to know how we can create a gradient, guys? So in a gradient, we have like a lots of gradient. Let me just show you over here. Types of, wait. So generally, we have a gradient in this particular manner, linear, radial. Then we have this one. I don't really remember the name of reflected. Okay, the line in the middle one. Okay, so all of these kind of gradient you will be able to create. So to create a gradient, we have a gradient generator for CSS. So whenever I need to create a gradient, I basically use these two websites. The first two you will be seeing. Okay. So here you will be able to create whatever kind of gradient you want to create. So let's say over here, I have this circular gradient you can see. So you can play around with the color. You can see this is the circular gradient over here. You guys can play around with the color, whatever the color you want to play. Okay. So if you want more than one color, also you can do it. Okay. I want a radial color. So I'll just go with the radial. And let me make it little more decent from this. Like maybe here I can say, and here. Okay, so I guess this is better, right? This is better, the very light color. So you can see I have this. So I'll just copy this particular code. If you want to create a linear gradient, you can just mention a linear gradient. If you want to create a radial, you can just select the radial. Here you can change your degrees as well, okay? See, the degrees are getting changed. Your gradient will be different. Go for a linear. Okay, I'll just go for the linear one, okay? Let me just copy this thing. Now I'll paste it in my features section. I'll just remove this background from here and I'll just paste it here. I have the gradient now, right? I have the gradient now, but it is merging with the colors. It is merging with the colors. So let me just change the text color over here, okay? I'll just go ahead with some darker color. Let's say color over here, and maybe we can go ahead with the another shade of the brown, maybe. Better? Visible, right? Visible? Done, done. Now, shall we move ahead, guys? So I was talking about the image, right? I was talking about the image. I just need to change the uh, margin for this one. That is it. I don't want to do anything else. So I'll just go ahead and get this particular margin bottom from here and I'll just paste it over here. I guess this is looking better, right? This is looking better. Everything, the text is in the center of the two images, right? So this is looking good now. After this, now what is left? I just need to style this particular footer. You can see over here, I have this white line. I have this white line, I need to just style that. So let's see, after this particular section, I have directly the footer, right? I have directly the footer. So I'll just go ahead with the footer, and for starting with the background color, let me go with this. Then color maybe white only. Right. And let me also make my text align as center. Let me also give some padding over here, maybe 1 rem. Right. So I guess, okay. So I guess this is looking good, right? This is looking good so far. Now, any changes you would like to make in this particular website? I guess I need to change the color from this to something which is more on red. Better. Now, guys, do I need to make any changes? Do I need to make any changes over here? Maybe I can go ahead with the font weight. Yep, looking much better, right? Looking much better. Any issues, guys? Any issues? Or let me just make this purple to the color. Where is this? This one, right? Good. Right. So now do I need to change anything? Do I need to change anything? Maybe for this also I can change the color for the hover, right? I can change the color for the hover. So what was it? It was my A tag. So let me just copy this particular part. I'll paste it once again and let me just say over here column hover, and maybe the color can become fine, or maybe better, right? Better. So now do you want me to change anything? Do you want me to change anything over here? Do you want me to change anything? Now, do you guys have any doubts, any questions for CSS, guys? We have completed like almost everything. Please go back to the style sheet. Okay, I'm at the style sheet.
Can you please tell me how to like change the gradient color in the background? Actually, I missed it.
Okay. So the gradient color I have created using the website. Okay. So we have this particular website, gradient.io. Okay, I'll just paste the link in the chat as well. Okay, so here you guys can just go ahead and create the gradient, whatever the kind of gradient you want to create. Okay. So if you want a gradient color from any image as well, it will take the color from that image and then it will create. Okay, I'll share the file. Don't worry, I'll share the file. I'll share everything. Okay. So let's say I want to create this linear gradient. So I'll just copy the code from here and paste it over there. So this gradient, see, let me just explain you the code for the gradient as well. Okay. So if I want to create a linear gradient, I'll just write linear gradient, whatever the degree I want it in, the degree. Then the 3 pairs or 4 pairs of your RGB a color. Okay, RGBA color. So over here we will be giving the 4 parameters of the color. Okay, or the 4 parameters of the color, and also the percentage, how much percentage weight it should have. So let's say this is some color, this is some color. Let's say in this case this is a blue color. Okay, this is a blue color, so it will hold 35 percentage. Then this is the light blue color, it is holding 100%, and over here this one is 0%. Okay, so this is how you can create a gradient, a different gradients over here. Fine, you can play around with this, you can play around with the whatever the numbers you have over here. If you want to create a circular gradient in this particular color, you can do it. So here you will be able to create the gradients. Here you will also able to find the color shades. Fine, you can see the color shades over here. So the basic the colors which we have. And there is one more website. I'll also share this. Like sometimes if you want to make use of this one is also a very good website. See here, you will be able to create a gradient in different directions. If you will just click on generate, see, if I'll just say on this particular direction, it will go in this particular direction. And then if you will click on generate, then you just have to copy this particular code. So this website is very good. This website is also very good. You can see you have the 3 color gradient option as well. Fine. So you will be able to create it from here. From here, you will be able to change the color. And let me go ahead with some different color here. Let me go ahead with the red. You can see. So it will create a gradient in different directions. You want a circular one, you can circular one like this. Okay. So I'll also give the link for this one. Now, please show a nav hover code. Sure, I'll show you the nav hover code where we have written it. So in the nav hover, I haven't done anything. I have just changed the text color. I've just done the change the text color. Okay. I can remove this. I've just changed the text color. Fine. Now, do you want me to share this file? I'll just share this file with you guys. So let's say I'll just share the file, whatever we have done till here. Now, anyone, any issues, any questions, like how we have done it, or if you guys have anything new in your mind to complete, we can do it as well. So whatever the things I plan to cover is completed. Okay. Now, if you guys want me to show you something like which you have seen in some website, and do you want to see like how we can achieve it, anything like that, like this was all your basics of the CSS. Okay, the basic of the CSS. And navbar color of text is not changing when I hover my cursor to it. Have you given this? Nav a colon hover and the color? Can you teach us animation? See, animation will take a lot of time, and most of time, whatever we want to animate, we directly copy paste the code from somewhere. We don't actually need to write the code for the animations. Okay. See, let's say I want a bounce animation. I just go through this particular website. This is CodePen. This is very good website. Okay. You will be able to find everything in this particular website related to web. Dear, colon is missing. Nitin, colon is missing. Nav a colon hover. And then you write the code like this. Sorry, Hitesh. Yes. So see over here. See, let's say you want to create this particular animation or this particular animation, anything like this. The bounce. So all kinds of animation is in here. So what you have to do is you just have to get the code. You just have to get the code. See. So let's say I get this pulse one. Okay, I get this pulse one. Everything is already written for the pulse. You just have to add this keyframes, and like this I can get. Let me go to the end over here, and I'll use the pulse somewhere on my button or maybe any of my image. Still not working. Can you paste the code over here? Can you paste the code over here? If we can complete it, we can complete it over here itself. Okay. You can see the animation. Space, remove the space. Remove the space. So I'll just share this particular website as well. See, because obviously we are not going to write all of these, right? So there are some defined animations such as pulse, flexbox we have already covered. Grid is something like if you already know the flexbox, you are not going to use the grid. Can you share the pulse code? Sure, I can share the pulse code. Here, if I'll just try to explain you the code, what we are doing over here is, yes, I'll share the link. See, first of all, inside that we have to mention that we want an animation. Then what kind of animation you want, for how much second, after how much second you need to, what you say, you need to repeat this particular thing, and how many times. So let's say if I'll write the infinite, so it will keep on doing it. Ease in out, which means it will not show any hard point. It will be very ease and out. Okay, and alternate. Both of the thing will be alternate. So now from here in the keyframe, we will mention what kind of transform we want from 0.8. This is the size. This is the size. Okay, from 0.8 to 1.2, it is moving. Fine. Fine. And from 1.2, it is again going to 0.8 because I have written alternate over here, right? So this is basically the code, but you don't need to get into it. You will be able to find all the animations in this particular website. And the code pen is something which is very, 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 very useful website for all the developers. Okay, code pen. Create the account on the code pen. You will be able to find like lots of things regarding the CSS. Okay, you just log into this particular website, code pen, and you will be able to see, like, if you, let's say you need a button, okay, a very good looking button and code pen. Here you can see whole list of buttons, right? Then like I guess there was one very good someone the developer has contributed over here, the animated buttons, and it was like a very, very good button, like all kind of animation in the button was added over there on hover animations. I guess this one, yes. See, here you have the code. Look at this button. All kinds of button.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.
Go ahead and create a, let's say, folder over here, and let's say hands-on, to keep the things little organized at my end. So first of all, section tag, right? So let's say section tag. So about the class and section, the confusion. So section is a tag and class is a property or attribute. Okay. So now if I create a section, I'll be able to create a section inside section, but about the, what do you say, the section inside class, there is no such thing like section inside class. Okay, Sujita. And here, whenever I give the name to my any class, so let's say section class. Okay, so this is something which will help me to locate this particular element. That's it. That's it. Okay, so if I just say class and one more thing, if you are getting confused, you should get confused between class and ID. Okay, and if you are getting confused with the section, then in that particular case, you should get confused with div and section.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. So these two things are just your identifiers, your locators. Okay. So this is something which let's say are my students, right? So there are like lots of students which I have trained, right? So this you can say as a class, right? But when I talk about the ID, let's say Aadhaar card number. Okay. So that is particularly unique to you. Yes or no? Yes or no? So that is your ID, and the class which we are talking about is something a general term for everyone. Okay. So the class, there can be more than one people with the same class, but there will be only one tag with the ID. Clear this now? Dev class with the same name. Okay, and again I can just say dev over here and I can use the same class name over here. Fine. So this is something which is generalized. Fine. But when I say ID, it will be unique to one particular div. Fine. So that
Understood.
is the difference between ID and class. Now section and class. So section is a tag and class is a attribute. Okay, class is the attribute, or you can say the locator. Fine. So like this is your normal tag, just like your h1, h2 span, right? Your div, something like that. But there is no such thing where we create a section inside a class. Fine. So section is something which we basically replaced at the place of our div, but mostly we use div itself. Fine. Here, just like Python, we don't have like any kind of relation with the class. Class is something, let's say you must be in like in a 10th or 12th standard, you must be having a class like let's say 10A, 10B, right? So that is just to identify the students between that particular class. So here there is no concept of calling that particular class, or what you say, the objects of that particular class. There are nothing like that over here. So let's say I have created this div, and then I also created again this div. Okay, so again, this is not related to oops. Okay, this is not related to your oops concept. This is not related to your object oriented. So let's say I have created one more div over here. So I have created this particular class over here. I have created this particular div over here, and I have created two divs inside it. Yes or no?
Right.
So this is my parent div. This is my child div.
Okay.
Fine.
That,
Now when
mm,
I'll be creating such kind of, like, when I'll be using such kind of words, when I want to overlap two things. So let's say in who has just shared the screen, I guess. Someone from your I guess Mahesh has shared his screen, right? So over there, what he did was, there was a background at the back and there was something at the front as well, right?
mhm.
So there he has used the background, but instead, let's say I don't want to get the whole background. Let's say I want to just put it to, like, let's say to overlap two objects. Let's say a background and then the button. Okay, then the button. In that particular case, how I can do it? How I can do it? I can make use of my display as relative and absolute. Okay, and whichever the z index will be less, you will be able to get that particular thing at the top. So if I'll just show you the example, I guess we have completed that in our second class, if I'm not wrong. Let me get it. I guess I have to go ahead with somewhere. This is my parent. Okay, this is my parent. And inside this, I have this image, and then I again have this particular div over here. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is, I want this particular image at the back of this particular div, and then I want a text on top of that. Okay, I'm trying just to get this particular text on top of this. So what I'll just do is, I'll just say that I'll just make my display as flex, and then I'll just say position is relative. Now,
Mhm.
relative to what? Relative to what you are creating, right? Now absolute means on, like, on top of it. So if I'll just run this particular thing, I'll just run this particular thing over to my browser, you will be able to see it. Where it is exactly. Okay, I guess there is no image. Yep. Now you see, this is my image at the back, and then on top of the image, I have some text over here, right? So this
Right.
means these two particular things are overlapping each other.
Mhm.
Right. So to achieve this particular thing, so this is the very lame example. You will be using this particular thing a lot while you are developing anything. Okay. So over there, what I'll just do is, I'll just make my whatever the parent I have as relative, and whatever the child I have to absolute. And then whichever the z index is more will be at the top. Fine. So here you can see my basically my actual value of the z index naturally, without specifying it, is 0. Okay. So if I just say -1, that is automatically less than the actual one, right? So this one has the more z index, that's why it's at top, and this has the less z index, that's why it is back. Fine.
Okay.
So this is how
Right.
you will be able to achieve it. Start with what do you say, creating a website. So that is what your grid is. That is what your grid is exactly. So let's say you want to create see, there can be let me just start with this only. So there can be two ways to display your context. Okay, one is by using flex and another is by using grid. Okay, so discussing flex in grid. Okay, so to arrange your website, okay, so there are two ways. One is using flex and another one is using div. So we all know that grid is something which will give you a tabular structure, right? So either I can cover the whole row, whole column, right? Whatever the way I want to arrange, that way I will be able to do it. So if I talk about, let's say any of the popular frameworks, okay, so they provide you 12 into 12 structure. So they divide your whole website into 12 into 12 structure. Okay, that means there are 12 rows and 12 columns. Apart from that, like if I define it, if I define, let's say I want to divide my whole screen into 4 into 4. Okay, so in that particular case, it will be dividing into 4 into 4. So now it's up to you how you are utilizing that particular space. So it is nothing but it will just create a virtual line for you. So then I'll move ahead. See, that depends on what kind of website structure you are trying to create. So if you have something which is more complex, where you will be needing like so many boxes, in that particular case, I'll just ask you guys to go ahead with the grid. So apart from that, if you don't have any such, what do you say, specific requirement of the size, right? So let's say over here, if I mention 4 into 4, it means it will, the width and the length of all the blocks will be similar, right? So in that
Yes.
particular case, it is very easy to manage this thing. But if you don't have any such thing with you, if you just want to divide it into two parts, in that particular case, I will just go ahead with the flex. So it is totally depend on what is your requirement while creating a website. You will be able to manage according to your needs. So let's say I have a 12 boxes like this, 12 boxes like this. Now I want to use two boxes for my logo, one box for my navbar menu, right? And the last box, very last box for my let's say some icon or something like that, or maybe some cart icon, or maybe anything. Okay, so or maybe a profile picture. So over there I'll be able to manage the space very efficiently. So over there grids give you that privilege to work on the spacing, right? That is something which is missing in flex. So also you can achieve that using flex as well, but for that the, what do you say, the process is little lengthy, right? So in that particular case, you will be able to go ahead with the grid itself. So let me just show you how we will be able to create the grid. Okay, so let's say I have a dev over here, and let me just give a class over here as maybe grid container, something like this. So whenever I create a grid, I just go ahead with what do you say, first main grid class, where you will be specifying your needs. Okay, so what do I mean by that? So I just have to give, let's say, first of all, I'll just make the display grid for this particular div, and in that also I'll just mention the padding, right? Now I'll start creating the items. So what is my items? So whatever the child divs I have, right? Whatever the child div I have, so that is my grid item. So let's say a class name over here, and I'll also just mention grid item over here. And let me just show you with let's say numbers. I guess numbers will be good. So I'll just copy paste it for a few times and format the documentation first. Okay, so let's say I have this 4 grid item with me. Okay, now let's say I want to style this. So how I'll be able to do it? How I'll be able to do it? Either I can just give a style over here, or else I can just write a style in some external sheet, right? So let me just give a style as of now over here only. So for that, what we do, we create a style tag, right? And inside the style tag, we will be using our classes. So let's say first class I have created as my grid C over here like this. And the first job for me to do is to make my display as a grid, right? Now, okay. So I have made this grid. Now, if I want to give the padding or anything, I'll be able to give it over here, right? And one more thing, there is one more property which is very important. So grid template column and grid row column. Okay, so template rows and columns. So here you will be able to specify it. But as of now, while I'm creating everything, what do you say? In I have to specify whatever the content I want to have, right? So I am just using the auto over here. Okay. So for both the things, I'll be go ahead with the auto option. You can skip it if you are keeping it auto, so you can skip it. So now let me go ahead with the padding as well. So mostly we don't use grid with CSS. When you will be using some external libraries like Bootstrap or Tailwind, over there creating a grids are very easy. So over there you just have to write a display like a grid over there, and then you just write row 1, row 2, row 3, and you are done. You don't have to do like lots of hard work. And there you can just mention that I want this particular part to take 2 columns, right? So that is row span 2, done. You don't have to do anything over there. But here we have to manually manage this. That's why I actually didn't cover this particular part. Let me just give 5 pixel over here. I guess this is enough. Now let me go ahead with the grid item. Okay. Grid item. Okay, this is the name I have given. Now let me show you the border. Okay, because then and then only you will be having the idea like how the structure is getting created. Let's say border 1 pixel solid, black. Now here I guess we don't have to do anything. Let's see what is the structure that we are getting over here. What did I get? What did I get, guys? I get the table. I get the table. So now if you want, you can remove this. You guys can see there is no impact on this because I didn't what do you say give anything over here. So you can remove this. So this is how you will be able to manage with the grids. Now anything else you guys would like to ask maybe? I guess we had this, right? Grid columns, auto. This is also something which you can do. So you can specify the width of your columns based on your requirement. Okay, based on your requirement. So this is how your grids will be working. So how many rows and columns you want to add, you will be able to add it. So let's say if I'll just do auto 2 times over here more. You see everything is like this. Now let me add one more. Let me add one more. Let's see what happens. See the space over here, right? So this is how it will allow you to manage your content efficiently. So if I'll just let's say I want to keep my what do you say your nav bar to total left, right, and I want some spacing on my right hand side, so I'll be able to achieve it using my grid. So this particular space is empty. So if I'll just console it over here, in that case also you will be able to see the whole space is in this particular div, and the single part, and with everything, the width of every this particular cell is similar, right? So this is something which will which is very helpful when we talk about the grids. Fine. Now guys, tell me anything else you would like to know, anything else you would like to practice. One more, explain the difference between div and span. Okay, div and span. Okay, let's try to implement and then try to see. Let's try to implement and try to see. So let's say I said div over here, and let's say I wrote Intellipaat over here, and let me just create a span over here and write welcomes, and let me write you as well. Okay, so let me go back to the output. Now if you will see here, I have this div and then I have the span. So what is the difference you guys are able to see? Tatashri, I'm not sure whether I'm taking your name correctly or not. Tatashri. So what is the difference you are able to see in both of these? What is the difference you are able to see in both of these? When I'm scrolling over here, if I'll just zoom it also for you, what is the difference you are able to see over here? Yes, so this is the main difference. 100% width and required width. Yes, this is the basic difference. So you can also make your flex to, oh sorry, your div to take the amount of content which is required to hold the whatever the data it has. But generally we use div to separate the create the separate divisions, and span to write some data in it, maybe whatever the details you want to put onto the website, or whatever the text content you want to put, we generally put that particular thing inside the span tag. Fine. Let's say when I mention important tag, this is basically used in other forms. Okay, this is basically used in the forms. So whenever you want to mark any field as a important, then you will be able to use the important attribute over there in the forms basically. And one more thing, let's say we also use this particular what do you say, this important tag when you are writing any CSS, right? So let's say there will be some times where you need to override that particular CSS, and that will not happen sometimes. Okay, so you just make a exclamation over here like this, CSS framework. Okay, Tailwind CSS. If I'll just open it, you will be able to see over here uh the whole Tailwind framework website. Okay, so this is very a beautiful and like a very much in demand. Okay, I would highly recommend everyone to go ahead and have a look over here. So this is nothing but you will be able to write a styles very effortlessly. Okay, so let's say you want to make your background as a slant. Okay, slant is basically a color in a gray. Okay, so gray, but a very light gray. In that particular case, you just have to mention a class, and over there you just have to write bg slat 100. Done. So it has like 100 to 950 color shades for each color. For each color, it has a wide range of colors. So if I'll just show you. See, it has this wide range of color palette. Okay, so from all of these color, like there are more than this as well. Okay, there are more than this. You can see, like in the red only I have this like 10 different shades, right? I have 10 different shades for red. So all of these, like you directly able to use the name, and then you will be directly able to use that particular color. You can see from lighter to darker shade. So all the 950 are darker, and all the 50 and hundreds are lighter shade. Fine. So this is one thing. Apart from that, let's say you want to make a display flex. So you don't have to write you don't have to first of all create a CSS file. You will directly write your inline CSS itself. And over there, you will just write flex over there, and the display will be flex. And the display will be flex. So let's say you are creating a double theme. So let's say first theme is my light and other theme is my dark. Okay, so over there, if I want to make a dark theme, so I don't have to create a separate CSS file for the dark theme. Over here only I'll be writing that in the dark theme, my text will be this particular color, and in a lighter theme, this will be my color. Fine. So this is how easy it is to write a Tailwind CSS. So if you will see, width is equal to 24, height is equal to 24 in a medium device. So to create a responsive. Now, what is responsive? Responsive is, let's say when you are viewing any website over to a laptop, then you switch to a tablet or maybe a mobile phone. So that is your responsive. So now here, how you will be creating a responsive website. So for full screen, maybe my my width is 24, but my medium screen, my width of my particular div or my image will be 48. So it will automatically make your images and everything responsive. See, it is that easy to write. If you want my text to be large, I'll just say text LG, that is large. Font of a medium bold, font medium. Done. Done. And your work is like so easy when you work with Tailwind CSS. Fine. Now, if you want to integrate it in what do you say, your HTML itself. So see here, I have the typography, everything over here. If you want to add it to your CSS, then what you have to do is you just have to search here for Tailwind CSS with HTML. then you will be having the whole documentation with you. So see, by using, okay, this is for, I guess, HTML. I don't want with this. Yes, so from here, you just have to get this particular script. You will add it in your, what do you say, HTML. Let me just get this. Let's try doing this, okay? I never tried it with the HTML, to be very honest, okay? I always used it with React because this is very recent when I started using React. At that time, only I got familiar with the Tailwind CSS. Otherwise, I was using Bootstrap earlier when I started my career, and then switched to the Tailwind. So now over here, let me just say dev, and let me say hello. This is and here if I'll say class and text LG and text red 500. Done. Done. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Is this part clear, everyone? Come on. Now let's say I want to make it bold. Want to make it bold. So if I'll just say, or I'll just make it a little bigger, and then I'd say font bold, and maybe padding is equal to 3. Done. Can we declare class and ID for the same tag? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, we can do it. We can do it. We can write a class and ID for the same tag. So if I'll just say over here a class as a grid C, and if I'll just mention my ID as, let's say, any over here, you will be able to do it. But so if I'll just say my class and my ID. So now if you are asking me like how you will be using it. So let's say for this particular div, or let me just give it to this particular div. Okay. So to this particular div. So let's say I want my first this thing, what do you say, the first number over here in a different color apart from all of these. Okay, all of these. So in that particular case, I have to particularly target this particular thing, right? I have to particularly target this particular thing. Apart from that, I want everything to be similar. Okay, apart from that, I want everything to be similar. So let's say, well, just say padding over here. Let's say 30 pixel, or sorry, 15 pixel. 30 pixel will be way too much. Okay, and margin, let's say 10 pixel. And if I'll just over here, if I'll just say my any, and if I'll just say color as red, fine. So you can see, apart from that, like all the properties are similar. All the properties are similar for all of these, but the color I wanted different for this particular component only, that I can manipulate using my IDs. And one more thing, guys, you can have a multiple class names over here. Okay, so let's say I have created a grid class C over here, and then I'll say a main over here. Okay, main over here, and let's say I'll just give main over here as well. Okay, so this is how you, this is what you can do. Okay, this is what you can do. Let's see if we can get the same thing in the ID as well. This is my ID. So here I'm able to do it. Here I'm able to do it in HTML, but otherwise it will give me error. You will not have more than one ID for the same particular what do you say, div. Okay, you can have a multiple class name for any of the tags in Tailwind CSS. Okay, you are asking me that can we create our own styles in Tailwind CSS? That's what you are trying to ask. Yes, we can do it. We can do it. We can create a separate file. We can create a separate file. Yes, this is also one thing. Okay, so in Tailwind CSS we can define our own styles. So yes, in Tailwind CSS we can create our own style. So let's say if I'll just create a style, like we have to create a different file obviously for that, and we have to configure that particular file over here. But when we do that, okay, so here we will be able to create a own style. So let's say in a single file, I'm writing all the styles. Let's say I'm creating a primary text. So let's say this is my style, and then in this particular style, I'll be able to create whatever the style I want to use. Okay, so let's say text Excel with 100, and whatever the things which comes under your in your mind that you want to give to this particular content, right? You will be able to do it, and then you can directly write a class name over here and you will be able to access it. But over here in all for that, we have to create a separate file first. We have to create a separate file, and then we will be able to do it. When we talk about like HTML and CSS, basically when we talk about CSS, okay, so it's a wide field, okay, because we have like lots of different functions there, like lots of different way to select the element. Okay, so what do I mean by that? So let's say I want to select from this particular class and this particular component. Okay, this particular component. So over there are like lots of ways. I want you guys to explore this particular ways how you will be able to do it. So again, here again we will be talking about the parent child relationship. So this is my this is what you say, my nth component, right? The last component, the nth component, right? So over there, by using that particular method also, you will be able to do it. But I want you guys to find out what is the other way to target each element without writing a specific name to that particular element. So let's say I haven't given any name to this particular element, the different name, right? I'm not using anything. I want to use the general what do you say, the general class name, and to target this particular specific element separately. So this is something which can come into your interview. Again, when we talk about CSS, this is something which can come into your interview. In animation, mostly use opacity. Explain opacity, ma'am. Okay, sure. Uh, Opacity. First of all, tell me, when I say opacity, what is the thing that comes into your mind? Should I show you? Should I show you opacity? Transparency. Exactly. Should I show you opacity? So let's say I'll just say over here, EG 500. Okay. Now class. Okay. Let me first give font bold text fill and opacity, right? Can you see the difference? Can you see the difference? If I'll just, let's say, if I'll just switch it like this, and here if I'll just say opacity, gone, color gone, back, yes or no? Yes or no? So this is your transparency, the transparency level. See, a very light. This is basically when whatever the way you require, you can create it. Whatever the way you require, you can create it. So it ranges from 0 to 100. So if you will not give any opacity, it will be 100. And if you want, you can use anything, whatever you like. Fine. I wanted a darker color, maybe here. And maybe here I can use something in white so that we can have a transparency, right? So let me just give over here. No, I have to use a font as a or maybe I had text here. Yes, was text. Yep. Here, I guess then in that particular case, I'll be able to use white. No. So transform translate, first of all, you need to understand what is this transform translate. Transform means changing its position, right? Translate from where to where? -50 to -50. So -50 from bottom to -50 up. So that is getting twice its size. Okay, that is getting its twice its size. So I guess this is some small and big kind of animation, right, Tarun? Yes, right. So this is going from -50 of its size to +50 of its actual size. So there will be three stages: smaller one, actual size, and bigger size. So that is how it is done. Please explain detailed. I can't understand transform translate. Transition, right? So when I say like here it was a pulse transition, right? So here I have used the scale. Instead of scale, you can use translate, right? So translate is nothing but it also indicates its size only. Okay, so now what is happening is, so from here in this particular example I have took 0.08 to 1. Okay, so 0.08 to 1 means it is becoming small, and it is just going to its original position, right? So in translate, there we are giving our axis. Okay, there we are giving our axis. So as we all know, we have x and y axis, yes or no? So over there we are mentioning whatever the like, let's say the position we want to change in. So first of all, it will go to -50 of its whatever the actual position is, and then it is going to +50 of its actual size. So if I'll just show you some animation with the same features. So if I'll just say uh open, or maybe I can show you some different example and somewhere. Mm, let's say I'll just go to W3 school, or maybe my internet connection is slow. No, it is working fine. So this is again using the scale. I don't want the scale, I just want the minus and plus. Here I can either give the percentage or the pixels. Okay, so where is the demo for this? We are talking in terms of animations. See, when I say translate in my y-axis, it is going in a what do you say, minus y-axis direction. See, can you see? Now this is coming into my z-axis, or you can say it is moving in both my x and y-axis. Yes or no? Yes or no? So let the code get loaded over here first. In that particular case, I'll be able to show you. See. So this is basically my scale in like increasing the size, and translate in axis. If I'll just say in that particular case, it is going to move from its actual position. Okay. So like here also you will be able to see there are like lots of different animations we have, right? 3D matrix, Q, and translate. So when we talk about the translate, we are just trying to move it into its directions. Okay. Or if I give the percentage over there, in that particular case, it will move to that particular percentage to whatever the other percentage I have given. So if I'll just say -50 to +50, or if I'll just say -50 to -50, in that particular case, it is just changing its size. So if I'll just show you somewhere over here, it has to be there. Where is my just translate? Yeah, here. See, this is going from 1 to 1. Okay, so in that particular case, here if I'll just say -50% to -50%. Okay. Now you see the difference? Now you see the difference where it is going? See? See, this is not an animation, but if it was an animation in that particular case, it will be going from here to here at the bottom. So it will be moving into its axis. So if I'll just say 50 over here in that particular case, see, this is how this axis are defined.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.
Okay, so if I will now go to inspect element, if I'll check here, I'll go to console. There is one fab icon that I'm trying to load. I don't know where I'm using it, where I'm there anything? No, I don't think I have anything here. Let's ignore it for now. Might be something. Okay, so this is what till now we have covered. We learned how we can include a JavaScript code, okay, and how we can add it, import it to our JavaScript file. That is fine. And we also learned different window functions which are there, browser functions which are there, which lets us print the errors, warnings, or normal message onto the console. Fine. Okay, so let us start with variables. What are variables? Right, variables. Fine. So can I say variable? Basically, variable is a storage container. Okay, it is a storage container which can store some value in it. Okay, they are used to store some information. So I can write it like this: variables are containers which are used to store some information. Now, what kind of information it can store? What kind of information? Now, information can be anything, like your name. Information can be anything. For example, your name. Let me put it in the next line. Age, phone number, or etc. If you ask me like any technical or some real world example, like his admin is a variable, first name is a variable, last name is a variable. So is admin will tell whether the user is admin of the account or not. What it will store the information of that user, his first name, this variable will store. Similarly, this variable will store the last name of the user, like this. So variables are nothing but they are containers which are used to store some information. Okay, it holds some value in it. Okay, they can store anything. They can store numbers, they can store strings, right? They can store boolean, true, false. They can even store null. So it is just a storage unit used for storing some values. As simple as that. Now, how we can declare a variable in JavaScript? What is the keyword? What is the technique? What is the template? How exactly I can declare it in JavaScript? Okay, if I have to do it, if I have to create a variable in JavaScript, how I can do that? Very simple. There are three keywords there for declaring a JavaScript, namely var, let, and const. Now, using these three keywords, we can declare a JavaScript variable. And they have their own purpose. They have their own, they come with some advantages as well. Okay. If you remember, I told you like in ES6, let and const were introduced. Before that, we were only having a var keyword. So in JavaScript before ES6, the variables were declared only using var. But now it is recommended to use let and const instead of using var. I'll tell you why, but for now, just understand that these are the three methods using which we can declare variables. These are three keywords. Okay. So these are the three keywords: let, var, and const. Now these are the keywords using which we can declare variables in JavaScript. They are three separate keywords. You can declare a variable using var keyword as well, like this. Let's say if I want to declare a variable, let's say name. So var my name, let's say my name, and this is how I can declare a variable. I can even declare a variable age using let keyword as well, right? We can declare a variable using let keyword as well. Similarly, if you want to declare something using const, it's very simple. Const, and then you will put the variable name. So const, let's say I am going to add gender. Oh, gender I cannot add. My gender or something. Okay, let, here why I'm getting this error, because in let you have to give some value, and for const as well I'll have to add some value. Let's say I'll tell you what are these things, why I'm here assigning some value. All right, so let's move ahead. So these are the ways how these are multiple ways we can declare a variable in JavaScript. Let us learn about them one by one in detail, like what exactly they are, how we can define the variable, and what kind of values we can store in it. So that is clear, I guess. Like using these three keywords, var, let, and const, we can declare variables. So how basically, what is the structure, what is the syntax in here? The syntax is, first, if you are creating it using var keyword, so var you will write, okay, and after that you will give a variable name. A variable name. You can declare a variable like this as well using var keyword. That is also fine. Now here, this equals to basically means assigning it some value. Now there are two ways you can do it. Like first is you just declare a variable and you leave it like this, like here var and my name. You declare a variable and you leave it. Other way is you declare a variable and at the same time you assign it some value. Right? I declared a variable my name and I stored Krish in it at the same moment of declaring my variable. Right? So syntax is the keyword, var keyword, then you are going to provide some variable name in it, and then there is an assignment operator. This is assignment operator which is going to assign some value, store some value. What kind of value? This value it is going to store in this my name variable. Okay. Now there are few things which you should definitely know regarding var. Why nowadays we are recommending let or const, variable declared using let or const rather than var keyword. The reason is any keyword, any variable declared using var can be redeclared. That is the first issue. What exactly it means? Like here, let's say if I have declared it var name. Now somewhere else as well I can declare it using var keyword, var name, and I can assign it some different value. Let's say Suchitra. And it will work fine. If I'll do console.log my name, it will give me the proper output. See? I mean, for both the console log, it is giving me both the results. Don't you think it is a drawback? So let's say if I'm writing 1,000 lines of code, here I can see it. Okay, I have just now declared a variable my name. So I'll just rectify the mistake. But what if I have written 1,000 lines of JavaScript code? There I might accidentally write something, some variable, declare some variable my name, which is already there in my code file. Hence, what it will do, it will just break down my code. That is the first drawback. One more thing is, it can be accessed even before its declaration. So let's remove it here for now. Okay, if you see here, now I have here declared a my name variable, Suchitra, and right before its declaration, I'm trying to access it. Is it possible in any other programming language? Yes. Can I access a variable before its declaration? I'm declaring a variable at line number 23, but I'm trying to access it on line number 16 itself. Is it possible? No, right? I cannot do this. In no other programming language this is allowed. If you say, okay, C or C++ or any other programming language, they are, compiler based. That's why they'll inform you earlier. But what if I'll talk about Python? It is interpreter based. Still, I cannot do this. Without declaring a variable, I cannot access it. But this is possible in JavaScript. Now, if I'll try to access this variable, you see here, it is giving me undefined, but it is not giving me any error. Undefined is another kind of data type only. It should have given me the error. It should have prompted me here. You are trying to access a variable which is not declared yet, or you are trying to access a variable before its declaration. But here, instead of that, it is giving me undefined. Now, before moving ahead, I would like to discuss what is undefined or what is null. There is a difference between undefined and null. Let us understand what is that difference. So undefined, whenever we declare a variable, okay, in JavaScript, whenever we declare a variable, JavaScript runtime environment automatically assign it some value. It doesn't matter whether we have, if we have not assigned it some value. So let's say if I'll declare it something like this, var name, or let's say like this only, var your name. So what JavaScript will do, it will assign it some value undefined. So how exactly this happens? How exactly it assign this value? It will not do it like here. Okay. In the runtime environment, whenever you declare a variable, whatever you do, whenever you save it and whenever you execute it, what exactly happens is your JavaScript interpreter basically scheme through your entire code. Okay. It will scheme through your entire code and will extract the variables and the functions declared. All the functions, all the variables which are declared in your program, it will scheme through everything. So let's say first it started executing here line number 4. Nothing is there, it's just a console statement, fine. Then it will move to line number 19 because all of these are just comments. Again, it's a console, fine. Now it will move to line number 22. Fine, here is a variable declared using let keyword. What I'll do age, and it will assign some value undefined. Right now, since let is having some value, so it will just assign let 10. Okay. Although hosting is let variables and cost variables are not hosted, but yeah, it will assign some value 10 to it. Similarly for const, not right now, it will just assign undefined or undefined. Okay. Now then it will move to next variable, which is my gender. Again, undefined. Although const cannot be reassigned value. Here it will give me the error because I'm doing it. I'm reassigning it, but this is not basically happens. During the when the JavaScript interpreter scheme through your code. Then it will reach to this line number 27. Okay, your name is another variable. Again, it will assign. So like this, it will assign undefined to all of those codes. Okay, so this is what happens first. Okay, so before the execution of the code, this is basically what your JavaScript sees in your code. So there is a variable age, undefined, my gender, undefined, your name, undefined. So all of these variable names it has stored somewhere at the top of the program. Now it will start executing the code. It will reach to the control will reach to the line number 20 or line number 28. Let's say here, it will execute this line. Perfect. Then the control will move to line number 22. Console.log my name. Is there any value assigned to my name? No, right? Okay, I have written your name. It should be my name. So it will get the value from here, which is undefined, and hence undefined. Okay, even before the execution of the code, it just schemes through your entire code, list down the variables and the functions separately, okay, in the execution context, and assign the value undefined to all of those variables. At first, this is what happens. Although this doesn't have, it will not happen for let and const, but I have here just written for your reference so that you don't get confused, because I'm going to cover it later on. Okay, so this happens for var keywords. My name is here undefined, so it will try to grab the value. Is there any value assigned to this my name? Okay, right now it is undefined, so it will give you the output as undefined. Then the control will move to the next line, which is line number 25. Let age variable 10 declared. Fine. If somewhere, let's say here I am trying to do console.log age. Okay, then the control will move to the gender. It is male. Fine. This is the execution part, Vamsi. Now my code is being executed. It is not checking, it is just executing my code. And since you know, interpreter will execute the code line by line. Okay. Now control will go to line number 29, where it will print the age. And for me, since the value has been assigned at runtime, hence instead of showing undefined, it will show me output will be 10 over here. Again, variable your name is declared. Okay, I have not assigned it any value, but I am not logging it anywhere. Now I'll declare var name variable here. I have assigned Suchitra value in it. And now when I'll try to again do console log, this time since value has been assigned here on execution, I stored the value, and hence the output here would be Suchitra. You got it now? What happens? So for the first time, JavaScript interpreter will scheme through your entire code, will separately store the variable somewhere and will assign undefined to them until you are not assigning them any value during execution, during runtime. Okay, so while runtime, you'll try to execute it. Now since the value has been assigned, now it is giving me Suchitra as the output. So at this moment, the value was not assigned to it, hence it was giving me the default value, which is undefined. This entire process is known as hosting, but this is not basically the entire definition of hosting, but this is basically what it looks like. Okay, moving your variable declaration to the top is your hosting. Okay, undefined basically means I have undefined this variable, or if I'm getting any undefined output for any of my variable, that means the variable is defined there. It is there in the memory, but no value has been assigned to it. Okay, no value has been assigned to it. That's why it is undefined. And what is null? Variable is defined, but it has no value, zero value. I can do it like this. I can assign null to it like this, null. So that means I'm not going to store anything in it. I'm not going to store anything in it. It is null, nothing, zero. So whenever you execute any JavaScript code, what JavaScript interpreter will do, it will first move all of your variable declaration to the top. If you have declared a variable and you have not assigned it any value, not just null, but if you have not assigned it any value, then it will return undefined. For this is only true for var keyword or any variable declared using var. What exactly happens in hosting is the JavaScript interpreter will move. This is not a proper definition of it, but layman term. JS interpreter will move your entire variable declarations, function declarations to the top of the program before execution. Okay, before its execution. No, let and const behaves differently. Okay, I'll show you again. We'll try to do that. We'll try to access variables declared using let and const before their declaration. We'll try to do that as well, and then it will get clear to you. So what is hosting? So JS interpreter will move your entire variable declaration function declaration to the top of the program before the execution. So wherever there is a variable declared, it will be moved to the top. It's declaration only, not the value that you have assigned. Remember this thing. If I have here declared var name, so only this variable will be moved to the top and assigned undefined, not this value assigned to it. Okay. And when code will be executed line by line, it will check. So here when the control will reach to this line number 23, now here if you see what is the value of my name variable, it is declared, it has been assigned value at line number 32. Right now I have not stored anything in this variable, right? So what according to you it should give me the output? Obviously it should give me the undefined output, right? If I have already stored my variable declaration at the top, I have assigned undefined to it, and now I'm trying to access the value of it. So right now what value is stored in this my name variable? So by default undefined would be there. It will only store Suchitra when it will reach to line number 32, right? Vinay. Once it will reach to line number 32, then here I have stored Suchitra in it. But before that, what value it will store? Undefined, right? It will only store undefined. So when the control will reach to line number 32, then it will store, it will replace undefined with Suchitra. Okay. And hence here it will give you the output Suchitra. So the variables declared using var keyword are hoisted. So that means I can access them even before their declaration. I can access them. I won't get any error. Let us try the same using a variable declared using let keyword. Okay. So let's try to execute, let's try to access this age variable. With what keyword it has been declared? Using let keyword. So again, here I am trying to access this age keyword, age variable declared using let keyword. Let's save this. I'll go back to my console, and now here, see, now here I'm getting error. What is saying? Uncaught, it is a reference error. Okay, it is a reference error. It is not a syntax error. Remember this thing. It is a reference error. Cannot access age before initialization. It was initialized at line number 28, 27, and I'm trying to access it at line number 24. Before its initialization, I'm trying to access it. Okay, so that is why it is not possible. This is not true for let and const variables, but it is true for where they are hosted. I cannot access a variable declared using let keyword before its initialization. So that means this thing is not there. Okay, they are not hosted. The variables declared using let and const are not hosted, but they are in some term known as temporal dead zone, TDZ. Okay. About this we'll learn later. Just now, just remember this is the time zone before variable before the variable declaration. Start of the program till the variable initialization and declaration. This is your temporal dead zone for this age variable. Okay. Just remember it like this. The time frame before its initialization and declaration is temporal dead zone for let or const variables. This is an advanced topic, so I don't want to mention anything advanced right now. Otherwise, you'll get confused. So that's why I'm just restricting myself to the basics only. One more thing I forgot to mention. Like first, I mentioned variables declared using var keyword can be redeclared. What does it mean? What does it mean? Redeclaring a variable? If you are creating a variable using const, it is a mandatory thing to initialize it with some values. Otherwise, it will give you error. Now, what is the other problem with variable declared using var? First was you can redeclare it. You can redeclare a variable declared using var keyword. That is the first issue. Like where age is declared, I can again declare age over here. I can write 10. Okay, it is let now. Let's your name. Okay, your name is already there. declared. It is already declared. Let's say here it is Sonu, whatever name. So your name, and again I'm declaring a variable your name and I'm assigning some different value, Rahul. So this is not correct, right? I cannot redeclare a variable. I might end up storing something else, let's say some random numbers, right? And it will still work. So that is the first thing, which is the first problem we have with var. Another problem is not a problem, but yeah, it can be, it is a feature, you can say. I can reassign it some value. So your name is right now storing this number. I can actually change it to something else. I can store some other values, Suman, and that is fine. Okay. So that means you can reassign values to a variable declared using var keyword. Although that is true with let keyword as well, or variables declared using let keyword. But yeah, these are the two things. Okay, clear? Now you might be thinking then when to use var. So only if you think your variable it should support the old browser. In that case only you should use var. Otherwise try to use const most of the time. In case if the value should not be changed, you should use const. Otherwise you can use let. If you can't use const in that case. In case if you can't use const, then you can use let. So now let us move on to the let keyword. Let keyword. Another keyword for declaring variables JS. It is more stricter as compared to var. It follows some rules. It has its inbuilt rules which it follows. What are those rules? So it can be declared like this: let phone, which is basically going to store phone number. Let's say phone number. And in here I can store some phone number. Okay. Let, and then phone number, I can store it like this. Can I do it like this? Can I assign it some value here? Yes, I can do that. I can assign some value to it. That means reassignment is possible in here. I can first declare the variable, later I can assign the value, or I can assign it some value while declaring it, and later I can reassign the value. Variable declaration and assignment, reassigning values, right? So this is possible. If I'll do console.log phone number, I'll save it, will give me the output. And which output it is giving? It is giving me the most latest change. Now if I'll try to create another variable phone number, and this time I want to store some string in it, it will give me the error. If I'll save it, see here what kind of error I'm getting here. Now what kind of error I'm getting? Just remember these kind of errors. Previously I was getting the reference error. Now here I'm getting syntax error. Identifier phone number has already been declared. Before understanding this, you will first have to be clear with what is a variable declaration and what is variable assignment. If I'm creating a variable, let's say let address, or let's email. Okay, so what it is? This is variable declaration. This is variable declaration, right? Very simple. That means just creating a variable. I have not assigned it any value. I have just declared it. In my runtime environment, I have declared the variable email variable is there. That means my program knows, okay, there is a variable email. Although it doesn't have any value, but it is there. It is there in the memory. It doesn't stores anything, but it has memory allocated to it. That is variable declaration. What is variable assignment? Assignment means here I am assigning it some value. Let's say krish@intellipaat.com. So what I'm doing here is I'm storing some value in it. This is assignment, or you can say value assignment or variable assignment. So what here I'm doing, I am assigning this variable, this email variable, some value. Okay, I'm assigning it some value, that is variable or assignment. So now you see the difference. Is it clear, the difference between declaration and assignment? Now let us understand what is redeclaration. Redeclaration means declaring a variable which is with a name which is already there, which is already declared in the program, in the code file. So redeclaration here means I already have a variable with email name, right? I already have a variable, email variable, but I forgot about it and I'm trying to redeclare it. I'm trying to redeclare it. That is redeclaration. This is your redeclaration. A variable which is already declared in the memory, or a variable with that same name is there in the memory and you are trying to create another variable with the same name. That is redeclaration. Although it was allowed for var keyword, but for let it is not allowed. Here it is giving me the error. You see, cannot redeclare block scoped variable email. So this is not allowed in let. Not allowed in let. Okay, I'll just comment it out. Now what does reassignment means? Reassignment means my variable is there, it is storing some value, but now I want to store something else, some other value. So what I'll do, let's say email chris@intellipaat it is storing. Let's say I want to store anything else, abc@intellipaat.com. So this thing is allowed. Using let keyword can be reassigned new values. Okay, so that means the variables declared using let cannot be redeclared, but they can be reassigned. Now because of this, it helps us from making a huge mistake. If this is not allowed, so let's say by mistake, let's say if I have written 1000 lines of code and I forgot, like I already have declared this email variable, and somewhere let's say accidentally if I have declared a variable with this same name, so it won't let my program crash. Then and there only it will give me the error, the variable already exists. So it is saving me from making a huge mistake, right? This variable. Okay, and that means reassignment means I can reassign it any other value anytime. That is allowed. Or I can let score I have created, and initially the score was, let's say, null. Later I updated the score with let's say 10. Then I can update the score with, let's say, 20, 100, like this. So that means the values stored in a variable declared using let keyword can be updated. That is reassignment. So this is pretty much about let keyword. Okay. Now let us discuss const keyword, or variable declared using const. So as the name suggests, it is used to create constant variable. It is used to create a constant variable. Now what does it mean? What does a constant variable means? You might be thinking like initially only you are calling it a variable, and then at the same time you're calling it as a constant. If it is a variable, that means its values can be changed, can vary, may vary, right? But how come a variable can be a constant? So variable, if you know, you have to go through the definition. A variable is nothing but it is a container which stores some value. Now that value may be constant, right? It is a variable, right? It is a variable which I can call it anytime, but the value stored in it can be constant. So for creating those kind of variables whose value can never be, can never change, we use const keyword. Let's say const, I want to store some specific value. Let's say I want to create a variable pi. So it has a fixed value, right? It has a fixed value 3.14. Okay. It is not going to change anywhere in the program. Even if I'll try to change it, I cannot, right? Even if I'll try to change the variable, I cannot change it because it is a constant variable. So this is how we declare a constant variable. Const keyword is there, then you put the variable name and you assign some value to it. You cannot create a variable like this using const keyword. It will give you some error. Again, it will give you the syntax error. Missing initializer in const declaration. That means while declaring the variable, you will have to initialize it. Initialize means having some values, putting some values to it. That is the initializer. We can't use as many times like let write. I cannot do it like this. Here I'm reassigning it some value. Is it possible? It will go against its name. It is a constant. That means I cannot change its value. Here I'm trying to change it. If I'll save it, again I should get error. What error I'm getting? Here I'm getting type error. This time I'm not getting syntax error, neither I'm getting reference error. This time I'm getting type error. I'm trying to assign a value to a constant variable, which is not allowed. Assigning a variable, assigning a value to a constant variable is not allowed. You can only assign it value while it's declaration. So that means this thing is not allowed. Values to a constant variable can only be assigned while it's declaration. Okay, so I hope this thing is clear. This thing is not allowed. Values to a constant variable can only be assigned while its declaration. So here this is true, but this thing is not allowed. So I'll just do make it comment. So reassignment is not allowed. Okay, this is all about the variables declarations. Okay, the difference between var, let, constant one. See, var can be redeclared, can be reassigned a value, can be accessed before its declaration or assignment. Okay, let can be reassigned but can't redeclared. Okay, and cannot be accessed before its initialization. Const can only be assigned value at the declaration, cannot be reassigned values, cannot be redeclared, and cannot be accessed before initialization. Okay, so this is basically the difference. Okay, this is the basic difference. Although on accessibility level, on scope level, there are differences, but I'm thinking of covering this scope part. Okay, scope. I'll cover it later. Okay. Right now, if I'll cover, you'll get confused. So that's why I'm not thinking of covering it later on. What is scope? Basically, the accessibility, where you can access var throughout your program, where you can access let keywords, where you can access const keywords, right? What is their accessibility? Can you access them everywhere in the program, or there's some limitation to it? Okay. Now let us understand the data types in JavaScript. What are data types in JavaScript? What are data types? Type of value we want to store. Very simple. right? Type of information of the value which we are going to store in any variable. So till now what we have learned like, okay, I can declare a variable age here, or let's say I can declare a variable user form or something. I can declare that, but what value it is going to store, how it, I'll get to know what value it will, whether it will store a string or a number, right? So that was possible when you were working in some other programming language. You were declaring the type of the variable there. So let's say if you are doing it for doing it in C++. So how you'll be doing it? Int, and then you declare a variable, let's say phone number or number. So that means this number variable is an integer variable and can only store integers. That means it can only store integers, right? That means any number it can store. It cannot store something like this because it is declared in such a way that it can only store a number. That is your data type, because its data type is integer. So data type is nothing but it tells us the type of data a variable can store. Okay. Now there are a lot of data types available in JavaScript. Majorly they are categorized into two main groups. First is, let me first primitive data types, and then second, reference data types. Okay. Reference and primitive, reference values, basically reference values. Now what are primitive data types or primitive values? Would be better if I'll just write values over here instead of data types, because basically if I talk about JavaScript now, it is dynamically typing programming language, dynamic type programming language. That means you cannot specify a specific variable to store in JavaScript. Let's say what I'm trying to say here is, let's say if I have created age variable, so that doesn't mean it can only store a number. Okay, it can even store string. Okay, so that means it is storing a number variable as well as a string. Even it can store boolean like true or false. It can store values like this. That means the variables declared in JavaScript are dynamic type. Their data type can be changed. You can store multiple kind of values by default, but there is a strict keyword using which you can actually restrict the change of data type. If you have declared a variable using strict keyword, then you cannot change its data type. So once you have declared it using strict and you have restricted it to be a string, so throughout the program you can only store a string variable in it. So for that we have strict keyword that we'll see later on. TypeScript, you must have heard about it. TypeScript, it is basically the stricter version of JavaScript, where you have to, it is not dynamic type, it doesn't support dynamic typing, rather it is strict. So when you declare a variable, there you have to declare its data type as well. Okay, although at the end when you compile that Java TypeScript code, it will be converted into a JavaScript code only. At the end it will be executed in the form of JavaScript, but it gives you more control, right? It gives you more control on what kind of program you are writing, how you are writing it, and it avoid any kind of errors. Okay, so in primitive values, while covering primitive values, for very first thing that we have, in total we have 6 data types. One of them is number. Okay. What is number? Number data type. What is number data type? It represents both integers, right, as well as floating point numbers. What does it mean? So let's say I created a variable like num1. I can store a variable 42 in it, right? And if I have created a pi variable, although pi is already there, I'll just name it as pi1. And here I can store, let's say 14. So see here, this is a number which is storing an integer, and again in the same variable I'm storing, variable created using let keyword, I'm storing a floating point number as well. Okay, so both you can store in number. So it represents both integer and floating point numbers. Similar to this, if you want to store a string, okay, what is a string? Sequence of characters. So can I say this is a string? Hi guys, welcome to the session, right? This is a string because it has sequence of characters. It is a string. So it can also store, let's say, let welcome. I have created a variable, so it can store strings as well. Okay, that is string. Sequence of characters. So I can store numbers, I can store floating point numbers as well, I can store strings. So do you see anywhere, am I mentioning anything, right? It's up to you. Like if you want it to be in a single quotes, you can put it in single quotes. You want it to be in double quotes, you can put it in double quotes. If you want to make it a string literal, you can put it in backtick as well. Okay, so either you can put it in a string literal or you can put it in a double quotes. It's up to you, like how you are going to create a string variable. Similar to this, we have boolean. How to define boolean? Okay. What it is, it represents a logical entity and it can only have two values, either true or false. Okay, boolean can have only two values. It is a logical entity. So like if I want to know is logged in, let's say this is the variable I have created, so either it can be true, a user either he can be logged in or he cannot, right? It only has two circumstances or two situations. Either a user can be logged in or he can't. If the user is logged in right now or if he is active right now, it is true. If not, then it will be false. So this is boolean. So it can only store two values, true or false. Okay, after boolean we have undefined. Although I have already talked about it, but it falls under this primitive values. Undefined. What does it mean? What does undefined mean? It indicates that a variable is declared, a variable has been declared but has not assigned any value yet. Okay, undefined means a variable is declared but we have not assigned it any value. Then it by default, what JavaScript does, it just assigns undefined to the variable if it is a let or a var keyword. So let, if I have declared anything, any random value, local name, whatever, so what will be its value? Undefined. It is true for even functions as well. If a function is not returning any value, then it will return what? It will return undefined. It will return undefined in that case. Okay, or in only case when I'll try to access it before its initialization, then Suchitra, it will give me a reference error. Okay, if I'll try to access it right here, console.log local name, let's say. After its initialization, it won't give me any error. Okay, pi is not defined where I'm accessing pi. See what I'm getting here, output as undefined. But at the same time, if I will try to access it just before its initialization, then it will give me the error, the reference error. Cannot access local name before initialization. You got it now? So undefined, it will be assigned. So that means we have declared a variable, but it doesn't have any value. But once if I'll assign it some value, so local name, let's say Raga or something, or Ragbi. Now if I'll try to execute, if I'll try to console it, so now I'll get Ragbi. So way before its initialization, sorry, its assignment, value assignment, it was undefined. Once I assigned it some value, it is now Ragbi. So don't get confused with undefined or null value. Another variable is, I'll just for now comment this out. I don't want to fill my console with a lot of outputs. Null. Now what is null? Intentionally, if we want to put nothing, if we want to remove the undefined from output, I mean, I'm just randomly saying something. Basically, intentionally putting nothing there, zero. I'm telling my browser, I'm telling my runtime environment, this variable stores nothing as of now. I have not received the data. Okay, let's say if it is a weather data, let weather data. So initially what will it will be? It will be null only, right? It will be null because I have not received the weather data yet. So initially I'll keep it as null. So intentional absence of any value is null. Null represents absence of any value. It is null. That means this weather data doesn't have any value yet. We have initialized it, but it doesn't store any value. It is null. Okay. Now let us understand what are reference values. Okay. What are reference values? So basically these reference values are objects, okay, which are mutable. Okay, and we store values as a reference. It will get clear to you. Let me first create it. Reference values. So what are reference values? They are objects, okay, that are, or they are mutable objects which stores values as a reference. Now what does actually it means storing values as reference? Their reference they are storing, neither the exact values. I'll just try to explain it using this paint diagram. So let's say this is my memory block. This is my memory block. Okay, so it has some address. So if you must know, like if I have a memory block, it will be having some address, right? Similarly 1000, let's say 2, it's like your address, home address, right? 1003, 1004, 1005, like this, and so on and so forth, right? And in these address we store some values. Let's say I created a variable, okay, where age, right, and I assigned 10. So when I did where age, so what exactly happened? So at the back end, My runtime environment assigned this A's variable a memory block. This is my memory block. It assigned this memory block to it. That is address 1001. So where I this stack or in hash table, this is my age. Be bad at writing here, so I'm writing it using my touchpad, so I don't have the stylus right now. So let's say age, and it is as allocated a memory space. With which memory space? 1001. Okay, and there we are storing 10. Right, I declared a variable age and it got allocated a memory space. Which memory space it got? It's like you went to you went somewhere uh, on vacation, and there you opted for a clock room. So they'll give you let's say a drawer, right? They'll give you a drawer and they'll give you this key. Okay, go to drawer number 1001. This is your key and this is your drawer 1001. You can store whatever you want to store. Similar to that, the runtime environment, the interpreter assigned this age a drawer 1001. Now this variable can store whatever value it is it holds. It can store it in this drawer, right? Later, if I'm trying to access it, if I'm reassigning whatever the value this variable a age is storing in, let's say another variable a, like this age, right? So what exactly is going to happen? It will store its reference. Instead of storing the value, it will store its reference. I mean, this is what exactly happens in C++. We'll see later on what are pointer reference and all. That is not the scope of JavaScript, but I'm trying to teach you like what exactly is the storing via reference, storing via address. Instead of storing the exact value, what does it mean for storing via reference? So here I have another variable a. In this variable, I'm telling it, okay, do not store whatever the value it store its location. And then whenever, if I'll update the value here, if it will be 20, a will also automatically be updated to 20. That is the reference storage. This is how reference works. I'm not storing the exact value, rather I'm storing its reference. Wherever it has been stored, I'll just store the address. And later on, whenever I'll try to access the value of it, I can directly get the access of this 1001 dot value like this. Okay. So they are mutable and they are stored as reference. Now this means you assign an object to a variable. You are assigning a reference to that object, not the exact object. You are assigning a reference to it. Now let us understand what is an object here. What kind of objects? What is a JavaScript object, JSON object? Basically, an object is a collection key value pair. It is a collection of key and value pairs. How does it looks? It is declared like this. Let my obj, let's say my object, I have created an object, my object, I'll give equals to sign and then curly braces and then curly braces over here. And within these curly braces, I'll store values. How I'm going to store it? In the form of key and value pairs. In the form of key and value pairs. Now what does it mean, key and value pairs? If you have worked in Python, you must have worked on dictionaries, right? In dictionaries as well, we store values how? In key value pair. How we store value in dictionary? There is a key, there is an index, and with respect to that key or index, we have some values. What are keys? Which can uniquely identify an element. So let's say if I'm creating my object, so what do you think it may hold? Like name, it can hold a name. Okay, so name is here a key. Okay, name here is a key. I can mention here, let's say Mandira. So this is value, this is key. It is a property of an object, but at the same time, This is a key. And what it is holding? It is holding a value Mandira, right? Similarly, by adding a comma, I can add another property. I can add another property for my object. I can, let's say, store age in it. I can store age in it. So let's say 19. So what it is a key value pair, right? With respect to every key, we are storing some values, right? We are storing some values. Okay. Don't worry, we'll be covering it more detail. It has a lot of things, lot of functionalities. For now, just here I'm giving you an understanding of data types. I'm just clearing it in short. But we'll have a separate discussion on objects, arrays, and functions separately. But for now, just understand it like this. This is an object. This is a JavaScript object. And this is how it is created. And it stores values in the form of key and value pair. Okay. Now let us cover type conversion. What basically it means? Type conversion. So you can actually convert the data type of any variable using this built-in function, right? I mean, automatically you do it whenever you assign something. If there is a number you have stored, if you want to explicitly tell, no, I'm going to store a string, it in a form of string, then you have to do this type conversion. And how you can do that? It's very simple. Let's say here I have created a variable number, which actually stores some number. Let's say any random number. So it is storing a number. I want to create any variable, string variable, that's str I have named it. And I want to store this number variable in the form of string. So there is a function known as type of. Okay, type of, let's say number. If I'll check here. Okay, of input, what it is a number. What it is giving me the output as number, right? If I'm checking the type of this number, you might be getting confused. Here I have changed it, so it should also be changed. So what kind of output it is giving me? It is telling me, it actually tells you like what is the type of the variable. Okay, it tells you the data type of the variable. So what value it is storing? It is storing a number. Hence this returning, this entire code is returning number as the output because it is a number. What value this number variable is storing? This num variable is storing a number. This num variable is storing what? It is storing a number, right? So using type of operator, it is an operator which tells you the data type of a variable. If I'll store a string here, now you see it is returning me string. Okay. So what it returns the data type of the variable. So num variable, since it is storing a string, hence it is returning string. What is the type of this num variable? String. So let me just change it to number once again. Again, it will show me, since it is storing number, it will show me number here. Output as number. Okay. Now I want to change this number to string. I want to change it to a string. So for that, I will have to explicitly use this string function. String is going to convert my number to string. And now if I'll do console.log type of, let's say str, it will be a string now. So we'll check it here. It is still a number. Okay. If I'm assigning it, let's say another variable I'm creating. If for your understanding, I'm just making it more simple. Wait. So here I'm creating another variable str. Okay. In which what value I'm going to assign? Num. Whatever value this number is storing. Right now it is storing this value. I'm assigning that value to it. So since it is storing a number, hence what this will return? It will return a number. Yes or no? Type of str would be number only because the number which this num variable is storing is a number. The value which this num variable is storing is a number. Hence, this should also return number. Type of str also returns number. But if I want to convert the whatever the value it stores, if I want to convert its type, its data type from number to string, in that case, I will have to use something like this, a function like this, string function. Okay. See what it tells. Allows manipulation and formatting of text strings and determination and location of substrings within a string. It is a function, or you can say method. Are you getting my point? Now if I'll save it, now its data type has been changed to string, although it is still the same. Okay, it is still the same. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
Let us start with operators. What are operators? We understood variables. Now, can you tell me what it is? Let's say here I'm creating a variable, let sum. And let's say here I'm creating another variable, let a equals to 10 and let b equals to 20, and here a plus b. What exactly it is? What you will call this statement? What you will call this statement? Addition. So basically computation. It is an operation that we are performing here, right? Addition operation. Yes or no? Or I can call it as an expression, right? Yes or no? It is an expression which is doing what? It is doing addition operation where I am adding two numbers, as simple as that. I have one variable a, another variable b, and I'm just adding them up. Similarly, I can do it like this. Let sub, that means subtract a minus, right? Very simple. Here subtraction operation I'm performing, and so on and so forth. I can do it same for multiplication, division, and all. So what exactly it is? It is a expression which is performing some operation. Now in every expression, an expression is basically a combination of two parts, right? It is a combination of two parts. The first is the operands. They are known as operands. A and B are here what? They are operands. A and B are known as operands, and plus here is operator. Plus here is an operator, which is doing what? It is actually doing the computation. It is telling us what exactly I want from this expression. So it will produce some value, right? If I'll execute it, so it will give me how much? 30, right? So if you'll ask me the syntax for it, it will be like operand 1 plus operator, okay? Operator plus operand 2. This is the syntax, okay? So how many operators are there in JavaScript? JavaScript has both. It also has binary operators, and as well as it has unary operator. We'll learn about that. What are unary operators? And we also have ternary operators. What are ternary operators? Unary means we'll only have one operand, right? Unary means only has one operand. Binary means having two operands. It is a binary because here we have two operands. I think we should remove this plus sign. It will actually confuse you all. So it could be anything here. So A plus B or A multiply B. So here multiplication is an operator, A here is an operand, B here is an operand 2. So JS has three kinds of operators, you can say, three types of operators: unary, okay, unary, binary, and ternary. Okay, script has three types of operators: unary, binary, and ternary. Okay, that is, so ternary basically is my conditional operator. We'll talk about it. Conditional operator. A binary operator basically requires two operands, one before the operator and one after the operator. So binary two operands, one before the operator and other, and one after the operator. Okay, so here I can give you the example of this. Let's add this one. This is an example of binary operator. So operand 1, operator, operand 2. This is an example of binary operator. Now, what is unary? Unary operator. Okay, it requires only single operator. Okay, it requires only single operand, not operator. It requires only single operand. It could be either before the operator or after it. Okay, you must have used this increment or decrement operators, right? Like if we use for loop, let's say for I equals to 0, I smaller than, let's say, n is the length of the array, and we do this I plus plus. So what exactly is this I plus plus? It is an example of unary operator here. That is basically telling increase the value of I with 1 and assign it the same value. Okay, so it will be like this. Example is for easy operator, either it will be like this operand, right, or it could be like this operand. Either operand would be after operator or it can be before operator. Both is acceptable here. Okay, so example again here is I plus plus or plus plus I. Now this style is basically known as, prefix unary operator. Prefix unary operator. This will call prefix unary operator because operator is coming before operand. And if we are going to use this one, this is known as postfix. Okay, postfix unary operator. If it is JavaScript operators, so operators are of three types. First is unary operator, which will only have single operand. Operand means, let's say if I have A here, if I talk about binary operator, in binary operator we have two operands, like, right? adding two numbers. Let's say if I want to add two numbers, what I'll do, a plus b, I would need two numbers. So this operator is basically operating on two variables. It is used for adding two numbers here. So here it is a binary operator, right? Here it is working as a binary operator because it is adding two numbers, two operands I have. Okay. How many operands I have? Two operands. The numbers on which we are going to perform the operation, right? If I am going to add two numbers, so those two numbers are my operands. What if I only have a? That is a single operand. It is a single operand, right? And if I want to do some operation on it, okay, if I want to do some operation on it, let's say I want to increase its number. I want to increase its count by 1. So ideally what I'll do, a equals to a plus 1. If I want to increase its number by 1, so what I'll do, a equals to a plus 1. If I have to increase its number by 1, I'll have to do a equals to a plus 1. So what basically it is doing, it is saying whatever the value a is having, whatever the value a is having, just add 1 in it and assign the value, the resultant that you are getting to a. So let's say if the value of a is, let's say if the value of a is 10. So here if I'll do console log, what would be the value of a now? If I'll do console log a, what do you think is going to be the value of a? 11, right? So the other way of writing this expression is this, a plus plus. It is a short form of you know writing this, and backend this is happening. This is what happening at the backend. But in short form, I can write it like this, a plus plus. So a plus plus basically means increase the count of a with 1, whatever the value a is having, and then assign it in a. A plus plus means increase the value of a by 1 and assign it in a. And since here we only have one operand, hence it is known as unary operator. Since it only has one operand, hence it is known as unary operator. Now here, instead of writing this long expression, a equals to a plus 1, instead of writing that, in JavaScript, we have a shorthand for that. And the shorthand is a plus plus. What basically it does, it is doing the same thing that we were doing previously, that we are doing here, a equals to a plus 1 at the back end. You just have to write a plus plus, but at the back end what it will do, it will increase the value of a with 1. So at the end, this is only what is happening here, a equals to a plus 1, but it is abstracted, it is hidden from us, right? It has been hidden by the interpreter, but at the back end this is what happening. If you will write a plus plus, so basically it means increase the value of a with 1 and assign it, right? Increase the value with 1 and assign it the value, whatever the value you are getting, assign it to it. It's like this, plus equals to 2, right? If you want to increase the value of a by 2, instead of doing a equals to 1 plus equals to 1, you can do it like this, a plus equals to 2. So a plus plus will just increase the value by 1, a plus equals to 2 will increase the value by 2. Hope it is clear now. So this is your unary operator. It will only have one operand. Okay. Now let us talk about other operators, which are assignment operator, let's say. First, it is really important to understand assignment operator. What are assignment operators? What is its use? So assignment operator is basically, it is used to assign values, okay, to a variable. So this assignment operator is used to assign some value to a variable. Very simple example, we have used it multiple times. Again, a equals to 10. So here, what I'm doing, I am assigning this 10 value to my variable A. Here I have some value which I need to assign it to a variable A. I have a value to assign to variable A. I can assign it using this equals to sign. It could be anything. Let's say I'll create another variable, let's say X, and it has A and A into 20, like this. I have this value A into 20. I have the value of A at, I have assign it 20, let's say, or 40, let's say. If I'll do console.log X, so what output I'll get? 800, right? 80, why I'll get 80? I'll get 800. Here I'm multiplying, right? A is 40, it is not 4, it is 40. I'll get 800 here as an output. So what exactly it is doing? It is doing the computation here. Whatever the value it is getting, whatever the value it is, calculating. So after the calculation, we got 800. It is assigning that 800 to this X. It is assigning that 800 to this X using this assignment operator. Okay. So in this, what we have a target and we have a value to assign, right? And this part could be anything, could be an expression, a value, even it could be a function as well, anything it could be. So we have one target and we have some value to assign. So that is the main job of assignment operator. So after assignment, another operator is comparison operator. Comparison operators. So basically, these comparison operators are used to compare the operands and returns a logical value. So these operators are used to compare the operands and return a logical value based on whether the comparison is true or false. Okay, whether the comparison is true or false, whatever it is returning, based on that it will give you the output. Okay, now operands can be anything. You can compare two strings, you can compare two wait, let me write it here. Operands can be anything. You can compare two characters, strings, numbers, right? Objects, right? Anything you can compare. Basically object values. Okay. In such cases, if the operands are of not same type, then JavaScript will convert them to a common or appropriate type so that it can compare. So if I want to check, so let's take very simple example, let my string, here I'm creating name, and let other string, or let us just make it a number, and I'll just put 60 or 30 here. Okay, and if I'm trying to compare, like let's try this, my string equals to nums, like this. Now here I can do it like this as well, equals to. So single equals to will do what? It will assign the value. If I'll do my string equals to nums, what it will do? It will assign whatever the value this nums is storing in this target. This is assignment operator, but this one is comparison operator. It will compare these two operands. if my string is equals to nums or not. It will not assign the value, it will compare these two values. If I want to compare if these two variables are equal or not, so in that case, instead of using single equals to sign, I'll use double equals to sign. And in case if you want to strictly compare, like I can do it like this. Let's say here what it is a string 30, right? It is 30. I have here also I have written 30, here also it is 30, but it is a string and here it is a number. If I'll compare, so what do you think what it should return? What I should get here? True. And why? What is the reason for that? Why I should get true here? Why not false? Strict means it will just compare the values. Let's see. I might be wrong. Let's see that. Let's check it here. Let me first clear the terminal. Okay. Node main.js. Fine. It is returning me true. Although my first variable is a string and the second variable is a number. What if I want to be stricter and I want to only compare, only get true if the data type is also same? So for that, I have another equals to, I'll have to add. Now this extra equals to sign will also compare their data type as well. Right now, we were just comparing the value by just adding single equals, double equals to means we will just compare the value. But if I want to compare the data type as well, if they are equal in all aspect, their data type, their values, then return true. If I want to do that, then I'll have to add 3 equals to sign here. Now, if I'll save it, if I'll execute the program once again, now it will return me false. And the reason for that is it is a string and it is a number. Similarly, if I want to check not equals to, I'll add the exclamation mark. Now, what do you think it should return now? What should be the output of this thing, this part? Now it should return false. And the reason is these two are equal as per the value point of view, right? And here I'm telling they are not equal. I'm comparing if they are not equal, but no, that is not true. They are equal, hence it will return false. If I'll execute the command, it will return false. If I'll check here, if I'll add double equals to, what do you think it should return now? Now it will return true. The reason is the statement which I am here mentioning is true. That means my string, I'm telling it my string is not equals to nums, and that statement is true because the first one is a string and the second one is a number, and hence the entire statement becomes true, and here I'm getting true. But if I'll remove one equals to sign, that means I'm only comparing the value. I'm telling my string is not equals to num. That is not correct. Value wise, as per the value point of view, these two variables are equal, and it should return false in this case. This two equals to sign is doing what? It is telling us whether these two variables are equal or not. If they are equal, what it should return? True. It will only return, this operator will only return two things, either true or false. It will return only two things, either true or false. So similar to this, my string, which is having value, what it is storing 30, but as a string it is storing, right? So here I have a variable. Let's, for your understanding, num1 I'm just, say num2. Okay, so I have here created two variables. Okay, first variable is num2, which is having a value stored 30, but here I have stored it as a string. In double quotes I have stored it, if you can see here. So if anything, if we store it in a double quotes, that means it is a string. I can also show you the output type of num2, and it will show you string. It is a string. Okay, this value is a string, right? Another variable I have created nums, and here I have just simply stored a number 30. Okay, it is a number. Now here at line number 238, what I'm trying to do is I just want to compare. Okay, I just wanted to compare if these two numbers are equal or not. If these two numbers are equal or not. So I have two options. Either I can compare them as per the value point of view, like I can only compare the value, what values they are storing. Okay, or I can also compare their data type as well. If I'm using just the two equals to sign, double equals to sign, it will only compare the value. It will only compare the values of the operator. So it will compare if 30 is equals to 30. Yes, that is true. But if I will use triple equals to, in case if I'll use triple equals to, it will compare both the values as well as the data types. It will compare if the data type of num2 variable is equals to nums variable. First it will compare if the value is equal, fine, it is equal, but the data type is, this one is string and this one is number. So here is a difference, hence it will return false. Okay, in case if you want to compare the data type as well along with the values, you should use this one, triple equals to sign, and single equals is only for assigning the value. Just like here, to nums I am assigning 30, I am using single equals to. For comparison, I am using double equals to. If in case if I only want to compare the values, in case if I want to compare the data type as well along with the value, I'll use triple equals to sign. If I would have made it string, it will now return true, right? It is now returning us true. But if I'll change it to a number, it will return me false. Okay, it will return, here you see the output for the first console log statement, it is returning us true because here it is doing the comparison on the basis of value. Here it is giving us the output on the basis of value, but in the next line in this console log statement, it is returning us false because it is also comparing the data type as well. Now here, since the variable 1 is a string data type and the variable 2 is a number data type, hence here I'm getting a false because the data type for both the operands are not same. Similar to that, if I want to check if they are not equal, so I can do it like this. Not equal, exclamation mark signifies not equals. Yes, if both are a string, it will return true. Exclamation mark signifies what? Not equals. If I want to compare if these two numbers are not equals, so what do you think it should return now? Num2 not equals to nums. And can you state the reason why it is false? Since the statement is here contradicting the fact that both the numbers are equal, hence it will return as false. And what it should return now, if I'll add another equals to sign, what it should return? But I'm telling this num2 is not equals to num because this one is a string and this one is a number, hence it will return true. That means whatever I'm assuming, my assumption here is true. I'm assuming that number 2 is not equals to nums variable. My assumption is what? Here I have assumed num2 is not equals to nums. And my assumption is true because this one is a string and this one is a number. And hence it will return true. Similarly, we have greater than sign. So if num2 is greater than nums, what it should return? What will be the output? It is not equals to. Again, if it has a single equals to sign, that means it will only compare the value. And if it has double equals to sign here along with exclamation mark, it will compare the data type as well. It will return false. The reason is my value 30 is equal to this. Sorry. So it will return false. Okay, because here what I'm assuming, what is my assumption here? I'm assuming number2 variable is greater than nums. That is not true. That is false. Hence it will return false. So here it is a comparison operator. Now there is another way, greater than or equals to. Here it means greater than or equals to. It should return true, and the reason is, okay, if it is not greater than, it is equal, right? Both the numbers are equal, hence it will return as true. Clear the display. Wait, it will return true. Okay, if the numbers are not equal, or if the number one of the number is not greater than the second number, the other number, it is at least it is equal, hence it will return true. Similarly for less than and less than equal to. The reason is, here what I'm assuming, what is my assumption here? My assumption is num2 is greater than nums. Is it correct? Is 30 greater than 30? No, right? It is false. 30 is equals to 30. It is not greater than 30. Because this also is having the same value 30, and this one also having same value. And since num2 is not greater than nums, hence it is returning false. So this is all about comparison operator. I'll just comment them out, and any console log statement we have here, just comment it out. Actually, I should have created a new file. I'll do it. So for better tracking, it is really important. Again, Suman. Okay, this is okay. Here is the phone number. Now my console is clear. Perfect. So what I'll do, I'll just create another file, day2.js. Okay, I'll paste it over here. I'll save it. I'll close it. I'll go to index. I'll add another file. Now let us move on to the next operator, which is arithmetic operator. It takes numerical values as their operands, and it will return one single numerical value. As simple as that. This operator will take numerical values and perform arithmetic operations on them and return a single numerical value. Multiple, but this one is also fine. So this operator will take numerical values as operators, operands, and perform arithmetic operation on them and return a single numerical value. So very simple example is a plus b. What it is a normal arithmetic operation. Let x equals to, I'll here again define a equals to 20, b equals to 30. Okay, I think it is already defined somewhere. That's why it is giving me the error. Let's use that only. So a plus b, if I'll do console log x, I'll save it. If I'll do main.js, oh sorry, I should do day2.js, it is returning me 30 over here. Here I have already defined, I guess. Here it is, A or B. Okay, so this is my arithmetic operation. So it's just simple, it is just similar to what we do in any other programming language. So what are the standard arithmetic operators we have, or operations we can perform? We can do addition, we can do subtraction, right? We can do multiplication and we can do division. This is the normal, standard operators, right? Standard operators or arithmetic operations that we can perform. Apart from that, what else do we have? Okay, we have modulus as well. So apart from that, we can do remainder, same modulus. So we have remainder where we can denote it using percentage sign. Okay, it will return the remainder of dividing two operands. So it's like console log, let's say 10 divided by 3. So what output it will return? It will return the remainder. It will return exactly. It will return 1. So here it is returning 1. Let me just comment this out. It will return 1. So what it returns? Let me mention it over here. It is a binary operator and it returns the remainder of dividing two numbers. And here 1 is the output. Okay. Increment I have already shared with you, the unary operator that we have. So increment operator is there, that also you can do. That is again a arithmetic operator. Decrement operator is there. Decrement is minus minus. Okay. So let me add plus plus. We call it as increment operator. It will increase. It will increase the value of operand by 1, and it is a unary operator. Okay. Similarly, we have minus minus, decrement operator. It will decrease the value of operand by 1, and it is an unary operator. This is the decrement operator. So let's say I have x, right? What is the value of x? It was 30, right? So I want to just decrease its value by 1. So I'll do log x minus minus. If I'll now check the output, what do you think the output is? Initially the value of x was 30. What output I should get here? What output I should get here? If I'm doing x minus minus, the value of x is 30. We have calculated it here. Let's see. It is still 30. The reason is it will first execute this part. It will print x first, the value of x first, and then it will decrease the value. This is postfix, right? Yes, it will decrement in other line. So if I'll do this, what do you think the output should be? Now it is 29, because first it will execute this part. It will first decrement the value of my x operator, my x variable, and then it will display the final result. This is prefix. Okay. Then you have negation operator, that is whatever the output, it will convert it into the negative of that operand. If x is positive, if it is minus 30, it will return minus, sorry, if it is 30, it will return minus 30, the negation operator. Very as simple as that. And then if you want to do the exponent, if you want to create the exponent of, calculate the exponent of a value, right? So that also you can do that. So for that we have exponentiation, okay, operator. And if let's say I'll want to calculate the cube root of 2, so I can do it like this: cube root of 2 equal 8, right? So I'll get 8. Okay. Okay, negation is very simple. Let's see, mention it here, negation. So let's say log, sorry, and I have x, right? So I'll minus x. I'll do node day 2, it will be minus 30. If it is minus 30, let's say by any chance, so it will return the opposite of that. I mean, ideally it should return, right? So initially it was negative, and I just added minus in front of it, so it made it positive. Okay. It is minus 30. So this is how negation works. It will just convert it into the negative part of it. Same for plus as well. If you add plus, so it will convert it to the positive of it. So unary plus. Okay. Let me clear the terminal. Now next operator that we have here is the logical operators. This operator, you are going to use it a lot in React while doing the conditional rendering, when you will be learning conditional rendering, how you can render your components based on conditions. Conditions might be anything. Let's say you want to check there is a UI, and in UI there would be few functionalities you only want to add when a user is logged in. So if the user wants to log in, and then only he or she should be able to see those features. If you want to do rendering such like that, so what you'll do, you'll obviously first check the condition if the user is logged in or not, and based on that you have multiple UIs that you will be rendering. So if user is logged in, I will render UI A. If my user is not logged in, I'll render UI B. So there you are going to use the ternary operator as well as the logical operator. Okay, you'll use both logical and ternary. So here, logical operators. Now, what are logical operators? They are basically used with the Boolean values, and they also return Boolean only. Again, they'll compare based on true or false situation, and then will return true or false based on that. Now, what are these operators? Either they can be like this, wait, logical and, logical or, okay, logical or logical not, right? Okay, or null is operator is also there. These are the logical operator that we have. Okay, there is a very good thing about them is if you will use them with any non-boolean value. So boolean basically means true or false, right? True or false. So they'll check if the value is true or not. What is logical and? Logical and is this is logical and. So here basically it takes two expressions. It will take two expressions to understand. So if I'll perform AND operator with true, I'll have to, I think, create table. Then it will become clear to you. Do we have any tables? So let's say this is my logical AND, okay. This is logical AND. So there is expression 1 and expression 2. And I should also add another, not like this. It is only increasing. Can I not add? how to add another row, I mean another column. But let's say this is my expression 1, this is expression and operator, logical and, right? Here I'll write logical and, which is and operator. Okay, so it will compare two expressions, the expression 1 and expression 2, and at the end it will give us some output. So it will return true if both the expressions are true. If the expression 1 is also true and expression 2 is also true, it will return us true. Okay, now if let's say statement 1 is true but a statement second is false, in that case it will return us false. Okay, if statement 1 is true but a statement 2 is false, it will return false. Now if statement first is also false but second is true, what will be the output? It will be false only. And let's say both the statement are false, again it will be false. So it will be true only in one case if both the expressions are true. If any one of them is false, it will give us false output. If the expression 1 is true and second is also true, then only it will give us true output. Otherwise, if any one of them is false, or even if both are false, it will return us false. That is how logical AND works. Let's talk about logical OR. For logical OR, if any one of the statement is true, it will return us true. Here also it will return us true. Here also it will return true, and here it will return false. It's very simple. If any one of the expression is true, OR is going to return true for us. Any one of the statement is true, the output would be true only. What about logical NOT? Logical NOT, it is pretty simple. If it is true, it will return false. If it is false, it will return true. So it only has one expression. So if it is true, it will, let me delete if I can, will delete the entire row. So just understand it like this. For logical NOT, if it is true, it will return false. If it is false, it will return true. That's it. That is your logical NOT. Now let us understand it with the help of a very simple example. Although we have not covered if else statement, with this example, maybe it will become clear to you what is if else as well. Okay. So let us see that. Let's take this example. I want to check if a student is eligible for student discount or not. So what two, I'll have to check two here two condition I want to check. First, I want to check the age of the student. Let me mention the problem statement. Problem statement is, I want to check if a student is eligible for Apple student discount or not. Okay, if he is eligible for Apple student discount offer or not. So I have two conditions to check. What are those two conditions? First is whether he is a student or not. If he is a student, he'll fine. And second, age. If his or her age is less than 25. Okay, age should be less than 25. These are the two conditions that I want to check. Okay, he should be a student. Okay, and his age should be lesser than 25. What I want to do, I want to check if a student is eligible for Apple discount or not. He's going to Apple's store, online store. He wants to purchase, let's say, MacBook. So I want to check the eligibility of the student, if he is eligible or not. So for that, I have actually formulated two conditions that needs to be met from student's end. He should be a student, first thing is, and his age should be lesser than 25. So let's create two variables first. Let age of student equals to, let me for now just keep it 26. Okay, and let is student. I want to also check if he is a student or not. Okay, so for now let's mark it true. So my user is a student, that I know it is true, but his age is 26. Okay, so I have here created two variables, age of student and age student. Okay, so from here I'll get to know he's a student, from here I'll get to know his age. Now it's time, let us check if the condition is meeting or not, if he is meeting the condition or not. So for that we have if statement. In JavaScript we use if statement. If is going to check if a particular provided condition is true or false. Based on that it will evaluate your, it will actually give you the output. So in if, here we put conditions. Okay, if the condition provided here within these braces, within this bracket, if the condition provided is true, it will execute this block. This block will be executed if the condition provided is true. And there is then another thing else. So if here in brackets we pass some condition, we pass few conditions to check, it will validate. If this condition is true, then only it will execute this block. Okay, it is a block covered within these curly braces. So if the condition is true, then only this code will be executed, this piece of code will be executed, else it will be moved to else part. Okay, it's very simple. If the condition is true, execute this part, else move to this part. So now let us here write the condition to check. Can anybody give me the condition? Or let's tweak the condition here, age condition. Okay, it's very no, let's make it age should be greater than 18. Okay, the student's age should be greater than 18. Let's keep it 22. Okay, now here what condition I should write? If you see here, I need to validate both the condition, and I want to mark my student eligible for the student discount if and only if both the conditions are true. So what do you think, which logical operator I should go with? Whether I should go with and logical operator, logical and, or I should go with logical or. Remember, I need to validate both the statements. I need to verify both the conditions. If both the conditions are true, then only I'll mark the student eligible for the discount. Accordingly, tell me which logical operator I should go with, whether I should go with logical and or logical or. And yes, that is correct, because here I want to verify both the statements, and if and only both the statements are going to be correct, then only I'll process further. If you see here, this is how logical operates, right? If both the statements are true, then only it will return true. So logically I should go with logical and. So what I'll do, the condition here I'll write is age of student, if it is greater than, let's say 18. Okay, if it is greater than 18, and age student, here I don't need to write is student equals to true, that is not required. I'll just simply write is student, because it eventually it is true only, right? It is a boolean. Okay, it is a boolean, right? So is student, that's it. So if it is true, I'll do one thing, I'll just do console log, you are eligible for the student discount, here is your coupon code. Okay, And if not, if the user, if any of the condition is not meeting, if any of the condition is false, my control will go to this else block, and here I want to just display message, sorry, you are not eligible for the discount. Okay, I'll save it. And now if I will execute node day 2, it says you are eligible for the student discount. Here is your coupon code. And the reason is both the conditions are meeting here. If I'll change it to 18, and if I'll now to day 2, says sorry, you are not eligible for the student discount. If I'll replace it with logical or, you'll see how the output will change. It is saying you are eligible, even though the student is not meeting this condition. He's not above 18. Still, it is marking him eligible for the student discount. That is not correct, right? That is basically not I want. What is ternary operator? Basically, it is nothing but it is just a shorthand of writing if-else statements. Okay, the one which we have written over here, it's pretty huge, right? It's pretty long code. He started writing it at line number 108 and it went to line number 116. So it's basically a shorthand way to write an if-else statement. So let me write it over here. Ternary operator. So it is a shorthand way to write an if-else statement. Fine. Why it is called ternary? Because it is called ternary operator because it actually consists or it involves 3 parts. What are those? It will have a condition. Okay, it will have a condition. Fine. A result, or you can say output. If true, okay, if true, it will have a result, and a result if false. This you might be getting confused now. What I'm saying here. So first thing is a condition based on which it will decide what output to give. Okay, if the condition is true, we have a separate result for that. If the condition is false, we have a separate output for that. Let me show you the syntax. It will become more clear to you. Syntax is condition, okay, whatever condition you have, question mark, okay, question mark, and then expression to execute if true. So if your statement is true, if your condition is true, okay, it will execute this expression. Else, execute expression if condition is false. This syntax is clear. I have a condition. With respect to every condition, with respect to condition, I have here given one expression. If this condition is true, this part will be executed. If it is false, this part will be executed then. Okay. So if the condition is true, this part will be executed. If condition is false, this part will be executed. As simple as that. Right? Very simple. Can I convert this into this condition? Yes, I can do that. Let us convert this statement, this entire statement in this ternary expression. How I'll be doing it? It's very simple. Here it is asking me the condition. Let's put the condition over here. Before that, I'll first create a variable just to manage anything. So let output is equals to, I'll put the condition over here. Okay. Question mark. If this condition is true, okay, let's make it, sorry, logical and. If this condition is true, I want to execute this statement. Okay. If not, if this condition is not true, I want to execute this condition. Okay. For now, what I'll do, just comment this out, and actually you don't. Okay, it's fine. Now what I'll do, basically let us understand how this is actually happening. Okay. First, I have here created a variable, output variable, and here I'll log it. Here I'll log it. First, I'm checking the condition. Here I have passed the condition for my ternary operator. Fine, it will check the condition. If the age of student is greater than 18, let's make it 19. Okay, true. Okay, age is 19, hence this statement is true. Fine. Is he a student? Yes, he is a student. My entire condition is true now, right? So accordingly, which statement it should execute? It should execute this statement. So what it will do, it will store whatever the value this part is having, it will store in this variable. Whatever the output it is having, it will store it in this variable. And when I'll try to log out, I mean log this over the console, it will give me the output for that. Let's do that. Let's execute it, and now you see it is giving me the output. You are eligible for the student discount. So can you see here how we can convert an 8-line code into a single line? It has now diminished to a single line of code. Now there are multiple use cases. Mostly while rendering the components, you will be using it. Let's say here you have added the condition. If the user is logged in, you can just redirect the user. You can just render, instead of writing the message, you can render the component. If he is not logged in, you can mention here, okay, to use this feature, you have to first log in, or you can redirect the user to that particular page. This is how you'll be using it. Let us talk about loops and all. Okay, what are loops? Loops in JS or Java script. What are loops? What do you understand? What do you understand by loop? Not to check the condition we use loops. Loops are basically used to repeat a block of code. Okay, if I'll tell you, yes, for repetitive execution of a piece of code, we use loops. If I tell you print numbers from 1 to 100, what I'll do? Are you going to write like console log 1, 2, 3, 4? Are you going to do it like this? No, right? It will take a lot of time for you, and obviously it's not feasible. So for that we write loops. Now what kind of loops we have? We have for loops, okay? We have while loops, we have do while, right? Do while loops. We have for off loops, okay? For in loops are there. For each is there. A lot of different kinds of loops we have in JavaScript. Let us understand them one by one. Now all of these, for is the most commonly used loops in JS. For or for each. I mean, mostly for rendering your components, you'll be using for each. I mean, for loops also you will be using a lot of times. So what is for? It is one of the most common. It is one of the most commonly used loops in JS. Okay. It has 3 parts. What are those 3 parts? First is initialization. Okay. We first initialize a variable. A variable is initialized, okay, once, and then we have some condition to check. Okay, the loop will run, or loop runs as long as whatever the condition here I have written is true. the loop will keep running. Loop meaning itself is like if it will keep running until and unless some condition is not satisfying. Okay, so loop will run as long as this condition is true. So loop runs as long as the condition provided is true. And then if you remember, we covered increment or decrement operator. Okay, so these are the variables updates after each loop iteration. So there is an iteration in the loop. First round, if it will complete, this is the first iteration, then it will complete the second round, that is the second iteration, then it will complete the third round, which is the third iteration, like this. So the variable will keep updating. The variable will update after every iteration, loop iteration. So these are the three parts for any loop we have here. Let us see its syntax. Syntax of for loop. Okay, it starts with the for keyword, for. Then here we initialize or initialization of a variable. I'll just comment this out. Okay, then we have one condition. Okay, we'll put one condition over here, and after this we'll have an increment or decrement variable over here, and then here we are going to put the piece of code which is going to run in loop. Okay, so is the syntax clear? First we'll initialize a variable here. Here we'll put a condition, and based on that here we'll increment or decrement the operator or that variable. The variable initialized here will be incremented or decremented here based on the condition, what kind of condition it is. So let's say I'll tell you, okay, print from 1 to 100. So for that, what I'll do, I'll write a for loop. For let I equals to 0, fine, and I is smaller than 100, smaller than or equals to 100. Let's say I'll start with I equals to 1, and then this is the condition. Okay. If you see here, if I want you to write till 100, so that means I'll have to execute this loop 100 times so that I can write 100 from 0 to 100. I can write the counting from 0 to 100, right? And then here I'll increment my operator by 1. I plus plus means I'll increment its size by 1. So initially, if I'll dry run it for you, let's say here I'm doing console log, here I'm printing I. So initially I have initialized a variable I with 1. Okay, that means the value is 1. Here I'll check the condition, is I smaller than or equals to 100? The condition is correct, right? Then it will jump to here, it will increment it, and then it will print this value. So it will print 1 here, later it will be incremented. Okay, because it is a postfix operator, so first it will be executed, then it will be incremented. Once the execution is complete, then it will be incremented. Okay, similarly it will run for second time. Now the value has changed to 2. Here I equals to 2. This will not be evaluated now. Now here it will again change, is 2 smaller than equals to 100? Yes, correct. It will again print 2 and it will increment its value, so on and so forth. It will work. Now let's say I has become 100. It will check, is 100 equals to or smaller than 100? Yes, it is true. 100 is equals to 100. It will print that value. So let's see, let's execute it, and let's see what output we are getting over here. So node day2.js. Now you see it is printing numbers from 1 to 100 for me. Let's say I only want to print from 10, from 1 to 10. What I'll do, I'll just write here 10 condition. So it will only run 10 times. Let me clear it. Clear the console. Node day2. Now it is printing me from 1 to 10 only. Okay. Let's say I want to write hi, this is Krish. I'll save it, and if I'll execute it, so it will print hi, this is Krish 10 times. So now you see, no matter what code you are going to give here, based on the condition, it will execute that piece of code that many times. Let us cover while loop. Now, what is while loop? Again, it is another kind of loop, nothing different from for, but basically what differs is the syntax that we use. So syntax basically is like this: while, and here we have a condition, and the code repeats until and unless the things are not settled. And in here only we increment our, otherwise you will end up creating an infinite loop. Okay, so this is very important to mention here, increment or decrement operator. So this is the condition of a while loop. So the while loop repeats itself as long as a specified condition is true. If the condition is true, it will repeat, it will keep executing. Okay, it will keep executing itself. Unlike the for loop, it only has a condition which is checked before each iteration. So if that condition is true, it will keep updating. So let's see by using an example, it will become more clear to you. Let's say I'm creating a variable, let I equals to 1. Okay. I don't think I is there, and I'm creating a while loop. While I'll print values from 1 to 5. Okay, while I is smaller than or equals to 5. Okay, this is my condition. This is the only condition that I have. While I is smaller than or equals to 5, console.log, this is the value, or let's say count is, here I'll put I, and then here I'll increment it. If I'll not increment it, I'll end up into an infinite loop, because this value will never change and it will keep updating, it will keep running, right? I will always be 1, and for all the iteration I will always be 1, and this condition will always be true, and it will keep running for infinite time if I'll not add here the increment operator, right? That is why increment operator is really important. If you will not add here any increment operator, you'll end up creating an infinite loop. Increment operator is necessary or is important to avoid any infinite loop. To avoid infinite loop, it is really important. Now if I'll save it, and if I'll execute it, now you see here it says count is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like this. Okay. Okay, let us understand what is do while and how it works. Okay, so do while, how it works. So first let us understand the syntax. It is somewhat similar to while loop, but it guarantees like at least one execution of the code block before checking the condition. Even if the condition is false, at least for one time it will execute. That is true here for do while. Let's see, the syntax is do and the curly braces, and then here we'll write while and we'll check the condition. This is the syntax of do while. Okay, this is the code block to be executed. Code block to be executed. This is my do while syntax for do while code. Let us understand using a very simple example. Let's say again we'll take the same example of this printing. Okay, I'll copy it, I'll write it down here. Do console log, I will just add the condition over here, I plus plus, and here I'll write the while. While is I is smaller than equals to 5. Okay, now again it will give me the same output. If I'll do node day 2, sorry, node day2.js. Okay, I is not defined. I have not defined let I. It was defined, right? Okay. Node day2, and now you see it is giving me the same output. Or let's say, let's make this I. Let me just comment this out. I'll just create another let I variable over here. Let I equals to, let's say 6. So now you know the condition is not true. I should be either greater than, sorry, smaller than, or it should at least, sorry, it should either equals to 5 or it should at least smaller than 5. Then only this condition is true and this will execute. But here you see my value for my I is 6. So this is not correct. My condition is false. So how many times you think the loop will run? What output I should get here? Yes, 6. Exactly. I'll do node day2.js, count is 6. Why so? Because it guarantees, like, even if the condition is false, it will execute it for at least one time. Now again, let's say you have an array. Let's create another array of fruits. Here I have, let's say, mango. Banana, pineapple, orange, like that. So here is an array I have created of fruits. Array of fruits I have created. Let's say I want to iterate over this array and I want to extract each of the fruit names from here. So for that I will use for of loops. So for of loop is used for iterating over arrays, over strings, or any other iterable objects. Okay, so that I can directly access the elements. Let's see that. Let's see how I can write it and how actually I can iterate over my array. So the syntax for that is for. Here I'll declare a variable. Okay, variable of and my iterables. Now iterables are nothing but my array. So basically here array. So this is my syntax for my for of loop. So let's say I want to iterate over this array. Just bring it down. I have this array. I want to extract the name. If I'll print it, let's print it right now. Fruits. If I'll save it, mode and day2. So it will print like this, the entire array. But I want to just get the name of my arrays, mango, apple, like that. I want to get the output like this. So in that case, I'll use this for of loop. For, let's say, let fruit. For let fruit, I have created a variable of fruits. Okay, from fruits extract fruit. Is this statement clear? From fruits create, extract fruit. From fruits extract fruit. And here I'll do console log fruit. Now if I'll do node day2.js, now you see how I'm getting the output. I'm only getting the name of the fruits, not like this, not an array. I'll just comment this out. You see the output I'm getting. While is a keyword. While is a keyword which lets you execute a condition, execute a code block until a condition is not meeting or until a condition is not false. Okay, while is just a keyword. Loop. For of. Okay. Now similar to this we have for in loops. Basically for in is used for what is happening? foreign loops. They are used for iterating over objects. Okay, if we have objects, let's say let users, here I have, let's say, created an object and name Krish, and let's say age 32, fine. Now if I want to iterate over this user object, I want to just get the value which he is storing, this object is having. So here if I'll do users, if I'll do node console.j, so again it will give me the output like this. I don't want it like this, I just want the value, right? If I want that, so how I'll be doing it? Let me first comment this out. Again, for that we have for in loop. So let us see the syntax for for in loop. The syntax is very simple. For, we have one key in object, and that's it. This is the code block to be executed. Right. Let us understand it using a very simple example. I have this users. Okay, let's try to iterate over this user. This user I have, and let's say, okay, for, let's say I'll create a variable key in users, and here what I'll do, console.log, and I'll iterate over them. Let's say person, sorry, or let's say user key. Let's see what output I'm getting here. If I'm getting any error or what, we'll check that. Okay, here is an error, user is not defined. Okay, it should be users here because my array name is users. Fine. So now you see how easily it is giving me the output, the user names and all. So what basically I'm doing is I have the user object, here I'm passing the key. It is extracting the key from the users object, and here I'm passing and I'm printing it, my objects from here. Now what if I have array of objects? What if I have array of objects? So let's say I have this array and I have multiple users and objects I have like this. There can be multiple people in a class, users. So let's say 12, Raman, Raghav. I'll just put age as, let's say, 81, or let's say 44. Okay, this is what this is, an array of object. Array of object I have, right? We have multiple objects. Okay, let me format it. It's not looking good. Fine. Okay, so array of object is clear. What is an array of object? So an array which is storing, instead of just storing simple elements, it is now storing objects. Can you give me the code to iterate over each names? Let's say I want to get the name of my objects. Can you give me the code for that? You have to use, let's say, for of loop and for in. Is it possible? Can I do that? Let's execute it. It is simply printing the object. I don't want that. I want my usernames, let's say. So can I do it like this? I'm just trying. Let user, okay, let user, I have created user of users, okay, and then again I'll create for let key in user, and then here console.log, I'll print user, and let's say let's try this. I'm not sure about it. Let's try. Okay, so can you see here it is giving me the output. So instead of key, can I do it like this? Can I pass name? Will it work? Will it work? It is giving me undefined, and reason is pretty clear. Sorry, I have let's try this. Key is basically, if you remember, we covered in object we have a key and we have a value for that. Okay, let's try this. Fine, so it is printing it twice, and that is quite obvious because here also we have one console log statement. We have 2 times key dot no. I can here add the condition. For now, let's just print the key, and it is fine. It is working fine. I can put the condition like if the key equals to here, if it is equals to name, then only print, else we can move, right? Also that also we can do if I know user and if key equals to let's say name, then here we can console dot log user key like this. Let us try. So fine. Here I have just controlled it using the if else statement. If the key equals to name, then print the name, print that particular user. Although there is another way you can do it, but I just wanted to use if else, that's why I have used it. So this is how I can iterate over an array of object.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
So let us now start with arrays in JS. What do you understand about arrays? What are arrays according to you? So what is array? Array is a data structure which can hold multiple similar kinds of values. Okay, what is array? So array is okay, fine, is a data structure which can or that can hold multiple similar kind of or similar type of elements, as simple as that. As I told you, like we can have array of strings, right? We can have array of numbers, right? For example, let's say this is an array of, let's say, marks 23, 65, okay, 98, 90, 62. So what are these? These are nothing but collection of similar kind of elements, right? All of those elements which are there present in this array are numbers. It's not like here you have number and here you have just added a string as well, like Ramesh or something, right? It's not a valid array. Array means you will be having elements but of similar kind. If it is an array of no string, then it will be like this, Ram, Mohan, Sohan, like that. Okay, so this is array of string, or you can say array of names. Here you can say array of marks. So an array is a data structure which can hold multiple types of similar types of element, multiple similar types of element. Okay. Now it can store numbers, it can store strings, objects, or even it can store other arrays as well. So when you will be working with APIs, so there when you'll be getting the response while making the request, the response that you'll get, it will be a kind of array of objects might be, or array of arrays, right? The output that you'll be getting, it will be of this kind only, this type only. Okay. So what is the syntax? It's pretty simple, like let, and here I'll define array, and here I'll just put the array element. Let's say here I want to create an array of names. Okay. Okay. So this is the array, and yes. Now with array, there are multiple operations that you should know, multiple methods which are there with arrays that you should definitely know in order to operate it, right? If you want to let's say add some element into an array, so the very simple way is to just increase the array element, just add a new element in it in the original array. But let's say on runtime you want to insert some element in it. So how you'll be doing it? How you'll be adding the elements? Okay, how you'll be doing it? So the operation known as push operation. Okay, it is known as push. Yeah, definitely you can do it using index. Okay, one more thing, can I do it like this? Let's say the indexing here starts from 0, right? In array, let's say if there are 3 elements, so indexing will start from 0. This is my 0th index. Okay, this is my first index, and this is my second index. Okay, so let's say if I want to access the first index, how I'll be accessing it? Let us first cover that, accessing an array. This was about if you want to access the entire array, you'll just do console.log array, and it will print you the entire array. But if you see here, if I am expanding it, here it is giving me the index as well, right? So if I want to access the 0th index element, so it's pretty obvious that I'll be doing it like this. Okay, square bracket, and there I'll pass the index of my element. So if I want to access the 0th index or 0th element, I'll just put 0 here. If I want to access first element, I'll put first over here, right? So if I'll do array 1, so what will be the output? What output I'll be getting? If I'll do it like this, array 1, Mohan, right? I'll get the output Mohan. If I will print it, now here it says Mohan. And similarly, you can just do it for other elements as well. What if I'll try to access element 3? If I'm passing 3, what output I should get? Let us see. If I'll save it, and if I'll go here, it says undefined, because that index doesn't hold any value, that actually it doesn't exist. Okay, so it doesn't have any value, that's why here we are getting undefined. Okay, can I do it like this? If I want to, in a variable, if I want to assign a value, how we used to do it? Like this, let's say let x equals to, let's say 10. I want to update the value of x with 20. So what I'll do, x equals to 20, right? Yes or no? If I want to update the value of x, what I'll do x equals to 20, and the value will be updated to 20. I'm not going to print it, but yeah, this is what we'll be doing if I want to update the value of x, right? Now, same way, let's say if I want to update the value of this array, let's say first index, I want to change the name from Mohan to Rahul, let's say. Okay, from Mohan to Rahul I want to change. So can I do it like this? Array 1 equals to Rahul. Is it allowed in JavaScript? Is it allowed? Guys, anyone? It is allowed. I'll be able to assign the value. I'll be able to replace whatever is there, right, with Rahul. Let's see. Now if I'll do console.log, I just print the entire array, and let's see. Now you see the value has been updated. So here you see now the value has been updated from Mohan to Rahul, right? So this is how we can update an existing value. Okay, that's pretty simple. Now let's say I don't have anything at array of 3, right? It's initially it is empty, it is undefined. So can I do it like this? Can I do it like Suresh? Can I write? Is it allowed? What will happen if I'll print the array now? Is it going to give me an error or just will run as it is? Will give us the output, what we are expecting. Let's try this. Oh, sorry, it's day 3. Fine. So now you see, basically it is doing what? It is inserting the value, right? It is inserting that value at that index. At third index, it is inserting Suresh. Okay. It will run and it will give us the output. It won't throw you an error, like you cannot access an index which is not there in the array. So now you see the array is dynamic. It is actually expanding its length, right? Yes or no? It is expanding its length. Okay, let's say if I want to check the length of the array, how I can do that? So here is this function, this method we have, array.length. If I'll save it, I'll do node day3.js. So now you see here it is giving me 4, right? It is giving me length 4 because now how many elements we have? We have added one extra element, and hence the array size has been changed from let me just create. I'll check here, I'll save it, I'll again execute this node. So here it is giving me size 3, but here it is giving me 4. That means dynamically it is changing its size as well, right? Depending upon our operation, it can change its size. Perfect. So I hope it is clear till this point. What we have covered till now, nothing. We have just understood like how we can create or declare an array, how we can access an array, how we can what will happen if I'll try to access elements out of bound, which is array out of bound elements, if I'll try to access, or those elements if the index is if the size is 5 and if I'm trying to access the 6th element, what will happen? That case also we considered here, and we understood like in that case we'll get undefined, right? Now if I want to check the length of my array, how many elements are there in my array, I have this array dot length element. So using dot length is a method to find the length of an array. Okay, it will return, or let me, it will return the length of the array. Okay, fine. And then it will insert an element at third index. Fine. Okay, perfect. Now apart from this, like this is fine when you have the index, the last index when you have. Okay, let's say I know array third is my last index and I can do this. I can assign value. Okay, I can assign the value the last index. That is fine. But what if I don't know the last index? In that case, how I'm going to insert my element? Or let's say I don't want to increase the complexity. I don't just want to calculate that thing. Like obviously I can calculate what is the last index of my array. I can find out that thing, but I don't want to do that. So in that case, what I'll do? So for that we have something known as push method. Okay, push method. Okay. It will add element to the end of an array. right? We'll add element to the end of an array. So we have this, let's say ARR array we have. Let me first comment out these console log statements, and okay, now here ARR dot push, you see it is prompting me already. It says append new elements to the end of an array and returns the length of the array. Okay. It also returns something. Right now we are not going to see that. But here array push, let's say if I want to push something else, let's say Srishti or something. And now if I'll do console.log, sorry, ARR, and I'll do node. Okay, there is an error. Array buff where I should run fine. Okay. So now you see it is adding Srishti at the end of the array. That is what push does. Okay. Okay. One more thing. What will happen if I'll pass multiple names here? Is it going to add those names or it will throw me error? What will happen? Anyone? Can you guess? Let us try. I have saved it. I'll execute it. So now you see it just appended those elements at the end of the array, right? Srishti, Ravi, Kushal, Ankit. These elements were added at the end of the array. So that means it not only just can add, it should be elements. Okay, add elements to the end of the array. We can append multiple elements into our array using push method. It is a method. It is a predefined function, you can say. Okay, fine. Similar to push, let's say if we learned like how we can insert an element, we should also know like how we can delete an element from an array, right? So for that we have pop method. Okay, pop method. What it will do, what this pop method will do, it will remove the last element. It will remove the last element from an array, right? It will remove the last element from the array. Pop. And let us understand it. What I'll do. Okay, one more thing. Let's say let us handle the removed element first. Okay. Let's say remove some random keyword I just created. ARR and dot pop and console dot log. Okay, so can you see it is returning me the element which was removed, right? So it is doing what it is actually returning the element which was removed. So since in our array Ankit is the last element, right? Ankit is the last element. Hence, when we are using this function, when we are executing this function, when we are calling this function on this array.pop, it is returning us Ankit, and it is getting the element is getting stored in this variable, and while we are printing it, it is giving us Ankit as the output. There is another statement. Okay, let me first comment it out. Okay, fine. So this is what it does. So if I will now, instead of doing this, I can also do it like this. And if I'll now print ARR, so where is my terminal? And if I'll do node day 3. So now you see in the array, Ankit is not there. He has been removed using array.pop method. So I hope pop method is also clear to you all. It's like, let's say you are creating where you can use this array or these methods. So let's say you have created a to-do list where user is going to uh, create one element or insert one element into his list. You want to create a task. So in that way, what you can do, initially you will have an empty array, and while user will enter his task and hit enter, so that element, that message will be inserted into your array. Similarly, if he is completing that task, so you can remove that element from that particular array and you can put it in some other array, right? So you can do pop in that case. Okay, so I hope it is clear. Pop function. Now this is, you may ask like, okay, fine, I got it. Array push can add the element at the end. Pop can remove element from the end. Fine. But what if I want to insert element at the beginning? Is there any way I can do that? Is there any method using which I can insert element, at the beginning? Yes, there is an element. Shift, using shift, you can remove the first element and then you have unshift. So shift and unshift methods you have. Shift and unshift elements. Okay. Or you can say methods, not elements. Shift and unshift methods. How you will be doing it? It's pretty simple. Once again, array dot, let's say shift, and that's it. And now if you will do save it, can you see any changes? This name Ram has been removed. Okay, Rahul is there. So that means it is removing the elements from the start or first element of the array. It is removing. Anyone having any doubt, guys? Now, this was about removing element from the beginning. Let's say, what if I want to insert element? So what I'll do, array unshift. Okay, array unshift. And here I can pass the element which I want to insert. It's Ashwal. I saved it. I'll do Node.js. Okay, sorry. I should print it here after updating it. Then Node.js.3. So now you see it is inserting the element at the beginning. Okay. It is inserting the element at the beginning. So is it clear? Is shift and unshift clear to you all? Okay. Which part you want me to explain? Shift and unshift? Push and pop is clear, Venusha? What push will do? It will just insert an element at the end, right? It will insert the element at the, it will add element at the end of the array. Okay, multiple elements you can add. That is what push will do. Pop will just remove element, last element of an array. Whatever the element is there, whatever the last element is there, it will remove that element from the array. That pop will do. But the question was, is there any other method we can insert element at the beginning? This operation was happening where? At the end of the array, push and pop, right? Where we were doing the operation at the end of the array. But what if I want to do it at the beginning? So for that we have shift and unshift methods. So if I want to insert element, if I want to remove element, I'll do array shift. It will remove elements from the starting of an array, or it will remove the first of the array, an array. of the array. Okay, it will remove the first element of the array shift, and unshift will add the element at the beginning. Okay, it will add the element at the beginning. Okay, unshift will do what? It will just insert an element at the beginning. So if I'll show you before unshift, if I'll just, let's see, this is the array. So here I have just removed the first element of the array, and then I'm printing the array, and after that I'm just inserting another element at the beginning, and then I'm printing it. Okay, so let's see, I'll save it, and now I'll do node day 3. So after removing the first element in our original array is Ram. So here you see, if I'm printing it, so Ram is removed, and now we have Rahul, Sohan, Suresh, Srishti, Ravi, Kushal. This is now my array. After that, what I'm doing array dot unshift. Okay, shift is doing what? It is just removing the first element. Unshift is doing what? It is inserting one element at the starting of the array. Okay, here can I do it like this? Any random name I'll just put here. Govind, Shivam, Shakti, or whatever. Can I do it like this? No, day 3. Yes. Yes, we can do that. Okay. So any doubt? Anyone having any doubt in shift and unshift? Okay. Fine. Now, okay, shift, unshift is also done. What is left? Okay. Now let's say I want to create a copy of my array. I have original array. Okay, like let's say this is my array after all the operation. Or let's just comment this out. Whatever we have done till now, I'll just comment everything, and we'll just keep the original array having only 3 elements. Now if I'll do node.js, okay, there should be one console.log array. I'll save it. So now this is my original array. Fine. I have this original array. Let's say I want to make a copy of this array. Few elements I want to copy. Let's say Ram and Mohan. First 2 elements I want to copy, and I want to create a new element. It's like the scenario, you can think of it like this. Let's say players you have, an array of players you have. Let's make it a little bit bigger. It's here I'll just add Virat, okay, Rohit, and let's say Devta and Honi, Jadeja. Okay, so here I have added, let me add a lot of other names. Surya, and let's say Siraj, and Bumrah. I'll just add multiple players name here. Okay, Bhuvi, right? So these are the players we have. This is, I'll just change the name, just create a copy, bring it till down. I'll change the name to players, IPL players, or whatever name you like. You can just, it's up to you. Okay, so Bumrah, Siraj, Surya, Virat, Rohit, right? I'll just save it. Now if I'll do it. So these are the players we have. So let's say from this player, I want to create a separate array. You can say these are the pool of my players. From here, I want to create a separate. Okay, so for that we have slice. Slice method is there. what it does, it just returns a copy of a portion, okay, portion of an array. Fine. So let's say I want to copy these elements or these elements I want to copy in my another array. So let's say let another player list, another players. Here I have created one variable, another players. Okay. Just to store whatever the element this slice element will return, because it says it returns a copy of the portion of an array. So obviously we need some variable so that we can store those elements, right? We can store those elements. Okay. So player dot slice, and this slice element actually accepts the index. You see here, slice, start index, and then end index, start index and end index. So let's say if the start index I want to copy from Siraj to, let's say, Rohit. So can you guess what should I add here? What indexes I should add? 1, 4. If I'll do console log another players, I'll save it. Let me comment this out. It has Siraj, Surya and Virat. First, second, third, but it is not actually including fourth. Interesting. So the index which you will pass here, it won't be included. So if here you are passing 4, so it will only keep the elements till third index. It will only keep elements till third index. You getting my point? If I want to include Rohit, what index I'll have to pass? I'll have to pass 5 and it should work now. So now Rohit is also included in it. Fine. This is slice. I hope it is clear. It's very simple. It just creates a copy of your array. Okay. Fine. Now the next function, okay, index of. There is a separate method for that, index of method. What it does, what this method will do, this method will return the first index. Listen to me carefully. This method will return the first index, or the first index at which whatever you are finding, at which the element can be found. The searched element can be found in the array. Let's see what I'm trying to say here. So let's say I have the element, let's say Virat. Okay, I know Virat is there in the array. I want to remove Virat from this list of players, or let's say I want to remove Siraj. Let's say he's unfit. I want to remove him from this array. I basically I need some reference. Let's say I just wanted to know where exactly he stands, at what index he is stored, right? So for that, what I'll do, I have this index of element. I have to find out, I have to figure out like at what index Siraj is there in the array. So for that we have index of method. So again, for that what I'll do, players, or I think it's player, right? Player dot index of, and here I'll put, I think it is just Siraj, right? Siraj, and it should definitely return me console.log. It should return me the index of Siraj. So what do you think is going to be the output here? What should be the output of this function? Index of. Okay, so index of will return what? It will return the index of the array. So let's see what output it will give. It is returning, okay, -1. And why it is returning -1? Can you guess why the output here I'm returning -1? In what case, in what scenario it can return -1? Anyone? Yes, in such cases where if the element is not found, if the element doesn't exist, what it should return? It cannot return 0, right? Because 0 is again an index. So in such cases, it will return -1 if the element doesn't exist. And why we are getting this? Although we have Siraj in our array, what is the reason why it is not able to find? Exactly because of this S. Let's put capital S over here. And now if I will execute it, now you see the output I'm getting is 1, which is its index. It is available at this index. Okay, let's say here I'm adding, there may be multiple people with the Siraj name, right? Maybe Mohammed Siraj or Siraj Ahmed or whatever, right? Multiple people may be there with the same name. So what exactly it is going to do in that case? What output it will give? Again, it will give 1 only. And the reason is here, I have already mentioned. This method will only return the first occurrence, okay, the first index at which the searched element can be found, the first occurrence of the element, wherever it has, it is present in the array, it will return the first, occurrence of it. So again, if I'll execute it, still I'll get 1 only. Fine. Okay. Yes. Just put any random number here. Searched element not present in the array. Hence it will return -1. Okay. For now, I'll just comment this out, this one as well. Again, now, what if I want to check the last index where it can be found? I want to find out, like, let's say same player name is there, but multiple times I have repeated it. And I want to just check at what is the last index at which that particular element appeared in the array. Let's say this is the array. So I just want to check what was the last index at which Siraj was present. This is the first index, fine, it is available. Siraj is available at index 1. We'll move to next, and okay, Siraj is also available at index 3, right? So this is the last index. So for that we have last index of method. Very simple. So again, console.log layer dot last index of Siraj. Save it. JS. Now it will return 3. So it will return. It returns the last index at which the search element can be found, or -1 if it is not present. Same here as well. Okay. Now the next, let's say, function or method that you should definitely know is for each. For each you are going to use a lot, be it element rendering, or let's say API calling, or let's say the you have let's say lot of elements there in your array, you want to render them, or lots of components you have, you want to render them, you'll be using for each for that. I mean, this is few of the scenarios that I'm telling you where you can implement for each, but most of the time, instead of using any other loops, you'll be using this for each loop. Okay. What it does, let us first understand its syntax. If method is for each, this is the index. So what it does is it just executes a function for each element which is present in your array, right? For that, let me first create another element. Okay, let's say let nums 1 equals to 1 2 3 4 5. I'm just putting random values. This is my array which is having these elements. Fine. Now what for each will do, very simple method of printing the array is to just console it to the just log it to the console, right? Another method is using for loop, while loop. Like this you can do it. For let I equals to 0, okay, and I smaller than, let's say, nums 1 dot length, right, and I plus plus, and console dot log nums I. I'll save it. I'll do now day 3. So it will print the element of the array. Right. This is how I can print the elements which are there in my array. As simple as that. I hope you are able to understand this for loop. This is how I can print the elements. I mean, another way is just to print the entire array, right? Just put the name of the array there and it will print the entire array for us. But I just want to print the array. So this output is because of this. I'm consoling the entire array. And this is if I'm using loop. Okay, using loop, I'm printing the array like this. So these are two methods, right? There is another way you can do that. Instead of using for loop, we can do it using for each. For each is there for that. What it does, it gives you extra functionality. Instead of just printing your element, you can also tweak them. Let's see. So nums we have nums 1, and let's see how we write for each code for this array. So nums 1, on nums 1, I just want to use for each, and it will actually accepts one parameter which is a function. Okay, for each item is what? For every item in your array. Okay, for every item in your array. Are you getting my point? Let me first I'll have to first explain you the syntax of it, how exactly it works. So array, okay, first you will have array. So let's say nums 1. Here you'll have for each function. Okay, for each method is there. Now this method, it accepts one function. Okay, it accepts a function, and this function will have three things. This function also will have, or let's say it will accept arguments, 3 arguments. What are those? First is the current value, whatever the current value that is there, index, and the array itself, this array, whatever the array you are passing here. So these 3 things it accepts. And then here you can write your now. This you might be confused right now, what exactly it is. Current value, what is the current value? So current value is basically the value of the current element which is being processed. So let's say if 1 is being processed, so 1 here, it will be here, its value will be 1. If let's say we are processing the element available at the second index, so the value here of current value would be 4. Okay, and index basically stores the value or the index of the current element being processed. whatever the current element which is being processed, it will store the element of index of that element. Okay, and the array is the array upon which the for each function is called. Is it clear now? Okay, let's, here I'll just add syntax of for each. Now let's execute one function. So here we have the array nums1. So here I'll pass nums1, right? And I'll pass for each. Now this function here, it will accept one element. So you can write it like this. Let's say item, okay, and like this as well. Console.log item. Let's see if we are doing anything wrong, okay, or it is correct. Let me first execute this part because it says it accepts one function. It accepts one function. So according to the syntax, whatever code we have written over here, it's correct, right? We are going as per the syntax of for each. So it accepts a function. It has some value. So here I have taken the item and I'm printing that item here. Let's see. I've saved it. Now I'll go, right, Node.js3. And now you see it is working exactly the same way the for loop was working. It is working exactly the same way for loop was working. Now, multiple things you can do here. You can also write its index as well. So like this you can print. Now this is string literal created using backtick symbol. Okay, string literal we can create using backtick symbols. So basically they are very dynamic, like we can insert values as well within the string. I'll show you. Number is item and is valuable at. So now it will modify the output. Okay, now if I'll execute it, can you see how output it is giving? Okay, number is 1 and is available at 0th index. Okay, here is our array. Number is 2 and is available at it should be first index, so that we can handle later on. For now, let's just keep it simple. Number is 4 and is available at second index. If I'll go our array, number is 5 is available at third index. So now you see how for each provides us the flexibility, although same we can do using for loop as well, but there you'll have to find out the length of the array. You'll have to also handle the increment and decrement operators and all. But in case of for each, you don't have to do anything. You have a function, you have your array, you have its index, and now you can work on it. So this is how it works. Anyone having any doubt with for each? Not just this, I'll just comment this out. Console.log. I can also do it like this, yes or no? Item into 3, let's say. Now if I'll do day 3. So can you see here what it is doing? It is just multiplying the numbers with 3. It is multiplying the numbers with 3. Is it clear? Let's say I have an array. I'll just comment this out. I'll comment this one as well. Let's create array of numbers. Okay, let arr nums, and we'll put some random numbers. See, these many numbers I have added. Okay. So this is my nums array. Array nums I have here created. Now, according to her, we need to find out the even numbers from this array. Okay. We need to find out the even numbers from this array. How I can do that? Can you guys tell me the first step? What should I do? And one more thing, since we have understood like the push and pop function, let us use that as well. So for that, what I'll do, I'll create another variable, even nums. Okay, sorry, array, an empty array I have. This I have completed. Now it's your duty. Tell me what should I do next. Can I do it like this? Array nums dot for each. Is it possible? Is it correct? I can do it like this. I can write a function over here which will be accepting one item. You can say current value or index. Is it correct? Yes or no? From this array, I want to find out, I want to filter out the even numbers. I'll tell you another way as well, another method using filter function. But for now, I just wanted to use loops, if else statements. It will be just work as a refresher for you. It will not work for each. And why? How to specify condition to find even number here. Now let us discuss. Now you know what this will return. What this element will return. Yeah, we don't need index because I just want to push the element, so that would be fine for me. I don't need index. But yeah, I just here it's my every time I just, for my safety, I just use index as well. So wherever I would need, I'll just refer to the index. Each item in the array, right? Or you can set the current value of the element. For every time it will iterate over this array, it will give me that item. So let's say if this is the first time, first iteration, it will give me 23. Then if it is the second time, it is going to give me 56. So can you tell me what should I implement here if I want to check a condition? We have already learned about it. That is fine. That is the condition, Anurag. But what exactly I should implement here? I just wanted to know that. If else, ternary operator, or what? Where I'll be executing this condition, where I'll be evaluating this condition. If else, right? So if my item, right, item modulo 2, if I'm dividing my element with 2, and if it is not returning any remainder, or you can say if the remainder after dividing it with 2 is 0, can I say this is my even number, right? This is my even number, and then I can push the element in which array, in even nums dot push item, right? Even num push item. I can do it like this. Later I can just print my even nums. I could have just printed that element over here, but I went one step ahead. I just pushed that element in this array, and then I'm printing this array. Okay. If I'll do, so now you see it is giving me the even array, the even elements. Tell me the odd numbers. Okay, I want the odd numbers. How you'll be doing it? I want the odd numbers. Tell me. You have 2 minutes to figure out. It's very simple. Not equals to equals to equals to 1. Let us try this. I'll just add exclamation mark over here. It's already telling me it's an error. That's fine. Don't you think you have added one extra equals to sign? Star and but if you want to check the data type as well, then you can add one extra equals to. Okay, so correct. So instead of pushing it to even numbers, I can push it to odd numbers, and now here I can odd numbers. node day 3, and now I have all the odd numbers. Perfect. So this is how this work, right? For each works. Is it clear? Shall I move to the next thing? Yeah, I mean, condition, whatever mathematical condition you want to put, you can put. Definitely, this will also work. Or even if you are this will also work. Here you push it to even, right? And then you can create an else block, right? And here you can odd nums dot push item, right? So here I have created both the arrays together, right? Now I have created a separate array for both elements. So both will work. It's it depends. There are 100 ways of coding one problem, right? It's just the simple one. Whatever you think is correct, whatever method you think your gut feeling is saying this one is correct, just try, just give it a try. Now, since you have understood this, I think you should now cover map, filter, and reduce. Okay, what are these three methods? What exactly they do? They are very powerful methods. They basically allow us to manipulate and transform the arrays. Okay, so let's see. I'll just comment this part out and here. So now we are going to understand what are maps or map, filter, and reduce functions and how they work, and how exactly we can use them in manipulating our array, right? So we'll first start with map, what exactly it is. So map basically is a function or is a method which is used to create a new array. We have one function, we apply that function to the elements of the array, and then we return an entirely new array, right? It won't be changing, it won't be affecting the existing array, but it will return a new one. Okay, so the syntax for that is const, let's say new arr, okay, const new arr, and let's use this array only, array nums. Const new arr, array nums dot map, okay, and this here basically it will accept three things. First, the same current element or the item, right, index, and the array which we have, right? So these three things it accepts. For now I'll just use these two. Okay, one more thing, have you guys used array functions before? Do you know what are array functions, arrow functions? How to write arrow functions? Anyone? Okay, let me tell you what are arrow functions are. So normal function, how we define function, let's say new, right? And like this we define, yes or no, something like this. Okay, function name, and then we write something over here, right? We have one function keyword, and let's say some random name I'm putting here because new is a result keyword, so it will give me error. So this is normally how we define a function. So, or let's say I'll create add function. Okay, add will do what? It will add two numbers. It will add a and b, and it will return a plus b, right? So upon calling, so let's say console.log, and upon calling this add with, let's say 37 and 134, it should return me the value, right? One more thing. Okay, this is actually creating the error. We'll just save it. Let's keep value simple, 10 and 3. I've saved it. Now node day 3. So you see here it is returning me 13. That means my function is working right. What it is doing? It is returning the sum of these two numbers. It is returning sum of these two numbers. Okay. If I want to convert this function into an arrow function, how I can do that? It's very simple. So this is basically is the syntax of arrow function. How we can do that? First, I'll have to declare a variable const, let's say add, right? Const add equals to, okay, and then the parenthesis, right? Const add equals to parenthesis and then this arrow, a comma b. Const add a comma b, and then I can return a plus b. If I'll just remove it, I'll save it, and if I'll do node day 3, it will return the same output. It will return the same output. Okay. So this is how you write arrow functions. Hope it is clear. So similar to that, when you write map, so previously what we were doing in for each, we were writing functions like this, right? So we can also write arrow functions in there. We can also write arrow function instead of writing a full-fledged function over here. New array nums dot map, and then here this is my, you can say, argument, which in which I'll be passing the item or the index of the array, whatever the items which are there that are there in this array nums, right? And then I can just simply work on it using map. Okay, and here it completes my map. So let's say I want to multiply the items which are there in the arrays with 3 or 4. So I can simply do it like this, and it will return me a whole new array. So what I'll do, if I want to multiply or work on it, or let's say if I want to multiply it with 4, or let's say I want to just create a square of the array, simply what I'll do is I'll write it like this: map num, or let's say item, equals to, not equals to, but arrow function item into, if I want to create 4, so I'll do item into 4. And let's see if it is actually giving me an array with the items, whatever the items which we have here. Let's decrease. We have a lot of items. Let's create a new array. Okay, a const array demo. Okay, and let's see if actually it is creating an array, a new array or not. So console.log new arr. I'll save it. I'll do node day3.js, and now you see here what it is returning. I mean, this is not what I was looking for, right? And the reason is here I have not changed the array. Okay, array demo. Now it's fine. So now you see here it is returning us a new array which is having the elements multiple of 4 of the existing array, because it here this returns something, right? It is returning something. So you have to store this function somewhere. You need some variable where you can store whatever you have written over here as an arrow function. So this add will store that thing. You can try, like, let's see what we are getting. I just consoling this add in here. what this variable is storing? You see here the entire function, right? It is storing the entire function in our console. Why we are doing this? Because to store the function. So now you see how you can multiply the elements. Even you can create square or you can divide, it will create a new element for you. See here. Here we have just divided them by 2. So similarly, let's say I want to create a square of my numbers. So what I'll do, I'll just write squares, and then item. So this will do what? It will just create a square of the array. See. Okay, what is the difference between a function and a method? That's a very interesting question you have asked. A function will return something. Okay, a function is going to return something. Return like let's say you want to add two numbers, right? So it will give you the output, right? It will give you the output. Let's say sum of two numbers or subtraction, multiplication, or whatever the property you have defined, or whatever the however you have declare the function, how you have however you have defined it. Based on that, it is going to give you some output, it is going to return you some value. But methods are basically for performing some actions. They are not going to return something, they do not usually return something, but they perform some action. So let's say you want to remove something, so they'll just remove it. They are not going to return, give you some value. You want to update the array. Let's say there are element you want to update. You created a function to update the second index or whatever index you pass that element of the array. So methods are going to just perform the task. They are not going to return anything. They are similar to the properties. You getting my point? They are similar to properties. They are not actually updating anything. They are just they are not returning anything. Rather, they are performing some action. That is your method. And also they are part of your object as well. If you have created a function within an object, that is your method. But functions can be standalone. Anywhere in the program you can define functions. So method basically is defined within a class or within an object. Within function we can use methods. It depends, like if using a function you are invoking another function, and that function is there in an object, so definitely you can do that. Okay, is it clear now? So what is the purpose of using map? The purpose of using map is to just transform the data. If you see here, what I'm doing is I'm just updating every element which is there in the array. I'm just updating it. And if I want to multiply it, if I want to divide it, if I want to subtract it, whatever operation I want to perform, I'm performing on every individual item, and then I'm creating a new array out of it. That's it. That means basically I'm working with the data, I'm transforming the data and extracting the value. Okay, let's say there is an array of temperatures. Okay, now you want to convert those temperatures from Celsius to Celsius to Fahrenheit. No, square is not a method. It is basically, here you are creating an array. Okay, this is an array, because if you remember, map function returns an array. So to store an array you need a variable, so that this is what that variable which is going to store whatever this function is going to return. So this function returns an array, so it is going to store the array in this variable. So squares is a array, map is the method. Okay, map here is a method, squares is the array which is storing the value. That is implemented implicitly. that you do not need to handle here. Okay, the item here we have, it says whatever item is there, whatever the current item is there, on that item perform this operation. As simple as that. Let's say if the item is this, to perform this operation on it, like 2 into 2, and assign it to the item, or simply take the item, multiply it with itself and assign it there in the squares, right? Okay, so that is how map works. If I talk about filter, so filter is basically, as the name suggests, what it will do. So basically we'll check few conditions. If condition is passing, we'll create a new array, right? So this filter method will use to create a new array only having elements that matches a specific condition, right? It is used to create a new array, okay, a new array only with elements that match a specified condition. So let's say I want to create an array of even numbers. I want to create an array of even numbers. So either I can follow this one, this whatever I have created here, this code, or else I can use filter for that. How I'll be doing it? I'll just be using the same array over here. I only have, let's add another few more numbers or elements in the array. Fine. So now we have these many elements. Now for creating even numbers, again, I'll create a new array, events, let's say, and in this array, in array demo, I'll add filter this time. And again, filter is also going to work in the same way. It is not going to alter the original array. It will create a new array. It will return a new array by performing some actions on it. This time, we will, instead of multiplying or doing some operations on the same element, we will do a condition check. Okay, how will be doing condition check? So here I have nums, right, or num, whatever you like, or item also you can put here, item, again the arrow, and here we are going to check item modulo is equals to 0, the same condition we have. So it's saying like if it is fulfilling this condition, then only store the value. If this value it is fulfilling, store the value in the events array, and later I can just console.log events. As simple as that. Now you see here in these many lines we just implemented the same logic, right? It actually took 10 lines, but here I am doing it in just a single line. Same thing. If I'll show you, so it is doing the same task. It is performing the same task. It is extracting the even numbers from my array and creating a new array out of it. So not just 10 lines, these 2 lines are also removed because I don't have to explicitly now create an array, empty array. It is being done here only. So for each element, it will check if the element is even or not. So even this filter method will do what? It will just filter out the elements. I mean, here I have shown you one scenario. Now you can work on multiple other scenarios, filter out different things. Not just this, you may have other, kind of array or array of objects where on different properties, on the basis of different properties, you have to filter out elements, you have to create elements, and you can, one of the best implementation of this filter is to create filters. So let's say you are creating to-do list, and on the basis of year, you want to filter out the elements. Like, okay, I want to check what is my yearly expense for, let's say, for the year 2024. So for that, you can use filter option there. So on the basis of year, you can filter out all those elements in the array which are there for the year 2024, right? So it will create a separate array for you. So like that it works. So that is your filter. Now what is reduce? What exactly is reduce and how it works? So reduce is a method which can be used to basically reduce the entire array into a single value. So that means creating a sum of your elements. Getting the point? Very simple example is, let's say again I'm creating another array over here. I'll just comment this out and reduce. Me add the definition. So it is a method which can be used to reduce an entire array to a single value. Now you'll understand it. What I'm trying to convey here is, so let's create a new array, const array, let's say 5, and let's say I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have 5 elements in my array, and I want to implement reduce over here. Over it, I want to implement reduce. How I'll be able to do it? What is the syntax for that? Same. Syntax is going to be same. There is no big difference. But this time you have few things that you have to understand here. Let me tell you the syntax for that. So reduce will have, I'll make comment. Okay, so here you have accumulator. It actually has 3, you can say, arguments: accumulator, current value or current element, and then index and array. You see, so it has in total 4 arguments it accepts: accumulator, current value. What is accumulator? Basically a summing agent. So which will be holding the value, whatever the addition or summation you have done till now, that accumulator will store that. So let's say here I have added these 2 elements. So total will be 3. So here it will be storing 3, and later you will be adding this 3 with this 3. So it will become 6. Now then with 4 it will become 10, and with 5 it will become 15. Right. So this is your accumulator, which is going to store the value of the total sum till now. Okay. So let's add reduce function. Let's implement reduce function, and let's call it on array 5. So how we are going to call? So let's say I'll call this new array as sum, or let's say not new array, but a new variable as sum. And over this array 5, I'm going to call this reduce function. Reduce, and it will have accumulator and one current value, current, whatever you want to name it. It's up to you. And this is how it will work. Accumulator will add with current num, and this is the, here at the end we will pass the initial value. What initial value you want to give for the accumulator, from where you want to start it, right? Because otherwise it will be undefined. So we have to define accumulator as well. What initial value you want it to hold? I want it to hold 0. So here I have written 0. Okay. This is, I should have mentioned here like this, or initial value, accumulator. Is it clear? This code is clear or not? If I want to create some of my should be current, not num2. So accumulator plus current, and it is going to return me the sum. I'll save it. If I'll do node day3.js, now you see the value it is returning is 15. Filter. Actually, we'll be using accumulator thing. We use accumulator thing in finding the maximum. So reduce would work fine here. How? Let's say here we have the array. Let's just create a new one. So I have some random values. Let us find a max. Okay. So for that, let me use reduce. So what is going to be my approach in this case? So first, we'll be starting with the first element of the array, right? The array which is present at the 0th index. This will be our initial accumulator value. We can assign it our initial accumulator value. So we'll start with 75 as our accumulator value. Now for each element, we will be comparing it with the current element. I mean, for each element, we'll be comparing it with the accumulator basically. Or you can understand this way. Understand, just take it as your accumulator as your maximum element, current maximum. So while iterating over our array, every time we'll make a comparison between the current element and the current max, which is nothing but your accumulator function. And if the current element is greater than your accumulator, we will update the accumulator with the current element. Otherwise, we'll keep it unchanged, right? Let us see this. First, let me write down the code, then it will become clear to you. So const max num array 6 dot reduce. Okay, and here I have accumulator and I have current number. Okay, in here what I want to do is I want to return okay, here I'll have to use ternary operator. I can use the ternary operator and I'll first check the condition. If my current is greater than the accumulator, if my current is greater than the accumulator, I'll update the current. I'll return the current, right? Otherwise, I'll return accumulator. Yes or no? You understand the ternary operator? Let me just show you. So current is greater than the accumulator, and here I'll give the question mark if the condition is true. If my current is greater than the accumulator, what I should return? I should return the current, because now current is the maximum. If current is greater than accumulator, which is holding the maximum number, if my current value is greater than accumulator, the maximum value, then obviously this is my new maximum. Hence I'll update it. If that is not the case, I'll simply return the accumulator, right? And I'll just update it with the first index or 0th index accumulator. And then I can just console log max num. I'll save it. Node day 3. So it is returning me 75, which is indeed the maximum value. Let's put 1 over here. Let's save it. Let's put 733 over here. Let's try this. And now you see it is returning 733 for us. Okay. So if you want to find the maximum of elements, maximum element from an array, in that case you can use reduce function. Okay. See what this reduce will return. This reduce returns what? A single value. Now here I have actually confined it to return only one value. So previously what we were doing with reduce, we were just adding the things, right? We were adding the value of the array. We started with initializing the array with the first index or 0, and then we started adding the elements in there. But instead here what I'm doing is I'm returning, since I want to understand the maximum element here. Okay, so I'm considering my accumulator as the variable. Let me write it down here. So accumulator for me is a variable which is storing the max value. For me, accumulator, how I'm using it, I'm considering it to store, or let's say it is storing the maximum value. It is a variable which is storing the maximum value in the array. That is my assumption. And how I'm initializing it, I'm considering, let's say, let us for now, let's assume whatever the element which is there, whatever the first element which is there in the array is the maximum element. Okay, so array 6 0 for me is the maximum. Okay, max element we have assumed. Okay, we have assumed here. Fine. And now you know, since accumulator is storing the maximum value or the max number, max element it is storing, so don't you think we need to assign the accumulator or initialize it with array 60? If it is storing the maximum value, so for the first time we need to assign it array 6 of 0, right? So that is why we have written here. So now the maximum number that my accumulator value is storing is 1. Perfect. Now here, when the control will come to this line, it will check if the current value is greater than accumulator. So the current value is 1, and you know we have already assigned in accumulator 1 as our maximum value. So this condition is not true, right? It is not true. Hence, what will happen? Instead of returning current, it will return the accumulator itself. That means the accumulator, the value which max num is storing right now, the max num is storing is 1. In the next iteration, when my control will move to the second element, now again the condition, it will check the condition. If the current is greater than accumulator, what is the value of current right now? The value of current is 53. And it is greater than accumulator. What is the value of accumulator as of now? It is only 1. So since 53 is greater than 1, so this statement is true. Hence, this part will be executed. That means what this function will reduce this time? What value this function will return? It will return current. So now the accumulator is current, right? Basically what we are doing, we are storing it in the accumulator. Now accumulator value is 53. That means the maximum value it is storing is 53. Next iteration will go to 31. Again it will check if 31 is greater than 53. No, then keep it accumulator only. Again the control will go to 733. Is 733 greater than 53? Yes. Then update accumulator with the current value. So now the value of accumulator is 733. Again iteration will happen. This time is 49 greater than 733? No, it will return 733 only. Again in the next iteration as well, it will return 733, and hence at the end we get our maximum value as 733. Yes, that is the syntax. Okay, that is the syntax. Why to complicate your code, right? If you can write a code in single line, it is actually going to improve the readability of the code. The main motive of introducing arrow function in JavaScript was to improve the readability of your code. So if it can be done in a single line, why to write 5 lines? Why to write 10 lines of code if you can do it in a single line, right? DOM, document object model. This is my DOM, document object model. So basically DOM is a structured or hierarchical tree of objects. Now each element in this HTML is represented as a node, right from your HTML head to body and whatever the other components that you have. Now this document object model, it allows JavaScript to basically interact with your HTML and CSS. So this structure that you have, DOM basically converts it into a form of tree, right? Tree of objects, these are objects, and every element which is there in your HTML code is a node. Even if I'll go here, so this is my document object model. HTML is the root element, right? And head and body are its child element. And further, for head as well, these are child elements. For these elements, these are root. This is root, right? Even for body, this is child element, and for H1, this is root element. They are children of body. So these are element nodes. If I'll add p tag, right? I have added p tag over here. So what are these? What is this paragraph tag? It is nothing but it is a children tag to my body tag. So if I'll draw some paint, you'll better understand it using this diagram. So you can understand this. This is my root element. Let's say this is my HTML. The style is, so this is my root HTML. And here I have head as its child and body as its another child, right? These two are child nodes. Let's write them as, right, these are nodes, right? Now within body you can have multiple kinds of tags you can use, right? Link tag, style tag, based on whatever you want. If you want to have meta description for your website, you will have meta tags. If you want to have let's say you want to link style sheet, you'll have link tag, like that. Similarly in body as well, if you want to create a division, you will create a div tag. If you want to create a section, you will create section tag. I know there are a lot of other tags, whatever tags you add here. So one of them is, there are multiple types of nodes. One of them is element node, like div h1, right? Then you have text nodes. What they do, they actually contains text in them, right? And then there is attributes of those nodes. Like if you have one div, it will have some classes, right? If you have one div, it may have one ID, right? So that is your attribute. So element, text nodes, and attribute nodes within body. This DOM actually follows a parent-child relationship for every element. So let's say here I just created one div, okay? Let's say card. I created one div card and I placed these two elements within this class div, which has h1 and a paragraph. If I'll go to my browser here, I'll click on this elements inspect tag. Here it says h1 and this is my paragraph. I'll scroll up. See where it is hovering here, right? If I'm hovering over it, this is my child, right? So these two are my child of same div. If I'm hovering over this div, it is selecting the entire element, both the elements. Okay. What is DOM and how it works? The structure of DOM. So let me just give you better understanding of it. What I'll do, okay, I'll go to draw.io and I'll just draw the diagram. The DOM tree you first need to understand. Whenever we create a web page in HTML, or whenever we executes, I won't say execute, but whenever we load it into our browser, So what browser does is it just creates a document object model of that web page. Whatever you have coded, it just creates a DOM tree. Okay, it is created as a tree. So how exactly this tree looks like is, at the top you will have a document, or you can say window object. You'll have a document at the top, document object. Fine. Within this, you will have your root element. Now, what is that root element? It is the HTML tag that we have, the root element, right? Okay, the root element. Fine. Now, this root element has two parts. Just give it a different color. Since they both are on the same level. Okay, let's have a different color for this. So this is going to be it is again an element. Okay, and what kind of element it is going to be? Head element, right? I just drawn, I had drawn some structure there, and there I told like we have elements, we have attributes of them, a lot of things. So the HTML root element is further divided into head and body, and both are elements only, both are tags, right? Now let us first discuss what is there in the head. I'm first drawing the tree for you, later we'll talk about it. Okay, so further it has a lot of things. It has title tag, it has meta tags, and a lot of other things. Let us first take title only. So in title, so here we have the title, right? Hierarchy I'm creating, a tree like structure, you see it is already getting created. This is the root and these are the branches. Now in this title, now we can have a title, let's say our web page, or this is a title for page. I mean, whatever you want, you can keep here. Similarly, in body as well, you have a lot of things. You have elements like div, right? Okay, within this div, we can have text, right? We can directly have some text. Okay, it is not creating. Or we can have, let's say, p tag as well within this div. I can have that. They are on the same level, right? Or I can directly have, I'll have to close this. I can directly have, a tag, which may have href, right? href, it will contain this a tag will contain, and so on and so forth. Like not just this, we can also have h1 tag. We can add it here as well. Let's just make a copy of it, and we can have on h1, right? And this h1 can have some text, right? The title. Okay, clear? Can you show window element? Okay, if you want to, just we can, multiple ways we can do that. Either we can just console log the window object here, or we can simply write window over here. So this is my window object. Okay. This window object has a lot of predefined functions that usually we use, right? They are browser dependent. Okay, browser to browser their implementation changes. Okay, and sometimes some of the functions are not accessible in Node. They are 100% browser dependent. If you are going to run these functions in browser, they'll run perfectly fine. But if you will try to access them in Node environment, right, there it will, because it is not actually an implementation of JavaScript, rather it is an implementation of the browser itself. Okay, so they are specific to the browser environment. That thing you have to understand. This window is actually representing the browser's window, and it is a global object of whoever is your user. If here I have written window, that is his browser's JavaScript runtime environment. There I'm going to execute whatever the function is there, it will be executed there. So whatever the functions are there, like windows.alert, blur, right, clear interval, clear timeout, timeout functions, fetch, find, focus, all of these are specific to browser. These functions may not work in, let's say, in Firefox or in Brave browser, because they are just limited to this browser runtime. Okay, all these are children of window, in that HTML is one of them. Yes, HTML is one of the, you can consider it as one of the property of window object. So document is a part of this window object, and there you will find all the elements. Okay, let me see if we can just type document. Sorry, document. Okay, so now you see, so document is a part of, it is a property of this Windows object, and here you can find the entire HTML. So this tree is now, I hope it is clear. So document, above it you can write window as well, because document is part of window. So first you have window object, and document is a property of window object, and within this document you get the HTML root. Shown you here. I'll just take the screenshot of this page and I'll just paste it over there. Okay, so this document consists all of the elements of our web page. Now what is the basically use of this object model, how it can benefit us, what we can do with this DOM manipulation, or what basically it does. Now with the help of this object model, we can actually, using JavaScript, we can update whatever the content which you can see here on your web page during runtime. We can change all the HTML elements, tags, content which are there, even the styling, right? We can react to the events. We can, if someone is clicking on a button, if there is a button, let's say, let me just add a new button over here. If someone clicks over here, it should react. Right now it's not doing anything, right? So how I can get the functionality, how I can actually listen to it, okay, that someone is clicking on this button. So everything I can do using JavaScript, and here our DOM help us, right? All things that we can do using DOM elements. If there is this heading, right? So I can select this. I can select this heading. If there is this paragraph, I can select it. I can actually get the value of this paragraph. Methods are there. Now, if I am able to select it, I should also be able to manipulate it, right? So that means I can change the content of the element. Not only, I can also add new elements. Their attributes. If I'm able to add new elements, I should be able to set classes for them. I should be able to set IDs for them. Be able to change the styling for them. that I can remove classes, add classes, create element, I can append new element, right? Delete elements. These things we can do. Understand one by one. We'll first try to select the elements. For that, what I'll do, I only have these two elements, right? I'll give it a class name, and class will give, let's say, heading, and for this I'll give paragraph, and here class I'll give delete button. Okay, I'll name it as delete. Fine. So this same element I have, I'll do one thing, I'll just go to day 4, I'll comment this out. Window object, window. Okay, document is a method of window object.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.
We will be going through the system design architecture of Netflix, and also helping you know how you can create APIs, which probably Netflix is also using these days for their website, right? So I am going to explain you the system design architecture of Netflix, right? And this is how basically applications or are also designed when it is basically on the sketchbook. So for example, let's say you want to open an application like Netflix, or you want to open your own website. The first thing that you do is you write down the features that you want to have on your application, right? And then that application is then designed for resiliency. It is designed for failovers. And then once the plan is laid out, the architecture is deployed, and then and the parallel your development team also starts to work. So similarly, today as well, we will be dividing this session in two parts. The first part, I'm going to explain you some of the common system design architectures, how Netflix has basically went ahead and solved modern day problems which you see with video streaming platforms. I will be explaining you that. And later, we have our developer from the team. His name is Anirudh. He will be explaining you how you can basically go ahead and create simple APIs that are also there on the Netflix page that you use every day but you might not know. Okay, all right. So the agenda is to understand the Netflix system design. That is how Netflix basically goes ahead and is tackling a lot of problems that a modern day video streaming app has, right? And the second thing that we're going to go ahead and understand is, once we have identified the features that Netflix provides, once we have identified how Netflix basically works, how to build an application from over there, right? So that would be second part of our session today, which would be building Netflix APIs. Apart from that, whatever architecture that we are going to deploy, that we're going to discuss today, and the code, the backend that we are going to deploy today, which we are going to create today, we are also going to show you how to deploy it on a cloud, from scratch in tomorrow's sessions. Right now, we're going to start off with Netflix system design, and then we're going to move on with Netflix APIs. Okay, so let's start with the session, guys. For those of you who are not knowing what Netflix is, I'm pretty sure everyone knows about it, but still, if there's anyone who doesn't know about what Netflix is, let me give you a brief intro as to what Netflix is. Okay, so guys, Netflix is basically a premium video streaming platform, and it has around active 500 million users around the globe, right? And it offers a wide variety of videos to see, from series to movies to documentaries to even comedy genres, and all these are hosted on one platform, and with a simple click you can watch any video you want on that Netflix streaming platform. Okay, now having said that, there are a few things that you have to keep in mind. For example, when you talk about a video streaming platform like YouTube, now YouTube is something which is free for all, right? So even if, let's say, there's a downtown time on YouTube, it won't affect their user base much. But when we talk about a premium service like Netflix, where people are paying monthly for the content that they see, Netflix has to ensure a lot of things, before they can actually provide a service to the customer. Now, what are those things? For example, if, let's say, the video that you are seeing, it takes a lot of buffering time, right? Then I think for a lot of you, you would not be interested to see that platform, right? Now, when people subscribe to a Netflix streaming service, right, they come from all walks of life. Some people might not have a good internet connection, right? Some people might not have a laptop. Some people might have a very old phones. So how is Netflix tackling all these problems is something that we're going to understand, because that is what their business model is. That is how they're earning their bread and butter, right? So that's why they have put in place a lot of measures to basically address, or basically take into account, the different kind of people who are subscribed to their service. And we will be discussing that as we move along. Okay, so how does Netflix manages, low latency? Now, for those of you who are from non-tech background, you might not know what low latency is. So, guys, low latency is nothing but, when you click on the Netflix app, it should just not buffer. It should play a video. So, how does Netflix ensure that they give you the lowest response time possible? That is, it gives you the video right away. The only hurdle that you might have is your internet speed. How does Netflix ensure that their servers are all fully available to all their users, even if it's 100 million or a 200 million or even a 500 million user base which is watching at the same time? So let's understand that. So guys, Netflix makes use of something which is called as a content delivery network, right? So what is a content delivery network? So let me basically show you from the illustration that we have over here. Okay, so guys, this is your Netflix original server. Okay, now what do you mean by an original server? Now, as you all might know, that Netflix is basically a US company, right? So, when it's a US company, it makes sense that the company, when it must have launched, it must have, had servers which were there in the US region, right? Now, what do I mean by that? So let's say, when we, as a company, we are Intellipaat.com, right? Most of our users, they reside in the US and in India. Now we have users from other parts of the country as well, other part of the globe as well. But most of our users, they reside in India and in the US. Okay. Now, when we talk about the servers that we have as a company, all our servers are basically deployed in India, right? So, but that is something which was, causing us a problem. Why? Because if you talk about the distance, so let's talk about it in very simple terms. So when you, let's say, are living in a country, let's say over here, right? And when you have to, basically access a server which is residing in the US, this is the distance that you will be covering. Similarly, let's say you are residing over here as a user, and this is the distance that you are covering for accessing the server which is for Netflix. Now, obviously, the content, if you are trying to access from this server, it will reach out to you faster than a user who is residing in a country which is as far as this particular circle over here. Okay, so how do you go ahead and give your content in the same response time possible, irrespective of the fact that the customers are living in different locations of the world? Now, one thing that you can do is you can deploy a server in each and every country, right? And then basically, route every user to that particular server, so that let's say if you're in US, you will be basically going to the US server. If you are in India, you'll be going to the Indian server. If you are in a country like Africa, you'll be going to the African server, and it goes on. So it depends on where you are accessing the service, and based on that, you're connected to the respective server. Now, this sounds good, but it is a very expensive operation when you think about the kind of investment that you might have to make to create this kind of an architecture, right? Let's say, for example, you and me, we try tomorrow to open a startup, which is again a video streaming service, or which say, let's say, is an internet company, right? Which basically has its own product which users have to use. And if our aim is to provide our users with the best service possible, we would also want to have an architecture where all our servers are deployed in every country of the continent, and so as to give the lowest latency possible to every user, right? But let's say you don't have that kind of an investment, so what would you do? So that's why we have things like cloud. So we have cloud providers like AWS, we have cloud providers like Azure, which basically provide us with infrastructure. Okay, so now let me tell you how Netflix is solving this problem. So Netflix was again a startup in its early years, and what it did was, so let's say this is the place where they have their original server. So there is a service, in cloud, which is called a content delivery network. Now, what is a content delivery network? A content delivery network, basically what it does is it deploys, or it has servers in many parts of the world, right? So that is basically taken care of by your cloud provider. For example, let's talk about cloud providers like Amazon. Let's talk about cloud providers like Azure, like Google Cloud. So all these people, they are very big companies who can afford this kind of an infrastructure. Now, what they have done is they've made us, they've made available a service which is called, a content delivery network to the general public, and so that people like you and me can go ahead and deploy our content over there, and they will make it available to the rest of the world. Okay, so these servers which basically reside in countries, these servers are called edge servers, and it's not like your whole application will be deployed on these servers. These servers basically only serve static content. Okay, now I've used a lot of jargons over here. I've used jargons like low latency, I've used jargons like edge servers. I've used jargons like static content. So let me clear up them one by one. Okay. So when you talk about your original server, so there's a difference between something called as dynamic content. So you have something called as dynamic content. Dynamic content is nothing but a content which changes. Okay. Whenever there is a change, it's called dynamic content. And static content basically means no change. So when there is no change, it's called static, and dynamic basically means when there is a change. Now, what happens is that when you talk about a streaming service like Netflix, what is the content that you're dealing with? Okay, so I would want everyone's contribution over here. What is the kind of content that you're dealing with when you talk about a service like Netflix? Now, let me put down a question for you. Now, when the movies that you see on Netflix, right? Those movies are all same. They're not changing, right? They're all the same. Everyone in the world, if they want to see Avengers as a movie, everyone will see the same movie, right? So is it dynamic or is it static? All right. So let me make it more simple for you guys, there is something called as dynamic files. Now, what do you mean by dynamic files? Let's assume that you go to youtube.com, okay, and you search for a particular video. So when you're searching for a particular video, the video rankings, they differ, right? For example, let's talk about the trending page of YouTube. So the trending page of YouTube changes according to views which are coming onto the channel, or which are coming on the video. So your trending page is dynamic. Why? Because every time it has to go back to the database to see how many views have come in, how many likes have come in, and accordingly its algorithm then says, okay, so this video should be trending number one, this video should be trending number two, so on and so forth, right? So dynamic content basically means which changes in real time, which changes when time passes by. That is what dynamic content means. So if you talk about the trending page of YouTube, that is dynamic. Why? Because every time you load the trending page of YouTube, it will always give you the latest videos that you have to see. Let me give you one more example. When you talk about news channels, right, or when you talk about news websites, so every day when you log into your news websites, the list of news, they change, right? So you are always given fresh content. So that homepage of that news website is dynamic. But when you talk about the news itself, right, let's say the newspaper has published news today on its website, that news is not going to change. So that news now is static. I hope you guys understand the difference. So when you are dealing with a website, you have a web page in which probably the content is not going to change. In that case, the web page will be static. And if the content is going to change based on the changes or based on the dynamics which are going around that content, in that case it will be a dynamic page. Let me open Netflix for you guys and let's try to answer it from there. So let's go to netflix.com. So this is netflix.com, guys. Now what happened here, this page got loaded automatically, right? So this page, it has new movies added to it time and again, and that's why this page is dynamic. But let's say I play a movie, like, let's say Founder, right? So when I'm playing this movie is now static. Why? Because the Founder movie, if you open it on your computer, right, it will be the same. If I'm opening it on my system, it is the same, right? And as you can see, this movie got opened in a separate web page, all right? But let's say and also notice the time that this video takes to load. Now a video is a lot much size in MBs, right? But still it does not take only 10 seconds for the movie to start. But when you talk about the netflix.com page, here you can see as I'm scrolling, it is still loading the page. Can you see? And when you compare the type of content which is coming on a video than what is coming over here on the web page, it's completely different in size, right? So this page is taking a lot of time to load, but when you compare it to your video, it's taking very less time to load. Although the size that you have of both the web pages is massively different, right? So when you're dealing with the home page of Netflix, that's dynamic, and when you're opening any video in Netflix, that is something which is static content. But for now, is everyone clear with respect to the content that we are dealing with on Netflix? That the content that we consume actually, it is static. Is everyone clear with that? Great. Okay. So now let's go ahead and understand how Netflix is managing its data. So let me just remove what I wrote earlier. So now since everybody is clear with what dynamic and static content is, so now what happens is Netflix has all their movies on the original server, and what they do is they make use of a content delivery network by their cloud provider. Now, as you might know, Netflix is hosted completely on AWS for all their needs except their CDN, which is basically hosted by a company called OpenConnect. Okay, so OpenConnect basically gives them all these servers, which are edge locations, where they can basically put their static content, right? And this process is called caching, right? So using caching, what they do is they put all their movies, they put all their static content on the edge servers, and when you as a user want to use that application or that or want to view that video, it gets to you in the shortest time possible because of this particular architecture. So this is called a content delivery network, and this is also something that we are going to deploy tomorrow when our application is ready. Okay, so this is an architecture that they follow for static content. Now let's move forward and let's ask a different type of questions. How does Netflix basically give you multiple video resolutions? Okay, so there is something called as video encoding and transcoding. Okay, now what that basically means is when let's say I am the Netflix company and I want to publish uh, the movie Avengers on my channel or on my streaming platform. So what will I do? So what Netflix does is it first approaches the production company who made that movie, and they say, you know what, I want that movie to be published on my platform. So what do I have to do? So basically, the production company will sell the rights to Netflix, using some deal, and when the deal is over, the production company hands over the content to Netflix. Okay, so let's say I'm getting the movie Avengers. So what you see in your mobile today, that Avengers movie, even if you're streaming it in 4K, the maximum size of that movie is going to be around 10 to 11 GB, right? But when you talk about the actual movie which is coming from the production company, it's in hundreds of GBs, because that is the kind of quality that they create the movie with. That is the kind of detail that each scene in that movie has, right? Now obviously, if a movie is around hundreds of GBs, you and I as a normal consumer, we will not watch it, because if I have to download one movie for 100 GB, probably that will end my entire internet plan, right? So that is something that I cannot afford to do. So that's where these streaming companies, they come in, and what they do is they transcode and they encode the video. Okay, and how do they do that? So first of all, let's understand what are the different operations which are involved, in uh, converting a video, and why do we actually do it. Okay, so when we are dealing with the video, first of all, what we have to make sure of is that every device which is out there, which is using my platform, that device should be able to use, or you should be able to play my video. Okay, so that means if someone is using Netflix on their tab, they should be able to use it. If someone is using Netflix on their laptop, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix on their TV, they should be able to use it. If somebody is using Netflix, let's say on any other device which might have a different screen resolution, everybody should be able to use it. Okay, so first thing is I have to make sure that the movie that I am basically converting, or the movie that I am having on my platform, it should have the desired screen resolution so that everybody on their own device can watch it. Now how do I deal with that? So what I do is every content that I have to stream, or all the kind of devices that I have to stream to, I will have a different copy of movie for all those devices. Okay, so if I'm dealing with an iPhone, I know what the resolution of an iPhone is. So iPhone for the iPhone, I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay, so let's say this is iPhone. If I am dealing with an iPad, then I will have a different resolution of movie. Okay, if I am dealing with a MacBook, again the resolution is different, right? So I will be dealing with a different resolution of movie. So on and so forth. There are so many devices out there which will have different screen resolutions. I will go ahead and have a video for each of these devices. This is the first thing that I do. Okay, now comes the problem of having videos in different formats. For example, videos can be in 4K, Videos can be in 1080p. Somebody might want to view the movie in 4K. Somebody might want to see it in 1080. Then you have 720, right? Then you have 480p. Then you have 360. Then you have 240. Then you have 144, right? So all these are different resolutions that all these are different sizes of my video that everybody might want to watch. Now, the part over here which is interesting to know is these things, they switch between each other, right? Let's say if you're watching a movie in 1080 and you want to switch to 720p, you can do that by selecting the video quality option and changing that to a resolution that you want, right? And then the movie starts to play from there, but in that particular resolution. So how does that happen? So Netflix maintains a copy of each and every video resolution that you want to watch on your device. Same goes with YouTube, same goes with any other platform. There is no algorithm which can which will on the fly convert a video according to what the user wants, right? It will take a lot of time, and that's why we do not do it by algorithms. What we do is we maintain separate copies of each resolution that we want to stream to our users. And at the same time, we also maintain copy according to different devices. On an iPhone, the movie will be different in size because the screen size is different. On iPad, it will be different, and on a MacBook also, it will be different. So all these resolutions, the 4K resolution, they will be both. They will be for iPhone also, they will be for iPad also, and it will be for the MacBook also. Similarly, a 1080p video, it will be for the iPhone also, for the iPad also, for the MacBook also. So that's how you basically go ahead and create this kind of content first before you can make it available to the users. Okay, then what you do is you make it available on a central location where all your movies are stored. Okay, so somebody pointed out that Netflix was using S3 before and now they're using OpenConnect. So now for all of us to understand, let me put it like this. So all of you might be aware of something called as Google Drive. Okay, so what I will do is, let's say if I have to upload a movie called Avengers, so I will create a folder on Google Drive. So I will have a Google Drive folder. Now in that Google Drive folder, what I will do is I will create a folder called Avengers. Now in this Avengers folder, what I will do is I will put in all the video files that I have encoded and transcoded, basically, which are basically in different resolutions, which are in different formats, and everything will be stored over here. Okay, and now based on what the user is asking, my Google Drive link will keep on changing. If I am asking, so link one, let's say it's for 4K video, right? Link one is for 4K video. Link two, let's say it's for 1080p video. So whenever you change your resolution on your device, right? Let's say this is your mobile device. So whenever you change the resolution over here, your link changes to the video that you were streaming from, right? And then suddenly you get that video streamed to uh, your device, and that's how you see that particular resolution on your phone. So this is how it works when it comes to the different resolutions that we deal with every day without even us knowing when our internet connection becomes slow. Okay, so before we move ahead, I want to tell you one more thing. Now, let's say this is the Google Drive that we're dealing with. So when you want to use a Google Drive in cloud, when you want to use an equivalent service of Google Drive in cloud with unlimited storage, so let's say what Netflix uses is something called as AWS S3. So all their movies they store on this Google Drive like service, and what they then do is they enable the content delivery network on this folder that they have created in AWS S3. Now, when they make the content delivery enabled on this AWS S3 folder, which is nothing but having your movie, all these resolutions that you basically converted and stored in this folder are then distributed among all the servers which are there across the world, and every server will now have all those resolutions stored in them. And now you as a user, when you will be sitting in a location trying to access that video, you will be connected to the nearest edge location where the quality of video that you want to see will be available and which will be streamed to your device. Okay, so guys, now let's go ahead and understand, because that is something which I have also planned for you guys to explain. How does video recommendation basically work? Okay, so let's try to understand that. So what is recommendation? Recommendation basically means, let's say uh, I am basically dealing with videos today, right? And I want to see uh, how will Netflix identify what kind of movies I will like for next to see. And most of the times, what Netflix recommends me as videos, they're all correct, right? Probably that is the kind of movie that I want to watch. You would have seen a similar pattern even on a streaming platform like YouTube, where YouTube basically recommends you different kinds of videos that you might be interested to watch. Now, all of them you might not be interested to watch, but most of them is something that you are interested to see and you click on that, right? A similar thing you would have also seen when you play music videos on a streaming platform like YouTube. Sometimes the next song that is going to play after the video that you have played is something that is actually something that you want to listen to. So how is that managed, or how is that taken care of by a video streaming platform? Let's understand that. All right, now let's talk about how the Netflix recommendation basically works. Okay, so guys, when you deal with Netflix recommendation, again, how does Netflix know which kind of movies to recommend you? Let's try to understand that process. All right, guys. So there are, when you talk about recommendation, so this is basically called a recommendation engine. Okay, so what is a recommendation engine? A recommendation engine basically deals with two kind of things, or it can basically be created in two kind of ways. One is collaborative filtering and the other is content based filtering. What is the difference between the two? So collaborative filtering basically means, let's say you and I, we both are on Netflix. Okay, now I as a user, so you would have seen when you sign up on Netflix and when you're setting up your account, it asks you which movies would you be interested in. English movies, Hindi movies, Punjabi movies, or some other language movies. You select the movie that you want, or the movie language that you want, and then you click on next. Then it'll ask you the different kind of genres that you will be interested in. For example, action movies, comedy movies, romantic movies. So all these you select, and what you're doing is in the backend, Netflix is trying to identify what is your kind of interest that you're dealing with. Okay, and based on that, it is creating a user profile for you, right? So that is what Netflix is doing in the backend, and based on this user profile that you create, it basically recommends you stuff, right? And now it does it in two ways. So let's say there are two people, as you can see on the screen, who basically answered these questions when they were signing up on Netflix, and they basically selected the same kind of answers. Okay, now what happens is when let's say this lady, she logs into Netflix and she watches a movie, right? And she watches that movie in entirety. She watches the whole movie from starting to end. That basically means that that movie had engaged her, and people who are similar to her, people who opted for the same kind of choices as she did, this movie can be recommended to other people, right? Similarly, let's say this guy also logs in into Netflix after selecting the same things as she did, and he watched a movie which basically he also watched in entirety, right? Let's say she watched a movie called, let's take the example of Avengers again. She watched a movie called Avengers, which was packed with action, which had all the good heroes in it, right? She watched two or three scenes repetitively, which probably had Chris Hemsworth involved in it, and then that by that Netflix analyzes, okay, so at this particular point in time, you'd have the actor involved in the scene was Chris Hemsworth. So probably this user likes Chris Hemsworth. Okay. So next time for this particular lady, when Netflix is again going to recommend videos, it is going to recommend videos more of Chris Hemsworth, right? But on the other hand, let's talk about she watched Avengers, right? Now this guy he watched, let's say, a movie like Lagan on Netflix. So Lagan is a Hindi movie. Some of you might not know about it, but let's say he watched Lagan on his movie, as since his preferences were also about Hindi movies, and she also chose to watch Hindi movies. So this lady will also be recommended Lagan now. Why? Because she chose that she liked action movies, she liked romantic movies, she probably liked historical movies as well, and this guy also liked historical movies, right? So based on this, because these two people are similar, Netflix recommends both these people the similar movie that they each one of them is watching, right? And this is called collaborative filtering, where we as a community who is watching movies on Netflix, we are giving the data to Netflix so that Netflix can recommend to other people that this is a movie that you might be interested in watching, right? And now there are a lot of things which goes behind this. There's an age criteria as well. For example, I'm, let's say, 21 years old, right? So if I'm 21 years old and somebody else is also 21 years old who shares similar interests as me, chances of me liking a movie and the other person also liking a movie would be more, right? Let's say I have similar interests and somebody else who is 32 or 33 years old also has similar interests. But the chances of us watching the same movie or same content would be unlikely. Why? Because there's an age gap, and hence we have a different maturity level as well. Okay. So similarly, you have a second approach as well in recommendation engine, which is called content based filtering. Now, what is content based filtering? Content based filtering basically deals with content which is of similar kind, right? Let's say I don't want to go ahead and collect data from my users. I'm not doing that. In that case, what I can do is I can punch in data for each and every movie that I have published on my platform. So let's say I have a movie on action, which is going to have a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And I'm interested in that movie. The second movie that I also watch is also is also packed up with a lot of Hollywood actors, right? And it's also an action genre. So now what Netflix is going to recommend me is going to be of similar kind. The content is going to be of similar kind, right? And this is a very high level overview of how recommendation engine works. Obviously there are a lot of other parameters also involved in it. Recommendation involves machine learning, right? And when I say machine learning, uh, don't get scared with that word. Machine learning is nothing but going through a lot of data that I just told you about. For example, who watched which movie, what are the different kind of interests that they have, and based on looking at all these different kind of criteria, the system recommends you a video. Now if a human were to do that, it will take a lot of time to analyze for each user how many videos to recommend. But when you give this similar task to a system, it can concurrently give it to all the users who are watching the movie on the streaming platform, which is Netflix. And that is in a gist what machine learning is all about. It basically processes a lot of data at the same time, and then it crunches out data which the human told it to crunch out. Okay, so that is what machine learning is, and that is exactly how recommendation engine and in a Netflix platform also works around it. Okay.
All right, guys. So now we'll begin with the coding part. And before we begin, I'd like to ask everyone, I'd like to see if everyone's joined in. And I'd like to firstly begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be doing in this session, in coding session, what we'll be building, how we'll be building it, and what are the things that we'll be taking a look at. So let me first begin by giving you an overview of what we'll be trying to do. In case you have any questions, please do raise them. So I'd like to show you what I'll be doing. So I have created a small API-based application. We'll be using the technologies of Node.js. And for the database, we'll be using MongoDB. So MongoDB and Node.js go hand in hand. Now, for those of you who are unaware of these technologies, who have never worked with MongoDB, Node.js, it's completely fine. The aim of this webinar is not to show you what exactly the code is, but to show you how you go about creating something like Netflix, how you create the back end, how you create the front end, what do these terms mean, and how do you get about doing this. So I'd like to firstly begin by explaining to you how Netflix is built, or how things happen in Netflix code wise. So the first thing is Netflix is divided into two parts, or any full stack application is divided into two parts basically: the front end and the back end. So front end and back end are quite popular terms, and I'm quite sure that many of you know what these mean. But for those of you who are unaware, front end is basically the thing that you see, that you interact with. Your browser renders these things, the images, the buttons, the layout, video player, your click events, everything that is associated with what the user sees and how they interact with it. That's associated with front end. So all the animations, all the sliding, everything, it's all associated with the front end. So let me just show you. This is what the image looks like. Now Netflix has a really big department for front end, and they do a lot of stuff. They try to make their front end as responsive and as quick as possible. To do this, what they do is they divide their front end into small chunks or small pieces. So these pieces you can think of as small components. So libraries like React and Angular do the same thing. Someone has asked the question, Pallavi is asking, while coding what to install, as I have never used Node.js and all before. Another person has asked, where can you find the recording? Well, the recording will be sent to you on your email. But for those of you who are wondering what to install and how to code, don't worry about most of it. For the things that we'll be using are Node.js and MongoDB, but you don't have to install them right away. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to show you how you go about coding these things, not what exactly the code is and what exactly are the features that we're building. We're trying to understand how to build Netflix from the ground up. So that's what I'll try to do here. So as you can see that it has several components of it, such as the search feature, your accounts, the TV shows, the slider, the background image, the play button, the information button. Everything is a component. And these components are basically things that are rendered on your screen, and they interact with your clicks and with your gestures, or however you interact with your websites. So someone has asked, if you have never worked in MongoDB, can you understand? Yeah. So don't worry about if you've never worked with Node.js or MongoDB, or if you've never written a single code. For those of you who have, I'll be showing you how it works. But for those of you who haven't, try and get as much as possible about the architecture and how things are done. I'll show you what the process of getting a design specification and then building your code from there is. That's what's important. Learning a programming language and then building stuff on top of it is something that you do need to know. But for this session, you don't need to be a master in these kinds of things. Even if you have not worked with Node.js, you can still get a lot out of the content. So just stick around and you'll be fine here. So as I was saying, that these are the components. Now this is the front end. For those of you who are unaware, front end is basically what you see. So as you've already seen the buttons and all that, but all of the data inside the front end is not encoded. So none of the things such as the movies list, things such as the name of the film and your account name, not everything is pre-encoded. So the thing that I'm trying to get across is, when you create another account, a new HTML page for your account is not generated. What they do basically is they create something called a template. Now, for those of you who have worked with other kind of programming languages, you basically know what a template is, but let me just show you. Let's say that I want you to create some program in which what you do is I give you my name and you return hello space and the name that I just gave to you. So this is what is known as a template. You have some static data combined or interpolated with some dynamic content. And what you want to do in the template is you want to define the dynamic static data and leave places or slots for dynamic content that you will get from some other place. You could get it from an external web service. You can get it from your own APIs. You can get it from a JSON file. You can get it from lots of multiple sources. So you can, or you may, basically you could also get it from the user. That's also possible. So there's a lot of things that you can do. So essentially, for instance, for the name thing, if I type hello space and I leave and I write it like this basically means, and don't worry about the syntax, what the I'm trying to get across is that the hello, comma, and space, these are the things that are static. Now we talk about dynamic content. There's a variable with the name that the user has given me. They have given me their name, and I have stored it inside a memory location, and that memory location is given the identifier of name. So whenever I try to reference name, that is what will be referenced. So with that in mind, this is what it is. And now for the dynamic content in our Netflix application, what happens is we have the backend that serves us the data that we want to fill the template with. So what happens here is that the backend is associated with a database or a DB, as you might call it. What the DB does is that it stores everything that you might need to send back to the front end so that it can build the entire page or the entire user interface. So it could contain things that might not even be visible on the screen, such as the user's username and password. So username and password. Now the user will input these things from the front end. Our backend will take that, verify that the username and password exist and are both associated in our database. And if that does exist, then we tell our front end that yes, the user exists, authenticate him, and let him do the task that he wants to do. So other things that backend can do is the authorization, which is basically when the user tries to delete some content or make changes to the content that isn't there. Or so for instance, in Netflix, you have multiple accounts, and from one account you can give access to other accounts and change those accounts. Those are called primary accounts. So whether or not one account is primary or secondary, the user has logged into it. That's called authorization part. Essentially, the flow happens like this. The front end renders, or basically what happens is front end is loaded. After it loads, it sends a request to the backend to get the data that we want to fill our entire page with. So for our Netflix example, the data that we want to fill it with are these images, this last days of America's crime, the title of the movie, these things such as the notification, unread notification count, the account title, and the play button, and all of that. So we want to get all of this content from the web page. So basically, it's just text and some data. So we want the name of the file. We want to do these things. So here, what we do is we get the data from the backend. The backend goes ahead, queries the database, and returns the data that it wants to return. Now, an important part to understand is that we want to return it in a format that everyone can understand. So let's say that my front end is built in JavaScript, but backend could be built in any language. The reason why we separate these things is because separating them makes it easy for us to build the backend and front end separately. Even if the front end is not complete, we can still continue with building features in the backend and adding features and refining the features. So what happens here is that we use a format called JSON. Again, it is a programming term. Most of you might not be aware of it, but basically JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It's a lightweight data interchange format. It looks something like this. So this is one row of data that we'll be exchanging. And the properties that I want to exchange, let's say the ID of the movie. So let's say the ID is 1. Name of the movie, you can name it anything. Let me just name it demo. And there could be multiple things that you might want to show to the user, such as the movie's ratings, the release date, the genre, which all of this will be taking a look at in a moment. But this is all there is. So this is the flow of the application. The reason why things are broken up like this is because we want our applications to be completely decoupled. We want our application to be built by two separate teams, and those teams would have communications, but it's not necessarily the case that if some feature in front end is having a particular bug or we are not able to build that feature on time, the backend would not be stagnant. The backend team can still churn out the features that we need for other UI frameworks or other applications to work. Another good thing is that the front end could be multiple things. So it could be your website, could be an Android app. It could also be an iOS app. Could be a Fire TV app, Amazon OS, or many other kinds of applications. So all they have to do is they have to send the request to our server. Our backend will pick up those requests. If those requests are valid, then we send back the response. So that's what this is. This is why we have front end and back end completely separated. Hopefully you guys understood this. If you have any questions, please raise them now. But make sure that the questions are about the differences between front end and back end. And any other question about coding, we'll be taking a look at the coding part. And if you have any questions about that, then raise them then. But if you have any questions, then do raise them. I'll be more than happy to answer. So with that, let me just show you what exactly we're trying to do. So whenever you're trying to build an application, the first thing that you should do is you should write something called a spec or specification. So these are the features that we'll be taking a look at. We'll be taking a look at if we have a library of movies and if the user asks for a particular term, let's say that they search for the keyword of dark, and we have lots of movies like Dark Knight Rises or The Dark Knight or many other, Black Delilah, or any other kind of movie that's associated with the word dark, and we want to send it back to the user. This is how we do it. Our application will be locally hosted, so you don't need to have a web server for your own purposes. You can create a local server, and which I'll show you how to do in a moment. And basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to create URLs that you can send requests to, get the response back, parse that request or make sense of that request, and then populate your front end with the data that is returned from the backend or from the response that you got by querying a URL. So this is the URL we have created /search. You might have seen this being used in multiple places, and we're basically passing this, which is a query string. A query string basically allows you to tack on a lot of information behind the scenes. So we're saying, okay, for the value of Q, I want dark. This is the thing that I want to query. Our backend will pick this up, look into our database, find out things that contain the word dark, and then we send back all the data that we get by querying the word keyword dark. We send it back to the user and they take a look at it. Similarly, we can list by genre. So if the user says, okay, show me all the movies that are belonging to the action genre. So we say, okay, send a request to this URL, and the data we want to send along is the genre that the user has requested us to give them. So the genre is action, and we give them all the movies. Here we can also show them that, okay, this is the URL. We want you to basically view the top 20 most viewed videos. So if you take a look at YouTube and you take a look at the most trending tab, this is how the feature is built. Netflix had something similar. This is how that is built. And finally, the streaming part. So how do you get the URL to stream your data? Now, again, as it was explained earlier in the PPT, that we don't have the entire server set up and we have not deployed it to the cloud, we'll be hosting some of the URLs locally, and those small videos will be hosted locally, and I'll show you how to embed that video in a web page. So we'll take a look at that. Now with the specification that we get, which is this one, these are all the features that we want, and it contains, usually specifications are very verbose. They contain a lot of things, such as what to do when the things go wrong, what is the shape of the response, and so on. But for our purposes, this is what the specification is, and this is what our database will look like. So I have a NoSQL database called MongoDB. Basically, this is the name of the table, if you are aware of SQL databases such as MySQL or other databases. And these are the fields that I want, an ID or the identifier from which we can uniquely identify a movie. So even if two movies have different names, we have assigned a unique number to it, so from which we can recognize, similar to the roll number that you're given when you enter a school or join a school or a college. The name, the release date, genre, rating, and view count. It's important to note that we have entered all of that data in the database, and I'll show you how we've done that. Don't worry about it. And the videos table will contain the ID of the movie that you want the location of the video file to, and the location, which contains the name of the video file. So if I have a movie such as Lord of the Rings, which was released in 2001, and it has an ID of 2, now I want to get the video URL of any movie that has the ID 2. Since we have IDs to be unique, so content ID will be 2, and the location will be name of the movie, which could be Lord of the Rings 1. I'll show you how that works in a moment. This is what the database looks like. The benefit of using a NoSQL database, and Netflix uses NoSQL databases as well, is that you don't have to create the schema, or you don't have to create the table yourself. You don't have to describe to the database management system that this is what the table should be, these are the rows, these are the columns, these are the constraints on the columns. You can just basically tell them, okay, this is what I expect the user to pass in. If they don't, then they then leave those fields blank. I don't care about that. Is the table structure defined in JSON? So in other kinds of NoSQL databases, there could be other formats, but here, since we're using MongoDB, it will be defined in JSON. So you are correct in assuming that. So what is the location? Is it the path of the system? Yeah, so the location would be the location of the video file that our video player will get that it wants to play. So for instance, we need to have a video file such as for an MP4 file that we need the location for, so that the video player could play those videos. So basically we'll be sending the entire URL to the video player, and that video player will take a look at that URL, embed it in the source, and it will show us. So in case it didn't make much sense, don't worry, we'll take a look at some code and it will show you. Okay, this is what the specification is. We have got the database. Now for those of you, I just like to show you, this is my MongoDB shell. Shell is basically how you interact with a database by passing commands. So let me just show you the databases. Now I have a Netflix database. This is the database that I have created so far. There are other databases that come with MongoDB by default. So I'll be using Netflix. And now we have switched to Netflix. Now I would like to take a look at the collections. Collections are basically the tables and we have media and the videos databases, similar to what we have here. This is the media, which is basically the information about the movie that we want to see, and videos is basically the path of the video associated to that. The reason why I have separated both of them is because these could be worked on by two teams. One team would be the one that is updating the information, and the other team is the one that is taking care of inserting the binary data or the video file on the Netflix servers and then replicating them and all of that. So that's how that works. This is what we have. And again, if you have MongoDB but you don't have all of this, I'll show you what to do. So now we'll be jumping into some code. But before we do, let me just show you one other thing, which is the command prompt. So this is the command prompt. This is where we type in the command, and the software that I'm using to build the backend, the language that I'm using is called Node. I have the 10.16.1 version, and this is not the latest version, but it works. So if you are trying to follow along and if you have MongoDB and Node.js, you can follow along quite easily. If you don't have that, don't worry, just take a look at the code. The video will be available to you later on. You can install these things very easily, and it's quite easy to do that. How to set up the MongoDB instance and Node.js. So basically you just go to their websites and download their setups. I won't be showing it entirely, but let me just show you. Type in Node.js, go to the download button and download the one that's for your user interface or for your operating system. Mine is Windows and I want the MSI. So I already have it. I won't be downloading it again. And for MongoDB, just type MongoDB, go to their download center or just click on here. It opens up in a few moments. Go to software, don't go to cloud, although MongoDB does provide you with the option of getting data from the cloud. You should go to the software tab, go to the community server. This is the one that we'll be using. Community servers are great for us to install. Enterprise servers are for business enterprises and they need advanced security mechanisms to work and you need to pay for them. But if you are a developer, you can use the community server. Get the information, select the operating system, select the package, which will be automatically selected to the latest package, and just download it. Now you install them like any other system that you install, and with that we get back to the code. Now what we will do is, firstly we will have to initialize a Node.js project. I have already done that, but the way to do it is you go npm, which stands for Node Package Manager. This is installed when you install Node.js, and it will be available in your command prompt. After you've typed npm, you type init init and --y and press enter. So once you have done this, your the folder in which you want to create your project will have this file package.json. That's all you need for your application, for your folder to become a Node.js application. So this is what it looks like. The information that it will ask for is the name of the project, the version, description, main, and these are the things that I have added, and I'll show you what that means. It will ask for the name of the author. I have kept most of the applications as simply blank, and these are the dependencies, which I'll show you what they mean. So with that in mind, now the thing that we need is we need to install certain packages. So to give you an example, a package is basically some code that someone has already written for us to use. So if you want to hash a user's password, you don't want to go through the entire mathematical concepts of writing the entire code to get the entire password and hash it. What you do is that you get the user's password, and then you use some library code and hash it. That will hash it for you. So with that in mind, we use a certain libraries. First one is NodeMon. What it does is that it takes a look at your server files, and then it loads it again. So if you make any changes, if you try to make any changes and you save those changes and then you run them again, then your server will be loaded automatically. I'll show you what that means in a moment. This is installed in a dev dependency, which basically means that when I deploy my application, this is something that I don't need. This is only for development. But dependencies that I'm going to be needing even when the application is deployed, we use Express.js, which is an web application framework. It allows you to build a web server quite easily, and Mongoose, which is a library that allows us to interact with the MongoDB database. So we'll take a look at both of them. So would you share the code and MongoDB content? Yeah, sure. So I'll share you the code, and the MongoDB content will work just as well. Now let's go with, I have created some default data, and that's what seeding means. So when you're building an application, one thing you need is you need a database that contains some default information so that you can get it from the database and then you can get it from there. Yeah, the recording will be available and the link will be sent to your email after the session ends. So what we'll be trying to do is we'll try to seed the databases. So let me just show you. I use the node command and I run this file, which is seed underscore media.js and seed underscore lib.js. So I'll just show you what that means. These are the two files. And again, the code looks very daunting. Don't worry about it. I'll just explain what code means, what this code is trying to accomplish, and you'll know. For someone who's asking how to get the package.json file, it's quite easy. Just open the command prompt in the folder that you want to use it. You want to create a package.json file, or you want to create a node package, and type npm init and press enter, and you can fill out the information. Or if you don't want to fill out the information, then just pass in the flag y, which means enter all the default information and don't bother about it. So now that we have that, let me go back. So we are using Mongoose and we are using the models and all that, and I'll show you what all of that means. But before that, if you want to install a package, after you have initialized the project, run npm install. And since I wanted to install NodeMon, I use save dev because I want to save it as a development dependency. It should not be sent to the dev production package. I press enter, and since I already have it installed, it's going to be rather quick, but it will take a look at the metadata, which basically means, okay, this library needs some other libraries, so I'll have to download those libraries might need some other libraries. So all of this is done for you. Now it takes a look at it, and since we already have, we get the package itself. Now I want to install the Mongoose and Express package, so I type Express and Mongoose, and instead of save dev, I type nothing, and I would press enter, but it'll take some time, and we're running short on time, so I'll just not press enter. But you can if it's your new project. And what you do there after that is every library that you want to use is available on your project. So all you have to do then is just reference them like the one that I have done here. Basically, I'm saying, okay, give me access to the mongoose file and give me access to the media model. Let me just show you what model is. A model is basically a description of what your database should look like. So someone asked, why did we install Express and Mongoose? These are libraries that allow us to create our web servers and interact with the database. So don't worry about those kinds of things. Basically, what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, I want an ID column with the data to be numbers. So anything that I put into ID should be numeric. 1, 2, 5, 7 are all valid. A, B, C, D are invalid. Name is a string, release date should be date, and if I don't provide a value, insert the current date. Genre is a string, rating is number, view count is number. The reason why we are giving it a data type and explaining what kind of data we are expecting, it's mainly because this data is important. And if we don't give it the data type, then user can enter any kind of data. In the view count, if someone trips up and makes a mistake, they'll be entering A, B, C, D, and our database will just accept it. That will be a problem. So Node.js is the runtime or is the language that we'll be using. JavaScript is the language, Node.js is the runtime or is how you write JavaScript on the backend. And Express.js is the package. It allows us to write web servers more efficiently and more quickly. It follows best practices, so you don't have to worry about a lot of things like parsing the request, getting the headers, and all of that. With that, so we go back to our seeding file. We connect to the database by just saying if there is an error, then log it to the console. Otherwise, just connect to localhost colon 27017. This is the URL of my database server. If you have installed Node.js on your system, this is the default database, and this is the name of the database that I want. If it's not already there, then create it. If it's there, then use it. We send keep alive to be 1, which means that don't close the connection immediately. Use URL parser and use unified topology are some advanced features that you don't need to worry about. Just type this code and it'll run. This is the data that we'll be inserting. Movie names, you can take a look at them. We are inserting IDs and we are inserting the ratings as well. So we are inserting 6 movies, and then we use the seed movies function, in which I basically, if the database already exists, then I delete it. How to get the link of database. So basically, once you have installed MongoDB, then all you need to do is use this link. This is the URL that MongoDB lives on your local system. If you're deploying it to cloud, then how to do it will be shown to you tomorrow session, but here it's now. So with that, we just drop, if we already have a table of media table in which we have inserted this information, then remove that. And if it doesn't exist, then don't worry about it. And then insert many function is used to insert all the data that we have just defined, and we'll be using that. So the reason why we are using all of these seed lib and seed media library is because we need some data in our database so that our API can send it to you. So basically, all I have to do now, let me just show you the seed lib library as well. It does the same thing we have, but instead of that, we will be saving the name of the files of name of the video files. Let me just open up my folder in the Netflix clone, which is the folder that I have. I have a folder called __ videos. I have a file that I have copied and I have given them names. So Dark, Lord of the Rings 1, 2, 3, Suits, and Dark Knight. These are the suppose these are the actual videos, but we don't want to spend the entire 10 GB of our disk space. So I have created a simple copied a simple Windows 7 default video, and then I have pasted it multiple times and changed the name. But you can imagine it to be something else. Now all I've done is I've saved it. I've said okay. The media with the ID of 1. So if you take a look at this, ID 1 is given to Dark Knight Rises or the Dark Knight. So media with the ID of 1, I want to get the video location of that. So I send the media ID and I get the Dark Knight. I know the location as well, so I'll just prepend it and I'll show it. How to run these files. I'll show you how to run these files. Don't worry about it when we get to it. So we get the movie data and we have associated a file name with the ID of the movies. So the fourth one is Lord of the Rings Return of the King, which is the third one. or the third Lord of the Rings. So we have Lord of the Rings 3.mp4. These are the name of the video files. You can imagine that these names could be something else because two movies with the same name could also be released. So that could be a problem. So with that, we create a seed movies function in which we just delete the video model or video collection if it exists. And if it doesn't exist, then we insert all the data and we close the connection. And we call the seed movies function here. So now if I want to seed the data, all I have to do is I have to run these files. And instead of typing this entire thing, the entire command, what I can do is I can just use the power of Node.js and I can just run npm run. Run is a special command. When I type run and then I type seed colon, as you can see, it's media, and press enter, what it will do is it will take a look at the script tag, which is here, and it will try and find the thing that I just passed as the argument, which is seed colon media. So it takes a look at the script, seed media is this, and it replaces everything with this command, and we run this. Similarly, with seed media, I can type seed lib and it will run, and everything ran perfectly. We didn't run into any errors, which is good. Now, if I want to take a look at the data, I can just go db.media.find, and I want to get all the files. So I just type this. Now we can see the files or we can see the data, but it's not very pretty to look at. It's not very readable. So MongoDB gives us a function called pretty, and I have misspelled it. And as you can see, we have inserted all the movies that we wanted to insert. And if I want to take a look at the videos that I have inserted, as you can see, I had the videos collection or the videos table, videos, press enter, and media ID and location is inserted. So everything's working perfectly. Now I'll just show you the code and show you what we're doing. So this is what we have, and I type it npm run start, press enter, and what it will do is take a look at the scripts tag, take a look at the start one, and it says nodemon index.js. Now what happens? It runs. Now remember I told you the reason why we're using nodemon is because we want to reload our server. Whenever we make changes to our code, server is running in memory. So if I want to make changes to my code and then replace the already running instance of the server with the current changes that I've made, what I do, I go here. Let's say, for instance, I go to the, let me just close all of them, and I go to index.js. And what I do is, instead of listening for incoming request, I type listening at port 8000. And yeah, and just take a look at what happens when I save it. Okay, take a look at this section. I save it, and as soon as I save it, it restarts due to the changes, and it restarts the index.js file, which is the entry file. So this is why we're using a nodemon, so that it reloads our server whenever we make changes, so that those changes will be reflected. Now let's take a look at what's happening. So this is the index file, which is the main file of our application. When we start it, what happens is it gets the web server that I have created. It starts the web server and listens on the port 8000. And if there is an environment variable that's already set, it takes a look at that. And when the server is established, everything is working, we console.log listening at port 8000. So this is what's happening here. Now let's go to the web server. I'll just close everything else. So firstly, we're saying that, okay, in the static folder and in the videos folder, whatever you see is all static content. Static content, you can take a look at it. It's basically just HTML files and video files. So if I show you the videos folder, it contains all the videos so that the user can access it without any problem. And the static folder contains an HTML file, which I'll show you in a moment, that contains our video player. So now what we do is we define certain routes. Routes are basically, if I would just show you, in our spec, we had defined certain URLs. So routes are this part. This is the route. This is the query parameter. The reason why we describe this is we want our application to respond to only certain requests. So if the request that is sent to a URL is not /search /content /video or /library, we don't want to send it to, we don't want to respond to it. We just say, okay, we don't know what that is. You have entered an incorrect URL, and we go ahead and do anything else that we can. The webinar will be going on for 15 to 20 more minutes. I'll explain you the code and then we'll be ending. So I'll try and do it very quickly. So this is what it looks like. Basically what we're saying is when the request, you send the request to /search URL, what I want you to do is I want you to extract the query parameter named Q. Again, if I show you, this is the URL and Q is dark. This is the name or the keyword that the user is looking for in a movie. So whichever movie has the word dark in it is the one that we want to return. So we get it. We check whether or not it's available, whether or not user has typed in a query or whether or not the query has some data. If it does, then we want to return something. But if it doesn't have anything in it, basically the user has sent nothing for us to search for and we send the request back. We send the response as nothing to search. But if he has, then what we do is we call a function named search by term. We open that function and here it is. So here it is. And here what we're doing is we're taking a look at a repository, and in this repository we're finding the data by name and the query that the user has sent. Query contains the name of the file. Here it will be dark that the user has sent. Now let me just show you what the repository is. The reason why I have broken things up into such level is because later on it's easier for you. When building Netflix, people break their application into small modules. These modules basically allow you to separate your internal logic from external concerns. So if tomorrow somebody comes up and says we want to use an SQL database instead of a MongoDB database, all you would have to do is you would have to create a new folder called SQL repository. Make sure that that repository has a function named find by name that takes in name and query and returns the data, and you can basically do it without any problems. So what happens is we go to our movies repository and we say find by, give it the parameter, give it the term, and it creates a regular expression, which basically means that even if the movie's name is darkness beyond, it still contains the word dark, and this is the word dark, and we're passing in GNI, which means search the entire length of the data and find anywhere if it's dark. If it's named something like this, this is also something that you need to return. And I means that we want it to be case insensitive. So even though here D is capitalized and in a search term D is small, we still want you to give it back to the user. So yeah, the code will be given to you later on. You can contact our team to know more about it. So this is what we have. And let me take a look at the code. Since we have changed the files and saved it multiple times, you can see it's restarting again and again. Now to take a look at the data that we get, we can obviously go to our localhost /8000/search, and Q is equals to, I'll pass in dark, press enter, and this is the data that we get. We get the ID, name, release date, genre, rating, and view count. This is the data that we were interested in. But if I don't pass in anything in Q, it gives nothing to search. Or if I forget to pass in the query parameter at all, it gives nothing to search. So this is the expected behavior, and this is what we get. Now let's take a look at the other routes. Here we are. In the content section, what we want is we want to search by genre. So any request that we get for /content and we have the genre as action, we want to return that. So what we do is we get the genre the same as before. We check whether or not the user has given us the information that we need. If not, we send nothing to match, and we send search by genre. We pass in the repository, we pass in the genre, and we let the function take care of the entire coding process. So again, if tomorrow they say that, okay, you have to use SQL, so I can create another file named SQL movie repository. I will write the code, import it, and then send it here. And that's all the changes that I would have to make. So with that, let's take a look at this. Now, if I go to the search by genre, here it is, search by genre. I open it up, it's inside this file, and it's doing the same thing, but here we're finding by genre instead of name. So we can reuse the code that we have already written instead of typing it again and again. We go back and we can type, instead of this, we can type content and genre is fantasy. Yeah. So we get all the movies with the genre as fantasy, as you can see. And if I don't want it to be fantasy, I want it to be action. Press enter, and this is the only movie that has the genre of action in our one. Is MongoDB comes with UI interface to view? Yeah, so MongoDB has many user interfaces that allow you to take a look at the data. We're not going to be taking a look at that because that's beyond the scope and we're running short on time, but you can basically take a look at that. One of that is called Mongo Compass. I think I already have it in my system, but you can take a look at that at some later time. Okay, now since we get the data, I won't be showing you the entire code. This will be uploaded and you can take a look at that. But what I wanted to show you next was inside the web server. We have the videos library. So we find the top 10 viewed videos. Now, this is a very interesting one because we want to be able to pass in the limit, but if the user has not passed in the limit, we want to return the first top 5 videos. So what we do is we just find the limit the user has sent. If the user has not sent any limit, then just assign 5 as the default value. Now we check whether or not the limit that the user did pass was undefined or it was not a number. So if the user passed in limit as A, B, C, D, or the name of the movie, we have to send incorrect request as the response. Otherwise, we find the top K viewed. Now this is interesting, so I'll show you this one. So find top viewed, we go there, and here we just go to the repository and find the top viewed. If you take a look at the repository, in the movie repository, what happens is I get the by and limit, and I want to get it by what I want to. So basically what I do is then I sort the entire movies that I have. Let's say I have 7 movies. Here it is dynamic. Yeah, so here it's dynamic because we are sending back the data that the user is asking for instead of sending some static content like the entire movies list. So we find all the movies, we sort them in descending order by the parameter that the user has passed in. Here we'll be passing in the view count, and then we limit it to what the user has instructed. It's either going to be 5 or what the user has instructed. And if we can't do it, if we run into an error, that we return null. Mainly if you're dealing with error corrections, then you can basically log it to the database. But here we're doing this. So now if I go back to our data, videos, and I press enter, so as you can see, we have the top 5 viewed, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. These are the top 5 values. But if I pass in the limit, and as you can see, they are sorted according to their view count. So the view count of 5,800 is the highest one, and we go down 4,200 is the fifth one from the top. But if I type in limit to be, let's say 2, so give me the top 2 viewed videos, and we have these 2. So it highly saves the bandwidth. If you only want a few chunks of the data, our database will do the work for them. And now finally we have the user's video file name. So if the user gives me the name, the media ID, I will give him back the link to the video that they can either download or play it in a video player. What happens now is, let's go here. I have the library section. I go here, press in library, and media ID is 1. The movie with the ID of 1 in our database is The Dark Knight. So I want the link to the video file for The Dark Knight. What I do is I send it here, and it sends me this URL. If I open it up here, it'll download the video for me, which I don't want, but it's already done this, so it's fine. But let me just show you what happens if I load the basic localhost. So this is what the dark night URL looks like. Let me just show you the code here. And this is, we're using the default HTML5 video player. This is the video player. I have defined the width and the height, and this is the URL that the API would have returned. So what we can do is we can create a front end from which we request the data, and we get this data, and then we replace the current one that we have with the data that we get. This is the name of the file. If I play it, it will work just fine. Now again, Netflix has a much more complicated system in which they have to firstly take a look at the data that they have, then they have to convert it into multiple platforms depending on the platform that the user is using, user the encoder, and there are a lot of things that they need to take care of. So this is how that works. If you want to take a look at the file here, I'll just show you. The code is basically, it's a static HTML file. If I open it, here's what it looks like. This is the data that we have. So this is what we have here. And now the code is done. A few notes about the code that I'd like to show you. For those of you who will download the code, I have created a readme file. Let me just rename it because I misspelled readme to readme. It has the instructions to run the code. Basically, you install Node.js and MongoDB, install all the required software, open the terminal in the folder that you want to run the code from. So this Netflix clone folder, wherever you have it, open your terminal or command prompt there. As you can see, I've opened it there. Then type in these commands, npm install. If it's the first time that you're running the software, then you type npm install. After that, you can run it however you want. And one thing you'll notice is that after you run this command, this folder named node modules will be automatically created for you. This will contain all the libraries that you wanted to use. Then we seed the databases by running seed media and seed library. And then we start our web API. And this is the API that we use. This is the API that Netflix, these are the kinds of API that Netflix builds. Right now, it might not be available on GitHub, but tomorrow it will be, by tomorrow it will be available. So don't worry about that. And we'll share the link for you. And if you want the link, you can contact our support team as well. With that, I'd like to just end on a note to make you understand what exactly are we doing here. So firstly, we get the spec sheet. We break down features into the technical components that we want to build. The things that we want to build are, these are the kind of things that we want to build. We want to build a web server. That web server's job is basically get the request, parse the request, and send back the response. Those responses are built via the use cases. They take in repositories, which are basically connections to database. And what we do is we tell them, okay, these are the databases that we have, and I want you to get data from the database like this. So our use cases, all they do is that they orchestrate our interaction. Here they just call a method and pass in the required field, and that's what we do. If our use case expands, so let's say that I want to introduce caching here as well, so I can pass in a cache manager. Misspelled the word cache there. And here cache.set, if it's not already set, then I can pass in the media ID or whatever. So I can do it that way there as well. Let me just change everything so that we're, yeah. So that's what this means. Basically, when you're building an application, especially when software developers at Netflix are building application, what they do is they break their application into smaller components, such as the web server, the database connection, the actions that we want to perform, static files, videos, database seeding, all of that. So I've created folders for all of them. Hopefully that gives you a good idea. And now we've come to the end of the session, but before we get by, I'd like to ask you a few questions so that you can answer them in the chat box. So here's the quiz for you to solidify your understanding. The first question is the Netflix homepage static or dynamic? Answer your, write your answers in the question box and I'll be able to see them and tell you. Whoever can answer, please do answer. So Kishore has said static, Sri Ganesh has said dynamic. Some people have said dynamic, some are saying static. So for those of you who want to know the correct answer, it is dynamic. The reason why is because it gets data that is updated by the API. So basically it shows you the skeleton of the page and the most viewed movies, the images, the information about those images, all of this is gotten from the API and it's just populated there. So it's a dynamic one. Those of you who answered the option B, dynamic, are correct. Second question is Netflix videos are of which of the following, static or dynamic? Those of you who know the answer, please type in the answer. So, okay, so the majority of people or all the people are saying static, and that's correct. It's very static, and that's why we're using it. Finally, which one is better for privacy? Which recommendation engine is better for privacy? Collaborative filtering or content-based filtering? For those of you who have forgotten, collaborative filtering is the one where we take a look at your viewing history as well as some other viewers' viewing history. And based on your and your viewer, another user's viewing history similarity, we recommend you things. On content-based, we take a look at the content and then we take a look at similar content in our library and then we recommend you those things. So for those of you who have answered, content-based filtering are correct because it does not require us to take a look at other person's it does not require the Netflix API to take a look at other person's viewing history. So content-based filtering is the correct one and collaborative filtering is the incorrect one. So this was a bit of a tricky question, but it's fine if you've not gotten the answer. It's totally fine.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
So hi Shubham, welcome to the Intellipaat podcast.
Hi, Aman.
Glad to have you here. So guys, I've already told you about Shubham, but Shubham, can you tell us a bit about yourself? You know, what you do, what is your specialization in, and then we can take it forward from there.
Sure. So I'm a software developer by profession, and it's been 5 years. I have been working for Microsoft. Throughout my tenure at Microsoft, I have worked upon multiple business verticals. I started off working for Azure, then I moved to Windows, then I've also worked for Office 365, and currently I'm working under Microsoft Teams.
Wow.
And throughout my journey that has been in the last 5 years, I have touched upon multiple tech domains, full stack development being the most prominent one, but I've also worked as a data scientist. I've also touched upon mobile application development, and currently it's all about AI and ML. Right. Keeping the professional part aside, I have a deep passion and interest in helping students, and especially for the people who are trying to achieve the same dream that I had lived for. And hence you see me here doing things like this, talking about knowledge that I have gained so far and suggesting people that can help them to shape up their journey and make a career in tech industry.
Wow. So these are a lot of things to learn, I think, in 5 years and just to clear it out, guys, not everyone has the opportunity to work on so many technologies as Shubham has, right? So Shubham, let's talk about full stack development, right? So because all the people who are watching today, they want to know how they can become a full stack developer. Maybe they're already on their journey to become a full stack developer. But let's start it for people who want to just become a full stack developer. They want to start that journey, right?
Okay.
So what is the first step? If I am from a technical or a non-technical background, what is that one thing or two things or a stack of technologies that I should learn in order to get my first job as a web developer, or just getting my first step towards full stack development? So how do I go about it?
Got it. So to answer your question, I'll answer other question first about what exactly is full stack development, because unless and until we are not aware what is full stack development, we can't go about talking about how to become one, right? So full stack development, if I talk about in layman terms, is the ability of someone to design things from scratch and develop things from bare scratch and take it to a level where it can be used by multiple people at the same time.
Okay.
Right? For example, I can open up my laptop, I can design the front end, the client side UI, and I can also create backend, but that's just not enough. I can't expect people to come to my laptop to use the website or any product, right? So I should also have the understanding of how to push that website to a cloud where it can be used by people, accessed by people. I should also have understanding of databases where I can store the data of the website any kind of website, right? So that's the ability if someone has to do all these tasks end to end by themselves, that person can be called as a full stack developer, right? Coming to your question, how to become one.
Right.
Now, to answer this question, I'll take a step back to talk about how many domains we have within full stack development. So primarily, I see from my perspective, we have 4 major domains. The first domain is front-end development. Whatever you see on your screen, a website, a mobile application, or anything as such, whatever you see is a front-end UI. Someone has designed it.
Okay.
So that's the front-end part. The back-end part is the logic behind it. For example, you post a picture on Instagram and someone else is able to see it. How is that happening? Because there are wirings done behind the scene, and that's the back-end portion, right? That's the second domain. Third is the database. Now, you uninstall your Instagram or anything, but you reinstall it after a couple of days, your images will still be there, whatever you have uploaded. How did it come from? Because it has been stored in the database of the Instagram server, right? So that's the database part. I'm just giving a real world example so that we can relate, right? And the fourth part is the cloud.
Okay.
You are able to download applications. Why? Because it's stored in the server. You can get it from there, right? So that's the cloud part. The front end, back end, database, and cloud. These are the 4 major domains that we have under full stack development.
Okay.
If someone wants to become a full stack developer, they have to touch upon all these 4 domains, right? And if someone is trying to understand what's the minimum possible thing that they should do to become one, you need to have a bare minimum understanding of all these 4 domains. Okay. First domain being front end, you should have the basic understanding of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript.
All right.
That's the bare minimum. Best thing is to have a framework understanding as well, like React or Angular or any framework out there, right? Similarly for backend, you can have understanding of either Spring Boot, Node.js, Django, anything. My suggestion would be Node.js because Mon-stack development is most relevant, but that's about it. You need to have some understanding of backend as well. And similarly for databases and the cloud as well.
Right. So a lot of technical jargons here, Shubham. So let's break it down. So what you explained us is that there are 4 parts to making a website work.
Yeah.
One is what we see on the website.
Exactly.
Like, for example, if we go to Intellipaat.com, what we see there, the homepage is basically designed by a front-end developer.
Correct.
Now, that front-end is interacting with the back-end. So whatever data we see on the website, that is being fetched from the backend.
Absolutely.
And that data is stored on a database. So that's
Correct.
the third layer.
Exactly.
Right? And this is being stored somewhere.
Yeah.
And that is basically the cloud.
Absolutely.
Did I get it right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, do I have to learn all these 4 things in order to get a job?
To get a job as a full stack developer, yes. But to get a job just as a front-end developer or a back-end developer, even understanding of one particular domain will be enough. So if your question is, do you need to have all the understanding to get just a job? Answer would be no. Any particular domain you can, have your expertise on, and you can find a job as a front-end developer, back-end developer. We have DevOps engineer as well, who just takes care of hosting the code and making sure the cloud works fine. So that is one way. But if you're trying to look for a job as a full-stack developer, you need to have the understanding of all 4 domains.
All right. So I can begin my career as a front-end developer also,
Absolutely.
as a back-end developer also,
Yeah.
as a database administrator also.
Absolutely.
And someone who knows cloud also.
Exactly.
But if I'm working in any of these fields right now, I can also become a full-stack developer in the
Eventually, yes, after you have gotten the understanding of other domains.
That's interesting. Great. Okay. Now let's ask the very important question, which I think everybody would be thinking about. How much would we get paid? Okay. So if I start out in my journey to become a full stack developer, eventually how much will I get paid? And in the starting, how much will I get paid?
Okay. So first thing is salary depends upon a lot of factors.
Okay.
It's not just that it just not depend upon the domain or the role you are in. It also depends upon which company you're working for, what is your role in the company, how much years of experience you have got. Sometimes it also matters from which college you are from. Sometimes, and definitely the location in which you have been posted at, right? So keeping all these consideration, I can still come up with a range of salaries that you can expect. Now, range of salaries varies from company to company, but I can group them as tier 1 companies, mostly Mang and Fang companies, and then tier 2 companies could be the service-based companies. So in tier 1 companies, you can expect the base package to start from 14 LPA. And it can go all the way up to 24 or 25 LPA as well, right? And similarly for tier 2 companies, it can start from, let's say, 7 LPA and it can go till 13 to 14 LPA as well.
Okay.
But I would like to touch upon very important factor over here is once you're trying to become a full stack developer, or let's say it gets, this statement is valid for any role that you're trying to achieve, right? The first focus should not be salary, I should say, at least for the first 5 years, because the first 5 years will shape up your career in your role for rest of your life, right? So the first preference should also, and everyone should give, is just about the learning. What is the person you are becoming in the first 5 years? What are the things that you are learning? Are you growing every single day in the first 5 years? Right? That should be the preference, and that should be the priority over the salary, right? Because salary would be a byproduct once you have made yourself extremely capable as a full stack developer, right? So someone who is watching this podcast from tier 3, tier 4 college and have a complaints like, I'm getting companies who are paying me 2 LPA or 4 LPA or 5 LPA, take it as an opportunity. Maybe that company is very small. Maybe that company will give you things that you would not receive in tier 1 companies. Maybe you can grow in the way that can be extremely well, and you might land up in a better place who are joining Microsoft as a fresher, right? So that's going to be my takeaway from the whole scenario.
Okay. So we spoke about people from tier 3, tier 2 colleges as well. So the people who are in the colleges right now, see, when I was also in college, I wanted to get placed in companies like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, right? So, and you're from Microsoft, you'd be the best person to tell us, how that goes. So if I want to get into a company like Microsoft and into a full stack development role, so what are the things that I should know?
Okay.
Right? And is it really important to start my job from Microsoft? Right? Or is it really important to get into a company like Microsoft to earn higher packages? Right? So that is something that I think which our learners would be very interested.
Okay. So I'll answer your second question first, where you asked, should you actually aim for Microsoft, and should you actually dedicate your all the energy just to have Microsoft as the aim? Right. Now, I would say it's always good to aim higher, aim for the best company, right? But at the same time, do not forget the fact that once you join a company like Microsoft and MNC, you will be working on a particular niche, on a particular product, on a particular tech stack, right? You would not have, not always, but most of the time, you won't have the understanding of end-to-end things that you'll be doing by yourself, right? So you should definitely aim for it. But at the same time, be open to consider any company that can give you the learning, right? So that should be the priority one, right? Okay. Coming to the salary part, yes, you would earn better in the first 5 years if you start off with Microsoft, right? But it's not at all the case that eventually you won't be able to reach to a point where you want to be, even though you start from a tier 3 company, right? If you focus on your learning, try to keep switching, try to switch your role, try to switch the company, try to upgrade yourself every single day, you might fall in the better bracket than people who are already working in tier 1 companies for longer time than you, right? All right.
So you're saying even if I'm in a tier 2 company, right? If I climb up the ladder, I might be equal to, in the salary range might be equal to someone who's in a...
Absolutely. So I'll just give you an example. Someone who is joining Microsoft for after 6 years of experience, okay? There are two candidates. One candidate is coming from Google and the other candidate is coming from a tier 3 company, let's say. All right. Now, Microsoft will definitely look at what was the previous salary they had, but Microsoft themselves has a salary range of what they would be giving for someone who is a 6 years experience or someone who is an ST2 or senior software engineer, right? So both of that person might be not exactly same, but will be on the same bracket, right? So eventually it's not going to make a difference.
Okay.
And how it did not make a difference? Because the person who is coming from tier 3 company has made himself or herself capable of qualifying for the interview in Microsoft.
Right.
And hence it did not make a difference. Right. So even though you're coming from Google or coming from tier 3, you'll be landing up in the same range and your years of experience will be counted, not which company you were in.
Okay. Now I want to ask you a question which everyone is talking about these days, right? And especially for the people who are in the technical domain, right? I'm sure the audience knows we have got ChatGPT into picture now.
Yeah.
Right. So first of all, has it impacted you as a developer in Microsoft? Has it impacted you? Has it impacted your work? That is the first thing that I wanted to know.
Okay. I was waiting for this question for long. So yeah, it has impacted, but positively.
Okay.
Right? Now we can generate redundant codes just from ChatGPT or the OpenAI. We don't have to write code by ourselves. If we are very clear about the requirement, we can just give it to ChatGPT and it generates the code.
So that's allowed in your company. You can use ChatGPT.
Yeah. The only thing is you have to respect the privacy. You have to not disclose any code. You don't have to like share the prompts, your code prompts into ChatGPT, but you can generate the code and then you can modify it the way you want to, right?
Okay.
So that's very much okay to do that, right? So the only impact as now I see, it has enhanced the productivity of all the employees. And the second impact, what I see is it's an opportunity for all the companies to leverage OpenAI in their own product. Right?
Okay.
Nowadays, even Gmail has the AI capability. You tell them what email you want to write and it will write an email for yourself. Right? So it has created opportunities as well of adding more features to your product. Right? But coming to the fact, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be your next question, that has it impacted the jobs? Right? Is it gonna go down? Right?
Yes.
So far, we have not seen it happening because ChatGPT right now, it's capable of generating code. It's not capable of designing a system end to end, where it has designed multiple things and it has designed and wired front end, back end, and it has integrated a database. For those things, you still need a developer. And hence, I have not seen much change in terms of jobs. Not sure what will happen down the line, but currently it's not impacting jobs. It's just creating positivity in terms of improving the productivity.
So let me take an example here. So I just want to understand from you how capable is ChatGPT, right? So let's say I want to design the front page for Intellipaat.com.
Yeah.
So can I ask ChatGPT to do it, and the code that it will give, will it give me the exact look and feel of how Intellipaat.com is looking right now?
Yeah, it can give you, right?
Okay.
There are few parameters that matters the most. First is how exactly you are able to communicate to ChatGPT what you exactly want.
All right.
Right? That is the first thing. If you are able to do that, it will definitely give you at least the structure. Right?
Okay.
But then you will need a developer who needs to do the basic aspects of, let's say, putting the logo of Intellipaat after the structure is there, right? Putting the content where you have to be. Next, generation can be done, but small loopholes like putting the logo, making sure it works in all the browsers still has to be done by the developer. And in fact, more than that, next month, if you have a certain update to be done on the homepage, you need a developer who understands the code. Right?
Okay.
So, although the ChatGPT can give you a very good kickstart, it can make your website live or it can design your website within a couple of days, and you might not need a team of developers. You might just need one developer who can understand it and execute it, right? But eventually you would need developer who can support it, who can make slight changes, especially once the website grows. You can't just ask everything. Currently, at present scenario, you can't just ask everything to ChatGPT to develop it, right?
Okay, so you're saying if I am starting a business, right, and I have to generate a website for my business, for me ChatGPT will be helpful.
Exactly.
But when it comes down to adding more features,
exactly,
when it comes down to maybe tweaking something on the website that I want, that ChatGPT for now is not good at it.
Yeah, it's not good at it. Yes.
So you're saying developers will be required.
Definitely.
The job field for developers is still relevant, right?
Definitely. So the only thing I mentioned is it improved the productivity. Now, instead of the developer trying to create the whole skeleton by themselves, they're just getting the whole skeleton by ChatGPT and just making few changes that can make the product live.
Amazing. So I think that answers a lot of questions for our audience, because in the industry, what is revolving around for non-technical people is that developers are gone, right? Coding is done by ChatGPT, and that is how it is going to be. But that clears here. So developers are still required, guys.
Definitely.
Right? And so when we were talking before this podcast, you mentioned that ChatGPT is now the new Stack Overflow.
Exactly. Yeah. So when Stack Overflow came, and currently if you see the importance of Stack Overflow, especially before ChatGPT, developers were relying on Stack Overflow to figure out the problems of their, like the solutions of their problems, right? Irrespective of which tech stack it is, Stack Overflow most of the time had the answers, right? But Stack Overflow did not take up any job. It did not remove any job, right? It just enhanced the productivity of the developers, right? So not exactly same, but similar pattern we are observing with ChatGPT as well. Now, if we see an error in the code, instead of debugging it, the first thought that comes in our mind is let's put into ChatGPT. We might get an immediate solution, right? And many a time we do get it. So it's just that productivity has gone up.
So now I'll just steer the conversation in a different direction, right? So now we are in Intellipaat. We have all kind of learners who come to us who want to get into the technical domain, who want to full stack, get into the full stack domain. Now I want to touch base on the people who are from a non-coding background, right? So I am a person who doesn't like coding. I've tried my hands at coding. I've seen all the YouTube tutorials. I am just not able to get the hang of, I don't just, I after 2-3 hours, I don't feel like coding at all, right? But I find it very interesting. And I think so are the learners who are watching over here, who are still in college, and for the people who are, trying to start into the coding domain.
Okay.
So from my perspective, I feel it might be also because of the way that I'm learning, right? Or it also might be because of the mindset that I had in college, the traditional way of learning. So how did you get into coding? First, I want to know that. And second, I want to understand, like, for the learners who are struggling with the same problem of not getting the interest in coding, even when they want to do something technical, how do they overcome that barrier?
Okay. So, to be honest, I faced the exact similar situation when I started off my college, and especially in the first semester, in the first year, we were introduced to C programming, right? And over there, we used to use an application called Code Blocks, where we had to write a bunch of code, execute it, and the black color screen, slightly boring screen will come up where you have to input bunch of numbers and it will throw a bunch of output. I found it non-interesting, to be honest. And I think that was my driving factor towards getting interested towards front-end development. Because I saw creativity over there. I saw that I can explore things, I can make things, and I can get them rendered on a browser.
Right.
Writing a code, executing it, and seeing changes happening on a browser.
Seeing the output in real time.
Exactly. That is something gave me a kick. That was driving force for me to learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and all about front end in the first year of my college itself. Right. So if someone who is not much into coding, maybe trying to change the direction of what they are trying to do might help. For example, when I see front end, I do not see front end as something which is only about coding. I see 50% creativity over there. 50% thing that you can explore, that you can take inspirations from multiple websites, try it on yourself. So that could be the starting point for most of the people who are not very much interested in coding, right? And once they have gotten the fair understanding of front-end development, they can move to understanding more about the back-end part or database part, and eventually learn about a bit of the more programs as well.
Right. So I think this is something which we can do. So what you're saying is run the code and see the output in real time.
Exactly.
And that will actually help us in, seeing what we are coding, and maybe that will develop our interest.
Exactly.
So so you're suggesting for the people who actually want to get into full stack development, they should start from front end development.
Absolutely.
And start with HTML, CSS, see your output in real time, and that will help us go forward.
Yeah.
That's great. So so did you always wanted to become a full stack developer when you started off in your job, right? So did you have in mind that I wanted to become a full stack developer? So how did it start for you?
For me, it started off just out of pure interest. I loved making websites. In fact, I worked as a freelance web developer in the second year of my college, right? Where I designed a website for my college fest, where I designed website for other college fest. I also designed a website for a couple of restaurants as well in my city. So it was just the interest that I had to make things, create things, and showcase things to the world that drove me to all the things I did in the second year of my college, right? I in fact designed multiple portals from my college as well, which is still being used in the college. So that is something was my starting point. But eventually what I realized is front-end development or full stack development, now how I look at it as, it's the ability, if you are a full stack developer, you have an ability to solve problems, right? For example, there was a very common problem I observed during my time in my college. Every college has clubs, music club, dance club, coding club, and multiple aspects of such clubs, right? And events, updates, whatever is happening in the club used to come on Facebook in my college. And Facebook is a social media platform where multiple things will also come up. You might miss if you're trying to look for updates from a particular club.
Right.
I saw it as a problem. And hence I designed a portal. I developed a portal which is still being used, where clubs can put their updates on a particular portal, and anyone on the college who wants to know about any club, any event, they can just go into the website and see it, whatever is happening, right? So that was a problem which I solved using my ability to develop and create websites, right? So that was my motivation, that me seeing people using my portal, using my website for their own betterment, for their own comfort, has been the driving factor.
Okay.
And it has still been a driving factor. Even I have spent 5 years in Microsoft. Whenever I design product, it gives me a satisfaction to see people using it from across the world. Right. So that's my take on it. Yep.
So what you're saying is, and it also might relate to the people who don't find coding that interesting right now.
Exactly.
Pick up a real world problem, try to solve it with the things that you're learning.
Absolutely. Because coding, many a time, I can relate to people who dislike coding because I have been there. People dislike usually coding because you are given a hypothetical situation, hypothetical question, and you have to write a code out of it. Right? Let's say you have to sort an array of integers, or you have to reverse a linked list, right? These things are not real world. I mean, you can't imagine this on the real world, right? It's mostly theoretical, although it will give you a logic building abilities and problem solving skills, which are absolutely great skills to have. But I'm talking about someone who is not getting interested towards developing just the code and talking just about DSA. They can explore full stack development, talk about real world problems, solve real world problems that can give them extra interest that can drive them further.
Right. Okay. So now that so we have understood, how to become a full stack developer, what all technologies to learn. Maybe we have not touched all the technologies. We will get to that in a bit of time. But I want to know now, for our learners, now that they have started learning, right? At what point should they start applying for jobs? Okay. Should I start applying for jobs once I've learned everything? Should I start applying for jobs while I'm learning? So what should be the stage at which I should start applying for jobs? So that's the question. And then I have a follow-up question, that what is a way to apply for a job? How should I approach this problem of applying for a job?
Okay. So to answer your first question, you should never wait for a time when you have learned everything and then start applying the job, because that's never going to happen.
Alright.
Till the time you spend on a particular tech stack, you'll see something else came in the market and you'll have to learn that as well. So it's never the case where you would never reach to a position where you can say that I have learned everything and I know everything, right? So you should always start applying for a job. If I talk about full stack development, we talked about 4 domains of full stack development, right? Even if in one domain you are doing fairly better, you can start applying for jobs for that particular domain.
So to dumb it down for me, what you're trying to say is that if I have learned HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and maybe a framework like React,
yes,
I should start applying for jobs.
Absolutely.
Even if I'm not good at it, I have a fair understanding about it, I should start applying for jobs.
Correct. Because once you start applying for job, you actually understand what is the level you need to reach to actually crack those placements, right? Or crack that job, right? So even though you're not good at it, applying will give you 2 kicks. First thing is, since you have applied, it will give you an extra motivation to prepare for it. And second, in case you fail, you'll understand that what's the gap. Where am I lagging, right? So it's definitely best thing to start applying way early in the career. For those people who are in second year, third year, placements might not be able to, they can't apply for placements. So internships are the ones they should constantly look for, right? And parallelly, they can keep building their other skill set of being a backend developer, database or cloud. But as soon as they are proficient in any one domain, they can start going and applying for the job.
Okay. And so, for example, when you started applying for your job, right? So you landed your first job at Microsoft.
Yeah.
Now, I think that is interesting for me, and I think that'll be interesting for learners as well. That what are the things that you included in your resume that actually got your resume shortlisted for Microsoft?
Okay.
Right. So it might not be for Microsoft, but for any job that I'm applying, what is the basic research that I should do that my resume gets shortlisted? So let's take an example for a front-end developer job, right? So if those are the basic skills that I'm learning, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React, what should I put in my resume that my resume will actually get shortlisted?
Okay. So to answer your question, what I would tell you is we have certain groups of company. The first group of the companies, product-based companies,
Okay.
which develops product, like Microsoft, Google, Amazon. These are product-based companies. The next group of companies are service-based companies, like Wipro, Accenture, Capgemini, TCS, right? Who are consultancy-based companies where they hire candidates and they make them work for other companies who are their clients, right? And then we have third sector of companies who are startups, right? The kind of hiring, kind of requirement varies from all these three sectors of the company, right? If I talk about product-based companies, you need to have data structures and algorithm skill set. You need to have strong logic building abilities and problem solving skills that comes from DSA.
Just to interrupt you, can you explain us what are product-based companies?
Okay. Product-based companies who creates products, as in Microsoft has Windows as a product. Microsoft has Bing as a product, a search engine, right? So these are product. Product is something that is being used by end users.
So if I have my own product, then I'm a product-based company.
Exactly.
And what is a service-based company?
Service-based companies are the companies who give support to product-based companies. For example, there are a lot of vendors in Microsoft. There are a lot of vendors in all the Tier 1 companies who are not there to develop a product.
Right.
They are there to support the existing product of Microsoft. Let's say Microsoft developed a product, let's call it a product P, and that product P has been developed by people who are working at Microsoft, the full-time employees like me, right? But once it is already developed, Microsoft would not want people to spend time on it. Instead, they will just give it to a company like Accenture, get 2 people, 3 people from there, and then they'll just make them to support that product.
So to summarize, you're saying any company which has its own product like Intellipaat or Microsoft or Google, they are product-based companies.
Exactly.
Companies who help other companies for their software like TCS, Infosys, Wipro. These are service-based
They
companies.
provide services, yes.
Right. Is there a third type of company as well?
I'm talking about startups. I have segregated these three in these three buckets purely from the intent to showcase how the hiring happens and what kind of skill set is looked for when they try to hire candidates.
Got it. So should I have resumes targeting all these 3 different sectors?
Definitely not.
Okay.
So first thing you need to understand is where do you stand? Okay. If you are extremely well in data structures and algorithms, if you are good in a particular language, doesn't matter which language it is, but in data structures and algorithms, if you are very strong, you can try out for Tier 1 companies. You can apply for Microsoft, Google, Amazon. Over there, you don't need to have multiple skill set. You don't need to have multiple languages. Even though you just have data structures and algorithms, a very strong proficiency in that and couple of projects around it, you should be able to get your resume shortlisted, provided you have some referrals as well and all that. Right? The service-based companies, on the other hand, do look for basic DSA and basic aptitude, and over there, your skill set will matter. Have you done something extra apart from just programming? Have you done full stack development? Have you designed websites? Have you explored backend cloud database? Those things will matter in service-based companies because they try to look for candidates who are at least jack of all trades because they don't know what kind of requirement that they might receive from product-based companies.
Right.
So they need people who are at least aware of things so that they can be molded in a way where the requirement comes.
Right.
And the last part, startups who are fairly couple of years old, requirements in startups are very specific. For example, they need a React developer. They need someone who can develop their database. They need someone who can handle the cloud, right? So over there, a very focused skill set is required. Right? So that's a segregation of hiring and segregation of different ways these 3 segments of companies hire.
Okay, so if I'm a person who's not good at data structures and algorithms, which I'm sure a lot of our audience would also be, right? So for us, what are the companies? So you said Tier 1 companies we should not apply to for now. Unless we're good at our job, right? And we know DS algo.
Absolutely.
So if I'm applying to product-based companies who are not Tier 1 companies, what should I include in my resume? So my question is that what should we have exactly in our resume? Because a lot of times, I'm sure a lot of people would have also faced this problem. We have listed down that we know React. We have listed down that we know HTML, CSS, JavaScript. But our resumes are not getting shortlisted.
Correct. So the very first thing that resume should have is something that can prove the point and showcase your skill set, what you have already mentioned in the resume. And that comes from projects. Whatever you have done in terms of, it could be a college project, it could be a small scale project, or it could be something that solved actually a large problem and it's actually live. Whatever is the case, try to have multiple projects covering multiple areas. Right? For example, you can have a project that can give a book maybe I saw a resume where a student designed a library management system for its own college. It's being used there, right? Now it's a very big thing to have that in the resume. Someone who is in college has designed something and it's being used in the college itself, right? And similarly, I had a different resume where it was mentioned that a bus booking service was designed by a college student, so that someone from the college can book a bus from going from college to city and city to college, like that, right? So projects like these, which are trying to solve problem and they have solved problems, makes a good impact. Okay. Because that's where the company should be able to see that this person has actually saw a problem, rectified it, and it's being used by people. Right. So projects being the one. Mostly for freshers, and for experienced candidates, their past experience, whatever they have gone through so far, what kind of projects they have worked on, how much understanding they have towards their project is something also equally important.
So again, if I'm an experienced professional, right? So in my job, I've done nothing which is related to development or which is related to full stack development. So how will I include projects which will actually help me to get a full stack job? So what is the way to go for that?
All right. So your question is someone who is already working in a different role, but trying to move into a full stack developer role. What kind of projects they will be able to include, because they have not worked in full stack development.
That, right? And also for a college student, I can only include projects which I've done in my college.
Correct.
Right. But those projects are usually they don't have that depth.
Correct.
Which might be required for the full stack job. So what is the option for me? How should I find projects to work on? Right? So how should I go about it?
For experienced person, I would say that even though your job is something different than full stack, try to have pet projects. Okay. Even though you are working in a different role in a different company, if you're aiming for full stack development, you should look for pet projects. You look for something. I mean, there is one way that you find a problem around you, try to solve it with your ability to code and develop something that can solve it. That's one way. But in case you have not been able to find a problem, right? I saw a very interesting resume where the person had developed 3 projects, and the first project was a Amazon clone. He developed a Amazon. Okay. I mean, not exactly Amazon, but he developed an e-commerce website that was end-to-end working like Amazon. You can order something, you can do things, right? So he didn't solve any problem. He just used a particular idea which is out there and created a project that is eye-catching. Okay. And that can showcase that this person knows front end, back end, database, everything. And he hosted it on a website called AWS as well. So, and similarly, second project was Instagram clone. He designed a UI of Instagram where you can scroll in the same way. You can see photos in the same way. You can scroll through the stories. So that showed the skill set. So in case you have ran out of ideas of what kind of projects I should make, just make something which is very common out there, right? That can be eye-catching, right? So that can make a difference. And also very important point, when you mention projects in the resume, and nowadays, those days are gone where we are sharing hard copy of resume. It's all soft copy, right? You should always mention the GitHub link of that project so that someone who actually wants to see the code, what you have done, they can actually click on that link and see the code. That has always been a greater value add in the resumes.
Right. So that's a very interesting point. And this is something, which we have done in our full stack courses as well. So we have a lot of projects, which we ask our audience to do. And very, very important point which Shubham mentioned was that if you are out of ideas, we should just create clones. Create a clone for Netflix, create a clone for Instagram. Absolutely. Right? And if I'm applying for a front end job, I don't have to create the back end also, right?
Exactly.
Just create the front end.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we already have an inspiration there. And I mean, for front end, we always have the code also available.
True. Right? And just to add to that point, I also saw a scenario where a candidate, instead of sharing the resume, he shared a website link.
Wow.
And that website was his resume.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Right? So if you're scrolling through the website, everything is coming, his work experience, what he did. So that resume itself is a website, and that is showcasing his skill set. Right? Understood. And that's the most creative way to showcase your skill set. Instead of proving it via text, just make it and prove it. Right?
Okay.
So that could also be one of the very differentiating factor if you're trying to apply for companies.
Right. So to summarize, when I'm applying for jobs and if my resume is not getting shortlisted, so the first thing that I have to do is include the technologies that I've learned. Like, for example, front end, you mentioned, learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React. Once that is done, I should include projects.
Absolutely.
Which are supporting these skill sets that I've mentioned. Now, in projects, I can write about the things that I've done in Office. if they are not relevant, then I can talk about my pet projects.
Absolutely.
And these pet projects could be clone of any popular website.
True.
Right? And the third thing is to go even a notch higher. I can create my resume as a website.
Exactly.
Right? And showcase my experience over there. So that's really cool. So guys, I think you guys have a lot of ideas now as to how to apply for a job, and that is going to help. One more aspect that I wanted to touch base on. So let's say there's also a concept, and I think from the pandemic, this has grown a lot. A lot of people are into freelancing these days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So can I be a freelance web developer? And this is especially, relevant for people who are experienced right now. Let's say I'm sitting in a job where I'm, earning around 10 to 12 LPA. And now I'm planning to shift my domain to full stack. Now you mentioned the starting salaries for full stack, for getting into full stack for front-end developers would be around 5 to 10 LPA, right? So I might not be comfortable leaving my job right now, right? So how should I get into the freelance world, right? Where I can start earning a side income, build on my projects, and not leave my current job.
Okay. So there are multiple ways to get freelancing projects. Okay. If I talk about my time, because I was also a web developer, freelance web developer in the second year of my college, I used LinkedIn as a source where I was just displaying every single thing that I was doing around front end.
Okay.
And I was constantly posting the message out of, like, the last line out of every post was, if you want to if you need to make a website, or if you are finding someone who can design a website for you, whatever the requirement is, you can reach out.
So you were just posting this on LinkedIn, or were you sending it to specific people?
I was just posting it on LinkedIn.
Okay.
And most of the time I was sending connection requests to people to figure out if they need some help. Whenever I used to see a poster around, upcoming college fest, I used to just send a mail to the college administration executive people that, do you need a help in designing your website? These are my projects. So I think reaching out to people, using LinkedIn as a social media platform where you can showcase your skill set and also mention that you are okay to do it and you are capable of doing it. So anyone who wants to get it done can reach out, can be number one way to get freelancing projects.
So were you charging them at that time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
okay. Yeah.
so for someone who's starting out in freelance, because I've seen this on a lot of websites when I'm, let's say if you're going to Upwork or freelance.com. So people mention they are charging $50 an hour.
Right.
$15 an hour also.
Correct.
So what should I mention? As a person who's a beginner, I don't have any projects, right? So what is the amount that I should mention on the website?
Yeah, I think it totally depends upon the project, that what kind of project it is. If it is just a one-pager static website and it's the first project that you are trying to do, you can charge bare minimum amount like 10-15K in INR. That is something you can charge them for. But if you see something like a e-commerce website is supposed to be developed where there is front end, back end, database, you can actually calculate the number of hours that you might be spending and put the what is something that you're expecting per hour, maybe 2K per hour, and then multiply it by that. So it totally depends upon the project, right? But someone who is starting off, it's always better to focus on the quality and charge less for that quality than the market, because that's the exact same thing I did. The first project I did it for free. Even though the person was trying to pay me, I said, I want to do it for free. And that person kept coming back to me for multiple projects, right? So I think building relationships also play a very important role when you're trying to do a freelancing work, right?
So to summarize, what we have just learned is, if you're planning to start in the freelance world and if you don't have any relevant experience and you've tried your hand at applying for projects and not getting one, first of all, build network. Use your LinkedIn. Send requests. Send cold messages to anyone and everyone who probably is at a position to give you that particular project.
Very true.
Right? Don't expect money, right? Try doing it for free, at least your first project, so that you can build your portfolio.
True.
And then make your way about it, right? Then start charging. Okay, so I think that gives us a very good view on how we can start project, and this will basically help us to build our resume.
Exactly. And then you can use those projects to apply for a job in a company where, as a full stack developer, you can apply it for.
This is something which is faced by a lot of people. I'm not able to speak in the interview, right? I know all the technical things which I have to know about my technology, but when the first question comes up, I'm not able to explain myself. So how important is other soft skills related to, the interview process, how I present myself, what should I talk about in the interview, right? So how important are these things from a perspective of startups, from a perspective of tier 2 companies, and also from the perspective of applying to companies like Google and Microsoft?
True, very true. And it's a very relevant question where I have faced and seen this happening a lot of times, where I have taken multiple interviews, and in most of the interviews I see students are able to solve questions, they're able to write code, but when I'm trying to ask them to explain their code, they're not able to explain it better. Right. So speaking up the thoughts well, talking about your approach, how did you actually go about solving this problem? A lot of people faces problem in that.
Right.
And to be honest, 50% of your chances relies on those aspects as well.
Okay.
Technical skills is important, but it can just take you to a certain level. After that, you need to have a strong communication skills, at least enough to explain yourself better in order to actually crack the job. Right. Now, there are multiple factors over here, right? It's not just communication. It's just it also is how well you're able to speak up your thoughts well, how well you're able to frame your sentences, how well you're able to interact with it, right? So all those things are equally important if I talk about in technical skills as compared to technical skills, right? And there are multiple ways to overcome that. I have always mentored people who are not so good in communication. I have given them tips as well, that students who are facing problem in public speaking, or they have stage fear, or they are facing problem in speaking out well, expressing themselves well, just try to record yourself speaking, right? You need not be talking to someone. You can just decide a topic, speak it in front of your phone and just record it and just look at it, right? You'll be able to see a lot of hiccups, a lot of problems that you have been facing that you can acknowledge and try to make it better, right? You can also watch a lot of TED Talks, understand their body language, understand how do they speak, how do they frame sentences, right? So overall, the thing is, communication is something I see is very underrated when it comes to engineering roles, development roles, IT roles, but it's not at all like that. You need to get a good communication. And the best part is you eventually get more than you deserve once you are a good communicator. Is what I have seen from my personal experience as well.
Okay.
Right? Where even though you are not very good on technical terms, but you are able to explain things well, you're able to interact with the interviewer well, it will give you a way positive impact. Right?
So I think this is something that we have actually included in our Intellipaat course as well, where we have talked about soft skill training, and we do give soft skill training as well, because we have consulted you as well at many times that what can we do so that people get placed, after getting the course done. And soft skills has been the number one thing which people say that a lot of people don't pass in when they're giving job interviews. Okay. So let's say I'm a person who knows English to a certain aspect, but I'm not very camera friendly, because most of the interviews they happen online these days. Right. So one way that you have told us is start practicing.
Exactly.
One thing that I wanted to ask you was, does giving interviews, like how many interviews should I give before I end up in my first job, right? Because people often, they get demotivated after getting rejections, right? And I'm sure when you would have also applied for Microsoft, you would have also applied to a lot of other companies as well. So giving interviews, will it help improve my soft skills? Point number one. Point number two, how many jobs should I apply to before actually calling it quit? This is not for me. Maybe I should think about something else.
Okay. So talking about your first question before, that will giving interviews improve your communication skills? Definitely yes. But at the same time, I would not suggest someone to rely on interviews to get their communication skills better.
Okay.
Right? There are a lot of other ways as well. Interviews will teach you something different. Interviews will teach you how to be comfortable in an environment where you are constantly judged every time you speak.
Okay.
Right? So that's also a scary environment to be in, and you need to be comfortable in that. So interviews will teach you that part. For communication, there are a lot of other ways as well, which I mentioned already. Right? What was your second question?
My second question was, how many interviews should I give before calling it quits? This is not my cup of tea. I should not be doing this.
I don't, at least it's my belief, I don't see quitting should be ever an option.
All right.
You should always see the underlying problem that is preventing you from cracking the job. Right. And you should try to solve that particular problem. And if the problem is really extreme and unsolvable, you can try a different direction altogether by maybe turning the way you're applying, or maybe switching to trying for a different similar role, something of that sort. But I wouldn't call it quitting. I would call it trying to understand underlying problem, trying to note down all the interviews that you have given. What is the one top reason you felt you got rejected? And this going through the list will give you a one underlying problem that's most common, right? And trying to curb that. So that has been my approach, and the same thing I would suggest as well.
So why I asked this question was because so I have some friends who have gone for masters in the US, right? Now over there, when they're applying for jobs, they have sat in more than 150 to 200 interviews, and then they are, seeing some success in getting a job. So is that the same case in India as well? Like before getting the job that I really want, have you seen any of your students, or have you seen any of your colleagues, or your personal experience as well? After how many interviews do you think someone actually lands a job?
Not exactly interviews, I would say, but I would say definitely that, once you apply for 50 to 60 companies, especially if you're trying for off campus and you are a fresher, off campus and fresher, it's the most difficult part in India to apply a job because of the overpopulation that we have, right? A lot of people trying to get job, right? So over there, I have seen a very harsh ratio where you apply to 50 to 60 jobs, 50 to 60 placement opportunities, you send your resume and you get response from only 5 to 6 from them, right? So that ratio is very harsh. And the other way to look at it is be okay with it. Like have this assumption that I need to apply to 100 places to actually sit for 10 interviews.
So that is a ratio you are saying is a successful ratio when your resume is top notch.
Exactly, because there are a lot of the supply is limited and the demand is more, and then you need to fight with people who are already at par with that. So that is the case, right? And you have to be comfortable with that.
So if I'm applying to 100 places and I'm not hearing back from them, there is something wrong in my resume.
Yes, that could be the reason, or it could be the other way around as well. You're not applying to right place. That could be one. You are not applying in the right way, maybe. That could be second, right? There are a lot of ways to apply it. For example, the most common way is you reach out to someone who's already working in that company and ask for a referral, right? That's a very common way. Second common way is you search for the university recruitment members on LinkedIn. You look for HR folks from that particular company, and you just start cold messaging them, right? That's the second way. Third way is there's a LinkedIn jobs feature itself. Over there, you can directly apply through LinkedIn itself. That's the fourth one. Fifth one is every company has their careers page. Careers.microsoft.com, careers.amazon.com. Over there, you can see the listing of all the openings that is there. Directly, you can apply from there as well. So you should not ever rely on a single way to apply it, right? If you're trying to just use the cold messaging part or only referrals part, and you have sent hundreds of referrals and not getting success, you are doing something wrong. Maybe you have to try other approaches as well. You have to try other ways of reaching out to people. You might have to alter resumes a couple of times and see which one is performing better, right? Because if you are trying to look for a job, your dream job, you'll have to go to an extra mile to figure out things.
Right. So the winning ratio is 10%. If I'm applying to 100, 200 jobs, I should be getting 10, 15 responses.
Yeah, for a fresher off campus, yes.
So if that is coming, then my resume is all good.
Yeah.
So even for experienced people,
if you are not from a tier 1 company or tier 2 company, because people who are from tier 1 company, HR folks themselves reach out to them. Okay. Right. So they don't have to go out and then look for people, which is the case here. But if you're from a company which is a tier 3 company, tier 4 company, you have to do a slight more fight. But the fight is fairly easy than the freshers, because now you have something to showcase. You have done some projects in your company. You have certain years of experience. So you have an extra hand, right? But for a fresher off campus, 10% is definitely, yes, that's a ratio.
Okay. Great. And once we get the interview, then we have to have those soft skills parameters.
Definitely. Technical parameters, soft skill parameters. So you should be actually ready with all of them, because getting till the interview is a big thing, especially for a fresher off campus. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So talking about your journey in Microsoft, or in job hunting, or from the learning perspective as well, when you got into full stack development, what is it something, if you were to do it all over again, right? So because for a person who is starting off in the full stack domain, maybe this will be very relevant for them.
Yeah.
If you were to do it all over again, how would you go about it? How would you start your journey into the full stack role?
Okay. So to be honest, my answer would be I would like to not change anything at all because I actually enjoyed the journey, the both ups and downs. But what I can talk about here is what has been my learnings and what are some things which I can share which eventually led me to place I am and what are the things I am not so happy about and someone can take learning out of it.
Okay.
So the very first thing is, as I mentioned in the first year of my college, I completely blocked the coding part. I was only focusing on the front end development, right? And somehow I felt after my second year was over that you need to have some understanding of data structures and algorithms as well. At least a basic problem solving skills and logic building abilities, right? So that's the first takeaway I would give you, that try to have something that can give you a essence of one coding language and you should be able to understand data structures and algorithms, solve at least basic problems. That is first. Second takeaway I would give you is try to complement that skill with something on which you can develop projects on. Full stack development is the most relevant one. It has all the flavors. So that could be one of the options. But there are other options as well, although I will recommend only full stack development, but other options like data science, cybersecurity, blockchain, there are n number of things. Try to find something on which you can develop projects on that you can showcase, not just in the interviews, not just in the resume, but also on your LinkedIn profile that will open up doors for freelancing and other places as well, right? And the third and the most underrated part, which I mentioned, is communication. You will end up getting more than you deserve if you're a good communicator. Right. And the biggest example is me myself, right? There are people in Microsoft who are better coders than me. There are people in Microsoft who can write better products than me. But I am here speaking in front of you, right? It's because I can speak up well. I have worked on myself to make my communications better, right? So that's the third takeaway I like to give to everyone.
Great. So I think we have covered everything which is relevant for someone who wants to get into the full stack role. But I also want to talk about the audience who is not into coding, right? So we talked about audience who's not into coding, want to learn coding because it's just not interesting for them. But what about people who don't want to do coding at all, right? So can they get into a tech role, and especially because somebody who's a full stack developer, I'm sure they have people in their team who are going to help them, in getting the product out.
Absolutely.
Right. And so my question is, somebody who's not coding, can they still be in the tech role?
Absolutely. Yes.
And what are the roles which are surrounding the full stack developer, which basically help them in getting the product out?
Okay. So if I answer this question from the perspective of full stack development, you can imagine full stack development to be an umbrella again. And inside it, there are multiple segments. Front end is one segment, back end is one segment. Then you have something called DevOps. DevOps it's not coding at all. It's about things that is required to make a product available to the world, right? So it's not about front end development. It's not about back end development. It's about taking the whole code, which is the amalgamation of front end and back end, to a position where it can be accessed by people,
right?
And supporting that particular product, making sure it is there out there, testing it, right? So all these things comes under DevOps, which is a technical role and does not involve coding. So people who are not very keen into being a coder, but keen to be under the umbrella of full stack development and in a tech role, DevOps is something they can go for, right? And DevOps has also multiple segments. You can just work on the cloud platforms. You can be someone who's making sure that the cloud platform is well established and the product is there, available, reliability is there, security is there, all the scalability part aspect you can take care of. Second part is you can be a tester. Okay, you can test the product which has been developed by front end and back end developers, right? So you can be a tester as well. And similarly, say for example, you can be there are multiple types of testers as well. A manual tester is someone who is testing the product manually. There's someone called load testing, where you are writing a bunch of logic to simulate load to test the product. So there are multiple areas where you don't have to code, but you can still be a part of a tech team.
Great. So to summarize, I can basically be a cloud engineer. I can be a DevOps engineer. I can be a tester. So all these roles are people who are actually going to help a person who knows full stack. Now, another question that I have is, now since there are front end engineers, there are back end engineers. So why do companies actually need full stack engineers, right? So because there are people who can do front end for you, there are people who can do back end for you. So why do you need someone who knows everything?
Okay, very relevant question. And 20 years back, if you go back to see how companies were hiring, they were trying to hire people who are specialized in areas.
Okay.
They were trying to hire people who are front-end developer, back-end developer, and then someone who can test the code, someone who can push the code and make sure that the code is up there and running, right? But now the trend has changed. It's all about full stack development. And the most basic reason and the most important reason is something I would like to answer with a question, right? Did you hear about ChatGPT or OpenAI 1 year back? Right? Nobody had heard of it. It was not existent because it was not released, right? But today, every single person is talking about ChatGPT. Every single person is trying to use ChatGPT. In fact, every company is trying to leverage an AI into their product that can increase their sales, right? So everybody wants to have a piece of it. So what was not at all existent 1 year back is the most relevant thing today. Other thing can also happen. For example, the most relevant thing today can become unexistent 3 months down the line or 4 months down the line. So that shows how versatile tech industry is. The requirements keeps on changing. What is something that's going to come next month you're not aware of.
Right.
And to support such changing environment, you need people who are versatile as well, who knows things in and out, who knows multiple aspects, multiple domains of a product. And full stack developers are the one who are the most versatile people out there in the tech industry. Because they are aware about UI, they are aware about backend, they can design logic, database, cloud and everything. And that has led to the increase in the demand of full stack developers. You don't need to hire 10 people who are specialized in their area. You just need to hire 4 people who are full stack developers. So it's a cost effectiveness as well. So versatility, cost effectiveness and overall efficiency of the company.
All right. So any parting words that you have for our learners, right? So everybody is looking out for a job right now. They want to get to their dream goal. So people who are hardworking but are not finding success right now, you know, people who are going to start in this journey, what is your final parting words for them?
So final parting words in terms of how to prepare, if I talk about, the first thing is try to make sure that you have basic understanding of DSA for sure. That can give you logic building abilities, problem solving skills. The second thing is make sure you are finding a role like full stack development or data science or anything. My recommendation would be full stack, and creating projects on top of it that can give you an extra edge in terms of placements, resume building, interviews. And the third part is the communication part that you need to develop, right? This comes in the preparation part. But once you have developed all these 3 aspects, what you need to do is go an extra mile to look for people who are trying to hire. Over there, you have to have multiple ways. Be aggressive when you're trying to apply for companies. Don't just apply for one company and wait for the response to come back. Try to apply 10-15 companies every day. Look for opportunities out there. Look for referrals. Post your achievements, your projects on LinkedIn, right? Post it on GitHub. Showcase your project on GitHub as well, right? So things like that can give you an extra edge to make sure that you can land up in a company that you want to be.
All right. So thanks a lot, Shubham, for your time today. And guys, you can find Shubham in our Intellipaat batches as well. If you want to talk with him more, if you need his guidance, if you need his mentorship, you can join our full stack program. And Shubham is, among our leading instructors who would be teaching you the same. So thank you, Shubham, so much. And we would love to have more conversations with you.
Absolutely.
So looking forward to talking with you again.
Same here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.